The Celts, in terms of language, form a branch of the large group of nations known by various names such as Aryan, Indo-European, Indo-Germanic, Indo-Celtic, and Japhetic. The other branches are represented by the Italians, Greeks, Germans, Litu-Slavs, Armenians, Persians, and the main peoples of India. The locations of these nations in the geography of the Old World give, roughly speaking, a quite good idea about their relative closeness in language. In this way, the gap between Celtic languages and Sanskrit or Zend is the widest, between Celtic and Latin is the narrowest, and the difference between Celtic and the Germanic languages, including English, is relatively small. English is a language that is destined, over time, to replace the still living dialects of Island Celtic. In ancient times, the first and most often seen Celts in history were the Gauls, from Gallia, a term changed by the French to Gaul. This region included today's France and Switzerland, and many more lands. This people had various names. One of them was Galli, which in their language meant warriors or brave people, and this name was always used for them by the Romans. But some Gauls in Caesar's time preferred the name that he wrote as Celtae. This word may be a synonym of the other one, and in that case seems to mean warriors. Its origin, if Aryan, is probably from the same root as the Old Norse word, hild, which means war or battle. However, this word can also be explained as coming from the same meaning as the word Britons, which we will mention later. Still, some historians think that the terms Galli and Celtae express an old racial difference. In that case, the second word was at first only used to define the native peoples who were not Aryan, while the Gallic tribes were the Aryan invaders of this land, and these races became one nation through a long process of mixing. As expected, ancient writers often mixed up these two names, and modern writers have derived the terms Celt and Celtic, used in the broadest sense for this family, from the old name Celtae. This was a more extended meaning of the old word, because Britain was considered outside the Celtic world. In ancient times, this island was a land beyond or opposite Celtica. The first passage of the Celts to Britain happened a very long time ago. Although we don't know exactly when, this migration is thought to be older than the first millennium before Christ. Moreover, this migration was not a process completed in 1 year or even in 1 century. The invasions also seem to have been made by peoples from both branches of the Celtic family. Just like the Germanic peoples are divided as High German, Low German, and Scandinavians, the Celtic family was also divided into 2 groups or branches, each with their own language features, in a way that can be followed back to the darkness of ancient times. One of these branches included the ancestors of the people who spoke the Gaelic language in Ireland, the Isle of Man, and the Highlands region in the north. This language also existed in Wales and Devon in the 6th century, and probably continued to exist in later times too. As far as we know, the national name these people always gave themselves was Gwynedd. This is written and said as Gael in English, but in their older writings it was Goidel. Since in this country there is a habit to mean only the Gael people of the north when saying Gael, we will generally call this group the Goidels, and their language Goidelic. The other group is represented in terms of language by the Welsh people and the Bretons. In the past, historians also added the Welsh people of Cumbria to this list, and until the 18th century, some people from Cornwall were also included. The national name of the people who spoke these dialects eventually became Britain, but since this word doesn't have a clear meaning, its Welsh form, Brython, is used, and whenever we need to be exact, this group is called the Brythons, and their language Brythonic. The ancient Gauls are also included in this classification, because Brythons can be seen as Gauls, who came to settle in Britain. Also, at the time of the Roman conquest, the language of most of the land south of the Forth was probably not very different from the language of the Gauls on the continent. This Celtic form later slowly spread among the Goidels in the west of the island, so the later Brythons here cannot be called fully Brython by blood, because a big part of them were Goidels who used the language of other Celts. The Brythons were the first group of the Gaulish invasions, and it seems that they settled here before the middle of the 4th century BC, because Pytheus, whom we will talk about soon, gives indirect proof of their presence. The next group of the Gaulish invasions was the Belgae people, who were still new in Caesar's time. Since the language of the Belgae was not really different from Brythonic, their names and identities seem to have disappeared inside the Brythonic group over time. The Goidels were surely the first Celts to come to Britain. This is supported both by the sign of their geographic location in the west and north compared to the others, and by the fact that there are few traces of them on the continent. Most likely, the Brythons found them already living on the island for centuries when they arrived, and pushed them west. But we should say that the Goidels had done the same thing to another people, because there is no reason to think they found the island empty when they came. So we end up with at least 4 peoples, 3 Celtic, 1 pre-Celtic. One of the big difficulties in studying early British history is that the ancient writers we must rely on did not take much care to tell the differences between these peoples. But most likely, these peoples were at different stages of civilization. Herodotus, in the 5th century before Christianity, did not know about islands like Britain and Ireland. But sometime later, one of the Scipios from Rome visited Marseille and Narbonne to find out if trade could be made with the area beyond southern Gaul. The aim was to harm the Carthaginian sailors who brought tin from Spain and from some tin-producing islands in the northwest of that peninsula. The Carthaginians also brought tin from Gaul. But the Roman could not get any information about the north. However, the idea of a voyage of discovery started to form among the traders in Marseille, and as a result, an expedition was organized with one of the city's well-known mathematicians. This person was Pytheus, one of the bravest explorers the world has ever seen. Pytheus lived in the time of Alexander the Great and Aristotle. Aristotle died in 322 BC, and Pytheus is believed to have been active around 330 BC. It is thought that the story of his travels was published soon after Aristotle's death, and parts of his travel diary have come to us through the works of various ancient writers. Pytheus traveled around Spain to Brittany, from there to Kent and other parts of Britain. Then he sailed from the Thames to the mouth of the Rhine, from there around Jutland, and to the mouth of the Vistula River in the east. He then returned and probably followed the coast of Norway. At last, he came back to Britain, sailed from there to Brittany, reached the mouth of the Garonne River, and arrived at Marseille by land. So Pytheus visited Britain 2 times and showed more interest in it than in the other countries he visited. But it seems he did not go as far as the tin regions in the west, and it is important that he gave no clues suggesting there was any contact between those regions and the continent. This contact, as we must guess, was limited to the southeast of the island, because here the channel was the narrowest. Pytheus made many observations in Britain, but because of the poor quality of the tools used at that time, these observations have no value. However, what he said about the people is different. In the southeast, he saw a lot of wheat in the fields, and noticed that the farmers carried the bundles to big storehouses, and the threshing was done there. In this cloudy and rainy Britain, where the sun was very rare, the open-air threshing places of the south did not work. He also learned that they made a drink by mixing wheat and honey. This is the mead still known in some parts of Wales. Also, it is thought that Pytheus is the source of the information that they used another drink made from barley instead of wine. as Greek writers said. The known name of this drink in their language is still the word that means beer in Celtic. It was curmi in the past, and now has become cuirton in Irish. So, we have a lot of evidence that shows that Aryan farmers were fully settled in Britain in the 4th century. Now, the voyage of Pytheus was organized by his fellow Greeks in Marseille for practical purposes, and without doubt, it ended with the expansion of trade, directly or indirectly, from Gaul to the part of Britain closest to the continent. One more thing that gives a little light on this is that the first coins thought to be made on the island, although this happened long after the time of Pytheus, were modeled on the Greek coins made in his time. This also shows that some trade with the north had started at that time. About 200 years later, another well-known Greek expanded his travels to the island and visited the region in Cornwall where tin was found. He called it Belerion. This person was Posidonius, who worked with Cicero in Rhodes. Posidonius is known as the source of Diodorus Siculus, who wrote about the people and how they processed tin, and who also said that most of the people in Britain lived in simple houses made of reeds or wood, and that harvest time meant cutting the ears of grain and storing them in holes under the ground. From these holes, the grain that was stored longest was taken out every day and prepared for eating. This seems to be a grain-preparing method well known in the West Islands of Scotland in the 18th century. There, corn was prepared so skillfully with the help of a flame that it could be cut, processed, cleaned, ground, and cooked within 1 hour. It is understood that Posidonius talked about a region farther from the southeast corner where the words of Pytheus probably applied. But now we have come to a time when the Romans were starting to get to know this island in a very real and clear way. In the late summer of 55 BC, Julius Caesar decided to cross to Britain because he had heard that the Gauls received help again and again from this island in the wars they fought against him. The war season for that year was almost over, but Caesar still wanted to visit the island, to see the people, and, so to speak, to understand the situation himself. So he tried to get information from the traders about the size of the island, what kind of people lived there, their war methods and way of life, and also whether there were good harbors for big ships. But this effort failed because, as he said, no one except the traders easily crossed to the island, and even they only knew the coast and the areas across from Gaul. Then Caesar sent one of his officers, Volusenus, with a warship to collect as much information as possible about the coast of Britain. Volusenus would return as fast as he could. In the meantime, Caesar gathered ships from everywhere and also brought the navy that was used the summer before against the Veneti to a port in the land of the Morini, where the crossing to Britain would be easiest. This news quickly reached the opposite coast, and ambassadors from many states on the island came to Caesar. This shows that the connection between the island and Gaul was much more ready and close than Caesar's words had suggested. The ambassadors said they would give hostages and show loyalty to the Roman people. Caesar sent them home with generous promises and encouraged them to stay firm in their decision. He also sent Commius with them. This man was one of the people Caesar made king over the Atrebates, one of the Belgian tribes, after they were conquered by his legions. Later, his rule also spread to the Morini. Commius was chosen because he was believed to be loyal to Roman interests and had great influence in the southern part of Britain, where some of the Atrebates lived. He had also shown Caesar that he was a brave and careful man. He was ordered to visit as many states as possible and encourage them to accept alliance with the Roman people. But as soon as Commius landed and his mission was known, he was immediately put in chains. Meanwhile, Volusenus came back with the information he could get, although he had not dared to go ashore, and Caesar set sail on the night of August 24th, or on one of the next 2 days, with about 80 ships and many galleys, taking 2 legions, which means about 12,000 men. he left behind 18 ships, kept in a nearby port because of opposite winds, to come later carrying the cavalry. Caesar reached the coast of Britain early in the morning, but he found the place where the enemy forces had gathered in large numbers on the cliffs to be bad for landing. So he went along the coast about 7 Roman miles and found an open beach and a flat shore. The local people's cavalry and war chariots, together with the rest of the Briton forces, were there in time to stop the legions from landing. A hard fight happened. The Roman soldiers showed serious hesitation and became very confused because they were not used to the movements of the Briton war chariots. But in time, as the Roman soldiers gained firm ground, they managed to push the local people back, and Caesar regretted the absence of his cavalry, which he needed to complete his victory. Later, ambassadors came to Caesar to ask for peace, and Commius was with them. They said the war was the fault of the crowds, and asked him to forgive those who didn't know what they were doing. Caesar answered with a true Roman complaint that they had attacked him for no reason after sending ambassadors to him on the continent by their own choice. But still, he accepted their requests and asked for hostages. Some were given right away, others were to come in a few days from far regions. During this time, the leaders surrendered and started to send their armies home. While all this was happening, the 18 ships carrying the cavalry appeared. But such a storm came that they all had to return to the port they came from as night fell. Some were almost sinking on the shores west of Caesar's camp. Also, because it was a full moon, there was such a tide that the war galleys pulled up on the shore were covered by water, and the transport ships that were anchored crashed into each other. Many ships sank or became unusable at once. Thanks to great effort, and by using wood from the sunken ships and bronze, Caesar was able to repair all of them in an acceptable way except 12 ships, and he sent a message to Gaul for the needed things. When the British chiefs saw what happened to the Roman cavalry and ships, and calculated how few soldiers were inside the camp based on its size, they began to unite and secretly gather their forces again. They also stopped sending hostages. According to Caesar, they were hoping to make the war last until winter and destroy his whole army to scare away future invaders. Their first move was to place cavalry and war chariots in good positions close to the only place where the crops were still standing, because the Romans had to come to this area. When the time came, one of the legions came, and as the men started working in the fields, a well-directed attack was launched. While the legion was attacked from all sides, Caesar, who was alert, brought help and saved the situation from going badly. The attack ended, but Caesar could only arrange a withdrawal. Then bad weather happened, keeping both sides quiet for a few days. During this time, it seems the Briton forces were reinforced. Now they moved forward to Caesar's camp. This camp was supported with 30 horses brought by Commius. A battle happened, the Romans were victorious, and during the enemy's retreat, many were killed. After the soldiers looted the area and destroyed everything they could, ambassadors came again on the same day to ask for peace. This was easily accepted, but Caesar asked for twice as many hostages as in the first time, because the commander was eager to return to Gaul. He said the reason was the late season and the weak condition of his ships. Caesar understood that without a bigger force on the island, especially in terms of cavalry, he could not do much. He left shortly before the equinox. According to some accounts, he had stayed here for almost a month, and according to others, a little more than 2 weeks, but he had not gone even 1 mile inland from the place he landed. The hostages were to be sent after him. The ones from 2 states reached him, but more did not come. Still, the Roman Senate, after learning of Caesar's victories through his letter, decided to hold a public Thanksgiving celebration for 20 days. Caesar ordered more ships of better kind to be built for a second campaign to Britain the next summer. The desire of the soldiers to take action was so strong that when he returned from Illyria and Italy in June, almost 600 ships, new and old, were ready to be launched. It seems what they had seen on the island filled them with dreams of rich loot. The same feeling was shown by pirate ships that were specially prepared to follow the army across the Channel. It was believed that the waters of Britain produced a lot of valuable pearls. This belief must have disappeared over time, but we know that British pearls decorated an armor that Caesar dedicated to the Temple of Victory in Rome. When the preparations were finished, Caesar set sail from a place he called Portus Itius, or the Ictian Port, which is believed to be the same place he had started from before. He had 5 legions and 2,000 cavalry with him. The total number of ships was more than 800, but 60 ships made in the land of the Meldi, above Paris on the Marne River, could not join the campaign because they had to return due to a storm. That year, Caesar was determined to start in season. So, according to some, he set out on the night of July 18th, and according to others, 1 or 2 days later. But in the morning, he saw that his fleet had been pushed beyond South Foreland by the current, and with great effort, he was able to return to the place he had decided last summer was the best for landing. This task, along with choosing a place for the camp, took the rest of the day. However, when night came, he moved with the whole army except for the troops he thought necessary to guard the camp and the ships anchored nearby. Because this time, the Britons, thinking it was useless to try to stop such a large force from landing, had chosen to take a strong position inside the land. Caesar marched about 12 miles during the night, and then saw the Britons. Soon after, he noticed they were moving to attack his soldiers from a high place. When they were pushed back by the Roman cavalry, they withdrew to a place that was perfectly defended by nature and by man, with all its entrances blocked by fallen trees. It seemed this place had been made during one of their civil wars. The legions took control of this place in time, but Caesar did not dare to follow the enemy too far that day. The next morning, while he was sending cavalry and foot soldiers after the retreating Britons, news came from the coast. Almost all the ships had hit the shore during the night and were broken. He called his men back and marched toward the shore. There he saw that about 40 ships had sunk, but the rest could be repaired with great effort. This was done, and the ships were pulled up on the shore and placed inside the camp's borders. This task took about 10 days. During this time, Caesar sent a message to his assistant in Gaul to prepare and send as many ships as possible. Finally, when the general returned to look for the enemy, he found them gathered under the command of one single leader named Cassivellaunus, with a much larger force. This man's land was north of the Thames River, probably where the people called the Catuvellani lived. Although this prince had been at war with other states in the past years, he had now been chosen as the single commander by the common decision of all. This shows that he was seen as the most skilled and experienced leader. What seems to have given Caesar the most trouble were the fast and sudden movements of the Briton cavalry and war chariots. They fought bravely with the Roman cavalry, and even when they retreated, they were as dangerous as when they advanced, because when they pushed the Roman cavalry away from the army, the fighters got off their horses and fought like foot soldiers. One time, while the Roman soldiers were busy building their positions, the war chariot drivers attacked them and fought so strongly with the outposts in front of the camp that the first cohorts of 2 different legions had to be called. But when they arrived in their places with small gaps between them, the enemy war chariot drivers passed through them with great bravery and confidence, causing fear among them. But after a military tribune was killed and more cohorts were sent, the enemy retreated. The Britons never fought in tight formations. Instead, they placed their troops on the outside to disturb the legions with flexible groups. The next day, 3 legions were sent out for plundering. But this time the Roman cavalry advanced with stronger infantry support, so the Britons suffered heavy losses in the battles. The large number of Briton support troops immediately pulled back. From this day on, Cassivellaunus did not dare to risk a major battle. So Caesar marched towards his land and, with great difficulty, crossed the Thames, probably above London. But his soldiers were very eager because they had not yet collected much loot. Cassivellaunus sent most of his forces away, but he kept about 4,000 war charioteers to disturb Caesar's march and clear the possible routes. These tactics greatly reduced the area the Romans could plunder and made the destruction work of the soldiers much harder than expected. For this reason, the general almost sadly mentioned that his men could reach their goals only in a limited way through the troubles of the march. But this would not last long, because the people of the Trinovantes, a strong people living in what is now Essex and part of Middlesex, from the Leia to the Stour, came to Caesar to ask for peace. The reason they made this decision may have been partly to escape the destruction of the Roman army and partly to take revenge on Cassivellaunus, because Cassivellaunus had killed their king. This king's son, named Mandubratios, had managed to reach Caesar in Gaul and gain his protection. So the Trinovantes asked not only that Caesar accept their loyalty, but also that he send Mandubratios to rule over them and protect them from Cassivellaunus. Caesar agreed and asked them for 40 hostages and grain for the army. They brought both the hostages and the grain, and their land was protected from soldiers. Now the conquest became easier, because other tribes like the Senemagni, Segontiazi, Ancalites, Bibroci, and Cassi followed the example of the Trinovantes. They told the invader that the stronghold of Cassivellaunus was not far away, and that many people and animals were gathered there. Caesar found the place very well defended by both nature and man. In Britain, such a stronghold consisted of a ditch and wall surrounded by wooden defensive walls. But soon the Roman soldiers captured the place and the large number of cattle inside by killing many of those who had run away. However, Cassivellaunus was not idle. While these events were happening in his lands, he gave orders to the 4 kings of Cantian or Kent, a region also including part of Surrey, to attack Caesar's camp by the sea. They immediately started the attack, but they were pushed back with heavy losses, and one of their leaders was captured by Roman soldiers. After hearing of this failure, and especially after the Trinovantes and other states had changed sides, Cassivellaunus decided to ask for peace through Atrebatian commios. Unwelcome news had reached Caesar from Gaul, and because he still held his earlier opinion that the season was late, he used the chance to end the war at once by asking for hostages and setting the amount of yearly tribute that Britain would have to pay. He also gave orders to Cassivellaunus, with strict commands that cost him almost nothing, not to harm Mandubratios and the Trinovantes. Since the date of Caesar's departure was close to the equinox, he must have stayed here for about 2 months. Of course, he did not return empty-handed. He took not only hostages, but also many captives with him. Selling these captives would fill the Roman treasury with gold. From Caesar's departure from the island in 54 BC until the invasion by Emperor Claudius in AD 43, that is, for about 100 years, we have very little information about the history of Britain. This gap can be partly filled only by the lettered coins that began to be made after Caesar's conquest of Gaul. The first coins minted in Britain were modeled on the coins of Gaul. These coins came originally from the Phocian Greeks of the city of Massilia, or Marseille, which the continental Gauls had met at the end of the 4th century BC. These coins were the gold staters of King Philip II of Macedonia. Weighing about 133 grains, or about 8.6 grams, this fine coin had on one side the head of Apollo wearing a laurel wreath, and on the other side a charioteer in a war chariot, under the name of Philip. At first, the Gauls copied these coins very well, but as time and place moved away from the original, the figures changed into very strange and imaginary shapes. According to Sir John Evans, who is the biggest authority on this subject, the people in the south of Britain probably started to mint this kind of gold coins between 200 and 150 BC. The information he collected suggests that this first happened in Kent. Then, other tribes in southern England, up to the border of Dorsetshire, started to mint coins in turn. Also, on the south coast, coins of several different types can be found. It is hard to decide whether they belong to Gaul or to Britain. Even though the money seems to have gone as far as Cornwall, there is no good proof that any tribe west of the Dura Tridges in Dorset had their own coins. Between Dorsetshire and the Avon in Worcestershire, it is likely that more than one tribe had early coins. In the same way, the tribe of the Catwalloni, whose lands went from the Thames to near the Wash Bay in the northeast, and the Trinovantes to their east, living in Essex and Middlesex, also made coins. But when Caesar came to Britain, there is no good proof that any tribe north of these, like the Iceni, who lived in what is now Norfolk and Suffolk, had their own coins. Also, no British tribe is seen to have started putting letters on their coins at that time. It is not certain that silver or bronze coins were made in that period, but in any case, they are thought to have come into use long after gold coins. Still, Caesar is usually quoted as saying that money was not used in Britain, and that pieces of bronze or iron with fixed weight took its place. But this part is quite unclear, and there are big differences between the old manuscripts. Some say the Britons used gold coins, and some say bronze money. Whatever Caesar wrote, there is very little doubt about gold money. According to the most trusted manuscripts, he did speak of it, even though he himself saw very few of them. This can be understood from the writings of one of his officers. Also, among the tribes that had no coins, it is very possible that bronze blocks or iron bars were used instead of money, and that Caesar knew about this. When he said that iron was found on the coasts of Britain, but in small amounts, he was probably referring to iron mining done in the forest areas of Kent and Sussex. Professor Boyd Dawkins thinks this was done before Caesar came and continued during the Roman occupation, and even for centuries. But there is no reason to think that the great iron ore richness of the country was known in Caesar's time. The small amount of ore that was found was probably pointed out by someone who had seen iron working on the continent. Caesar says that the bronze used on the island was imported, and this is strong proof that copper had not yet been processed here, because bronze is a mix of copper and tin. So at that time, the import of bronze and the export of tin must have been the most important parts of Britain's trade. But it is doubtful that the people of this country depended a lot on bronze, and we either have to doubt the truth of Caesar's information or suppose that he used the word aeis to refer to some bronze artworks made in workshops in the Mediterranean. Now we will deal with a time when letters began to appear on British coins. This seems to have happened first in Kent, or a bit west of it, on the south coast, where tribes of Belgian origin were in active contact with Gaul. Here, one or two coins belonging to Comios have been found, along with many coins of 3 princes who called themselves sons of Comios. It is not known who this Comios was, but he and his sons seem to have ruled almost the same area of Britain, where the Comios mentioned by Caesar had great influence. In general, it is not impossible that this person is the same Comios whose name appears on the coins. It seems that he returned to Gaul with Caesar, because in the next year, the people of the Menapii, who are believed to have lived with the Morini on the coast between them and the Rhine, were seen to be watched over by some cavalry left behind. This duty was given to him when the general went on a campaign against the Treveri. But in 52 BC, the wish of the Gauls to drive the Romans out of their country became so strong that Commius became one of the leaders of the resistance against them. He was seen as so dangerous that Caesar's assistant Labienus tried to kill him with a betrayal plan. But although Commius was badly wounded, he managed to escape. After some time, it is said that Caesar himself also barely escaped from him. He did this by putting sails on his ship, which had not yet been launched, to make it look as if it had already gone to sea. The chase was stopped, and he had time to escape, so he was able to cross to Britain. But in 51 BC, he appeared again as one of the main leaders of the resistance against Roman rule in Gaul, and while other chiefs had surrendered, he was still resisting. Once again, the same officer tried to kill him, but this time the officer failed. Commius escaped and surrendered to Antonius, who was under Caesar's command in Gaul, but with one condition: to be sent to a place where he would never see a Roman again. Since we hear no more about Commius, who seemed to be an active man in the prime of his life, he probably went to Britain, and the fact that he had already proven his hatred of the Romans so strongly might have been enough for his relatives there to forgive him for once being Caesar's agent, if they had even looked badly upon that part of his past. It should not seem that he had to gain influence in Britain from the beginning, because the Atrebates and other Belgian tribes in Britain had probably joined the alliance formed by the Atrebates on the continent, the Bellovaci, and other strong peoples under his persuasion. Looking at where the coins were found, it seems the rule of Commius's family did not go beyond Kent, Surrey, Sussex, Hampshire, and maybe part of Wiltshire. According to Sir J. Evans, coinage with letters in this part of the island may have started a little before 30 BC. After the death of Commius, his lands passed to his three sons, Tincommius, Verica, and Epilos. It is assumed that they ruled together over the area in some kind of shared authority, but each probably had a region under more direct control. That is, Epilos ruled over the Canti people, Tincommius over the Regni people. This area, roughly speaking, later became the Saxon kingdom of Sussex, and Verica ruled in the land of the Atrebates. The Atrebates seem to have held a land that included today's Berkshire, part of Oxfordshire stretching north to Aldchester and Bicester, and possibly some parts of Surrey. The names of the three brothers appear together on one coin, but it seems that Tincommius, who is thought to be the oldest, died before the others, because some coins show only the names of the other two together. There are some reasons to believe that he may have lived longer than Verica and ruled alone, possibly over both his own land and Verica's. In any case, from the short forms found on some coins, it is understood that Epilos called himself King of Caleva, which is identified with Silchester in Hampshire. There is no sign that Commius or Tincommius claimed to be king of any people in Britain, but Epilos and Verica clearly used that title on some of their coins. This shows that Commius took a position of authority as the head of a union created for a special purpose in South Britain, and made his power strong enough to leave it to his sons, and Epilos and Verica felt safe enough to call themselves kings. This probably did not happen without opposition, and it is possible that Epilos's position over the Canti people was gained completely by conquest. This conquest may have happened either during his father's time or just after it, because it is doubtful that Cantian was part of Commius's original area of influence. His direct connection seems to have been more with the Atrebates and other Belgian tribes to the west of Cantian. It is understood that one of the princes defeated in the struggle with the Commius family was one of the British refugees who asked for protection from Augustus, as mentioned in an inscription telling of events during his rule. Some of Commius's coins and some early coins of Tincommius continued to copy the Macedonian stater in a broken way, without showing Roman influence. But shortly after Augustus became emperor, Tincommius copied the Latin formula in which Augustus called himself Augustus Divi Filius, meaning son of the god Julius Caesar. Julius Caesar had now officially started to be called Divus, that is, a god. So Tincomios also put the writing Tine Comi, or even more shortened forms, on his coins. These meant Tincomios, son of Comios. The strange shapes that came from the stater disappeared quickly and were replaced by different kinds of classical designs. This clearly shows that Roman art had started to influence the south of Britain. During the time of the sons of Comios, coin-making seems to have stopped in the western part of their land. However, it is understood that coin-making in Kent continued until later times. This is linked to trade with Gaul, which quickly came under Roman influence during the rule of Augustus. But this does not fully explain why local coin-making lasted longer in Kent, which is the area closest to Gaul. A more reasonable view is that the western part of Epilos's kingdom passed under the control of the expanding people of the Catuvelauni after his death. So we must look for the coins that represent that area among the coins of this people. Most of these coins of the Catuvelauni were made by a prince whose name appears in Latin forms as Tassiovanus, Tassiovanius, and Tassiovans, genitive form Tassiovantis. In Geoffrey of Monmouth, he is called Tenuantius. His sons Kunobellinos and Epatikos also had coins made. The capital of Tassiovant was Verlamion, or Verulam, near St. Albans, and the name of this town appears on many of his coins. The name of Camulodunon, or Colchester, which was the capital of Kunobellinos, also appears on his coins. The great variety of coins from Tasciovant shows that he ruled for a long time, and some of these coins are based on coins that Augustus did not issue before 13 BC, so they must have been made at least until that date. But it has been thought that he lived much longer and died after the beginning of our era. Some other coins show that he ruled for a time while Epilos was still alive, but there is no exact information about when his rule began. It has been guessed that it began as early as 30 BC, when Augustus became emperor. Some coins seem to point to an even earlier date. This puts Tassiovant very close in time to Cassivelanos and makes us think he might be his son or the son of his brother, but most likely he was his grandson. In either case, there is no reason to think there was a revolution or a change of dynasty during this time, especially when we consider that Kunobellinos, called Cymbeline by Shakespeare, calls himself Rex, meaning king, on some of his coins. Unless we find evidence against it, we can suppose that the same royal family followed a more or less steady policy in its actions toward neighboring states. From the limited data we have, it seems this policy was based on conquest and aggression. In fact, Caesar tells us how the king of the Trinovantes was killed by Cassivelanos, and how his son Mandubratios came to Caesar for protection. We do not know how long the losses suffered by Cassivelanos and his people during Caesar's campaign kept them from attacking the Trinovantes again. But from the coins we learn that Kunobellinos ruled there and made Camulodunon, which is in the center of the country, his capital. This probably happened during the life of Tasciovant, and with his help. It is likely that Mandubratios was not harmed while he was still alive, but coins from the land of the Trinovantes show that for a while a prince named Dubnovelaunos was in power there. This person is named in the Augustan monument we mentioned earlier, as one of two British princes who asked for the emperor's protection. His history has become a bit complicated because his coins have also been found in Kent, and these coins, as far as we can guess, belong to his earlier times, which shows that he ruled in a certain area both north and south of the Thames. He may have been driven out from the south by Epilos, and later from the north by Kunobellinos. It is possible that the land of the Trinovantes at first also included the southern part on the shore of the Thames estuary, and Ptolemy's placing of the Isle of Thanet and the Isle of Sheppey opposite the Trinovantes may show that he believed these islands belonged to that people. Between the Catuvelauni and the North Sea, in addition to the Trinovantes, there was the people called the Iceni. They lived in the area between the Trinovantes and the Wash Bay. After the Trinovantes were forced to obey by the Catuvelauni, it is likely that their turn, if it had not already come, was near. Maybe they were among the first on Caesar's list of states that left Cassivellaunus in his time of trouble by following the example of the Trinovantes. But this is not certain, because in Caesar's writings the name appears as Cenemagni, Cenomagni, and Cenomani, which may be broken forms of a longer title like Ekenimagni for the Iceni people. Or maybe Caesar actually meant a Belgic tribe from south of the Thames. The other names mentioned are the Segontiaci, Ancalites, Bibrosi, and Cassi. All of these were probably Belgic tribes living around the Thames or between its basin and the River Severn, and they can generally be seen as part of the Atrebates. The name Bibroci reminds us of the town Bibrax of the Remi people, and supports Caesar's claim that almost all the Belgic peoples in Britain carried names from their original countries on the continent. The exact homes of the Bibrosi or Ancalites are not known, but there is no strong reason to stop us from guessing that the name Bibroci is the same as Beroc, from which the name of modern Berks County may come. The Segontiaci are linked with the area near Caleva of Silchester because of a Roman inscription set up for Hercules of Segontiac. Some of Tasciovant's coins show the name of this people, or one of their towns, and this allows us to think they were forced into an alliance with the Catuvelauni. This situation is not only theirs, because the coins of Epitikos prove that he ruled south of the Thames, in today's Surrey County. It is understood that the name Cassi, in Gallic language with a soft speech, was said as Caddi or Caffi, and a less exact written form of this name in Latin letters can be seen on the Catti coins found in Gloucestershire and nearby Monmouth County. These were either a branch of the Atrebates or maybe a group from their neighbors, the Dobunni people. The Dobunni held much of the land between the two Avon rivers and between the Severn and the lands of the Atrebates and the Catuvelauni. Dion Cassius, when telling about Aulus Plautius's campaign in this area in AD 43, suggests that all or part of the Dobunni people were under the rule of the Catuvelauni at that time. The middle area between the Catuvelauni and the Dobunni on one side, and the Brigantes of the north beyond the Humber and the Mersey on the other side, was lived in by two peoples, the Coritani in the area between the Wash and the Trent, including the towns of Lincoln and Leicester, and the Cornevi in the area west of the Coritani, from the Avon River in Worcestershire to the mouths of the Dee and Mersey rivers. Very little is known about these peoples, and they played no important part in the resistance to Roman soldiers during the time of Claudius. For this reason, we may guess that they had already been, for some time, allies or subjects of the Catuvelauni state, and so can be counted as already conquered together with them. In this way, the Catuvelauni can be seen as the Mercians, the people of central England of that time. This idea is well supported by their choosing to call themselves by a name, like the Caturiges people in Gaul, which means warrior kings or war rulers. In the aggression of the Catuvelauni, we may need to look for the hidden reason for the influence of Comios in Britain, which Caesar did not explain. The Belgic tribes in the Thames Valley were under great pressure from the Catuvelauni. They had asked for help from their relatives in Gaul, and Comios, with his wisdom and maybe with his soldiers, had come to Britain to help them. We do not know if this really happened, because there is no proof. But it would not be surprising if a man with such skill as Commios had organized resistance strong enough to stop the advance of the Cadwalloni for a while. In fact, he might not have been the first to come to Britain for this purpose. Something like this may already have happened in the time of Diviciacus, the Belgic king of the Suessiones people, who, according to Caesar, was more powerful than anyone else in Gaul during his time. This man had also ruled in Britain. Whatever the case may have been, Commios may have seen that the advance of the Cadwalloni could not be stopped for long, and this may have been one of the reasons, perhaps the most important one, why he took part actively in Caesar's invasion. If so, the losses Caesar gave to the Canti and the Cadwalloni may have saved the Belgian states from direct threats by their neighbors for a time and increased the popularity of Commios. In that case, when he had to leave Gaul, he would have had little difficulty in taking the lead of a union set against the Cadwalloni, and with him he brought the respect earned by his deep hatred of the Romans. All this story also fits very well with the fact that when Commios set foot in Britain as Caesar's messenger, he was probably chained by the people of Kent. And as has been said before, it may be believed that his son Epeilos later declared his rule in this area, probably by force of arms. During the many years before the invasion of Claudius in AD 43, Kunobellinos was the most important figure in Britain, and Suetonius, who wrote the history of the emperors about 70 or 80 years later, called him Rex Britannorum, meaning King of the Britons. When this and other signs are considered together, it is clear that his power reached to the southern coasts. But it is not likely that he removed the princes of all the states south of the Thames. It is more likely that he forced them into an alliance and let some of them continue to rule their lands if they accepted his leadership. We do not know if the refugees who asked Augustus for help caused him to act in this way. But historians say that Augustus once thought about leading a campaign to Britain, and maybe this idea came from what the refugees told him. But the campaign did not happen, because the British princes quickly sent messengers to stop the war, and some of them became his friends. Kunobellinos, who was the richest and most powerful, was probably the most successful in gaining the emperor's favor. And if the refugees returned, it was likely under some conditions that he approved. Strabo, who wrote shortly after Augustus died, says that the British princes who were friends with the emperor offered gifts at the capital in Rome and made the island closely connected to Roman power. This matches perfectly with what we learn from the coins of Kunobellinos. His father's coins are similar to those of Epeilos and show very little Roman influence. But Kunobellinos's coins clearly show Roman style, except for a few early ones in British style or based on the Macedonian stater. The quality of the work improved, and many classical figures were shown, like Apollo playing the lyre, Hercules with his club or war prizes, Janus, Diana, Cybele on a lion, different victory poses, and also sphinxes, griffons, and other monsters from southern myths. All replaced the heavy shapes of earlier British coins. In Gaul, coin-making was already changing into Roman style, and the progress in Britain was now more about trade than art. This is also shown by the fact that Augustus chose to apply a small export-import tax in trade between Gaul and Britain instead of asking for yearly taxes. This shows that trade was quite active. In any case, we should not think that the emperor would ignore any way to bring income to his treasury. After Augustus, Tiberius became emperor, but we know of no activity by him related to Britain, and he died in AD 37. Then came Caligula, who ruled until AD 41. During his time, Britain appears again in history. Suetonius says that in AD 40, one of Kunobellinos' sons, named Adminius by Suetonius, was sent away by his father for reasons we do not know, and came to Caligula in Gaul with a few followers. Then the emperor wrote a letter to Rome, praising himself for taking the island of Britain under Roman rule, and ordered that the message be read to the Senate only in the full meeting in the Temple of Mars. This example of imperial madness confirms that Kunobellinos was seen as the only important king in Britain at the time by the Romans, and explains why Suetonius called him King of the Britons. But we know nothing else about the son who gave up the kingdom to Caligula so easily. He is only thought to be the same person as Amminus, whose name appears on some coins. The places where these coins were found suggest that he had links to the Kent area. Kunobellinos also had other sons, but only Togodumnos and Karatakos are known in history. They ruled the kingdom after their father's death, during the time when Claudius sent Aulus Plautius to Britain. So Kunobellinos must have died between AD 40 and 43 at a very old age, and he had mostly succeeded in carrying out the family policy of expanding Catuvellauni control over neighbor states. There are several coins thought to belong to the land of the Dobuni, but the exact age, place of minting, or order is not clear. However, in general, none of them are considered to be from before Christ, while some seem to belong to late times, even during the rule of Claudius, which started in AD 41. This shows that part of the Dobuni people were independent enough from the Catuvellauni to make their own coins. But the latest of these may have been made between the time Togodumnos died in AD 43 and the time his people were conquered by the Romans, before Ostorius Scapula took the area around the Bristol Avon in the year 50. All of these coins belong to the series that copied the Macedonian stater and show almost no Roman influence. Only 2 or 3 names are written in Latin form instead of the Gallic language. One series belonging to the Catti group, which is probably the same people that Caesar once called Cassi, is especially interesting because it shows no name of any prince or king. Another area clearly known from its coin features is the land of the Iceni, also known as the Iceni, and this group lived in what is now Norfolk and Suffolk. As trade and east winds moved westward, the Iceni could resist Roman influence in their land a little longer. While this influence had already reached Kunobellinos and his people, and now had reached as far as the Dobuni on the river Severn. From later stories, we learn that the Iceni were a very strong and warlike people. But once, they may have been among those who left Cassivellaunus and made their own deal with Caesar. Also, their old jealousy and fear of the power formed by Kunobellinos joining with the Trinovantes may have been one reason they chose to ally with the Romans in AD 43, but they soon regretted this decision. The earliest coin group thought to be theirs carries the name of a man called Act de Domaros, but it is not clear if this man really ruled over the Iceni. Maybe Kunobellinos had found a way among nearby tribes to replace this man or become a rival to him. In that case, his coins would be the only gold coins with writing that belonged to the Iceni. And if they really were theirs, it would not make sense for this tribe to later go back to using coins without writing. Yet we know for sure they had both gold and silver coins with no writing. But along with these wordless silver coins, they also used written ones, and some of these show only the shortened name Icen for the people, without the name of a king or ruler. This reminds us of the Catti coins. This suggests that the Iceni had no king at that time. But in later coins, someone named Antidrygus appears. He may have been a king, or the main judge of a state without a king. We cannot be sure. But if we put some clues together, the name of Antidrygus appears a bit later, sometimes in Celtic, sometimes in Latin form, on coins made in Dobuni land. Dion Cassius speaks of a man named Berikos, who was thrown out by a rebellion in Britain and asked Claudius to invade the island. And finally, when the Romans came, the Iceni joined them without fighting, even though they were not the kind of people to fear war. Then we can guess the history like this. The Iceni had a revolution and ended the rule of kings. The state came into the hands of two groups, each led by Berikos and Antidrigus. Their fight may have looked like the argument Julius Caesar once had to solve among the Aedui, a case where both nobles claimed they were chosen as true king for that year. Antidrigus won and made coins with his name. Berikos went to Claudius and asked him to invade the island, promising that if he was made leader instead of his rival, he and his followers, and the Iceni state, would help the Romans. When the Roman army came, Berikos and his men used the Iceni's jealousy of Catuvillani power to make them ally with Rome. This way he got what he wanted, and Antidrigus had to escape, but he was welcomed by the Dobuni people. There, just like Karatakos did after his own people were conquered, he organized resistance against the Romans for several years. Even if this whole story is only a guess, it is the idea that best fits with the view that the Iceni were never ruled by Kunobellinos. In fact, it is hard to believe he ever controlled their coin system, because their coins show no signs of Roman art or Latin language. They only use the writing style used in Gaul at that time, which was a mix of Greek and Latin letters. There is nothing certain yet known about coin minting by the Cornavi and Coritani peoples, but it is likely that both groups minted their own coins for a short time. In fact, the first contact with money is thought to have come through the Coritani, by a group on the Humber coast whose coins are very primitive and most similar to those of the Iceni, even though there is no direct link. These coins seem to belong to the time of Claudius, or partly later, and are among the latest dated coins. And the minting may have ended shortly after AD 69, when the Brigantes, who ruled from Humber and Mersey up to possibly the Caledonian forest, came under Roman control. But on these coins, we cannot find names from Brigantes' history like Cartismandua, Venutios, or Velocatus. In fact, there is no reason to believe they belonged to the Brigantes. It is more likely that the coins belonged to a people living in what is now called Holderness and the Yorkshire Wolds, maybe all the coast from Humber to Tees. In his geography, published around AD 120, Ptolemy called this group the Parisii. This suggests they were a branch of the Parisii who lived by the river Seine and gave their name to modern Paris. Their town, Petuaria, may still live in the name of Patrington in Holderness. Ptolemy also places them near the Bay with the Fair Port, which likely refers to Hornsey, once an important port. Besides Petuaria, there were other towns of this group: Delgovicia, probably Market Weighton, and Derventio on the river Derwent, likely Kexby or Elvington. Burial mounds with war chariots and other Iron Age items link them to Market Weighton, Beverley, Pocklington, and other parts of East Riding. It is also very likely that they controlled a large area south of the Humber. So when did the Parisii come to this land? Did they come before the Brigantes and force them to move north? Or did they come later and take part of the Brigantes' land? And if so, how late did they arrive in the Humber area? These questions can't be answered yet, but it is clear that during this period, the Parisii were independent enough to mint their own coins, despite strong neighbors. Some of the coins found are interesting because of the titles used for the people named on them. For example, someone named Volisios sometimes calls himself Domnokoveros, sometimes Domnoveros. This may mean protector of the state, or man of the people. The same word appears on a coin of Dumnorix, a man of the Aedui tribe, whom Caesar says was very popular. This was also one reason Caesar ordered him to be killed when he refused to join the second campaign to Britain. Another northern coin names its maker as Xenotigurnios, which, if read correctly, means old master or elder ruler. Though we don't know what this meant officially among the Parisii, sadly, we do not know the exact time link between these two coin types. If they belong to the same time, it could show that the state had two factions, one supporting a royal figure, the other a man who called himself a friend of the people. If we understand the coins correctly, the Parisii were a people either trying to get rid of kingship or had done so, but were now threatened by a tyrant pretending to be their hero. One possible exception to the rule that these coins use the Gallic language is a group with the letters Vep Corf. These are likely Latin and may mean something like Vepogenos, son of Koreos. If so, these may be the last native coins ever made in early Britain. The Spanish writer Pomponius Mela, who lived in the 1st century, said that the people of Britain, the farther they lived from the continent, knew no kind of wealth other than cattle and land. But some of them probably used bronze bars, iron rods, and maybe gold rings or grains as a means of exchange, as Caesar had mentioned. The coins of the southern states were not prevented from being circulated among people who lived far away. For example, one coin of the Dobuni was found as far north as Dumfries, and a few were discovered in Monmouthshire, in the land of the Silures people. These may be the people described by Solinus as living on the island of Silura, who had no connection with money. This account belongs to at least the 1st century, and probably even later. The study of early British coins also gives some clues about the communication routes between the island and the continent. The shortest of these, and probably the first to be used for trade, was between Kent and the coast of Gaul. Without a doubt, this route remained the main channel for trade with southeastern Britain. According to Pliny, who took his information from Timaeus, writing around the middle of the 4th century BC, who may in turn have gotten it from Pytheus, Thanet may be the island where, during high tide, tin brought from the west was carried in leather boats with paddles, called coracles, by the local people to be sold to traders coming from Gaul. This coastal journey is thought to have taken 6 days. However, there was another communication line whose use never stopped since the arrival of the first Belgic tribes. The Belgae, pushed westward in Gaul by pressure from Germanic peoples behind them, advanced westward. Once they became familiar with the sea, some of them may have continued this movement and reached ports between Dungeness and the mouth of the River Stour in Dorsetshire. There is no evidence that the Canti or the Durotriges and their related peninsula tribes on the opposite shore should be counted as Belgic. From this coastal line, the Belgae spread to the Thames and advanced toward the Severn Sea. The lands where the name Belgae was preserved in Britain were bordered by the territories of the Regni, Atrebates, and Dobuni on one side, and by the Dorsetshire Stour line and the Mendip Hills on the other. Beyond this line were the Durotriges and the Dumnoni. It is not easy to distinguish the early coins of the coastal Belgic peoples in Britain and Gaul from one another, and this provides strong evidence supporting Caesar's statement that Belgic tribes had made themselves a home in the south of the island. It cannot be said for sure how much these communication lines became trade routes. Some of the tin from Cornwall may have been brought into the lands of these tribes and then carried to a place near the mouth of the Seine. Also, there is numismatic evidence for a link between the British coast and the Channel Islands, and this link probably extended to Gaul on the other side. The coins in question point to the time of Claudius, but the trade they show may have started much earlier. There is no sign that the tribes west of the Belgae produced written coins. but the Durotriges may have minted coins without writing. Also, they seem to have put both written and unwritten coins of other tribes into circulation. In this respect, they may be considered slightly behind the Iceni. It is not certain whether the Durotriges were Goidelic or Brythonic, but generally, the remains of their language in Devon and Cornwall allow us to classify them among the earlier arriving Celts, the Goidels. It is certain that they were not Brythons. In terms of civilization levels, except for the people living in the Tin regions, those living in the southeast of the island were probably more advanced. In ancient times, these Tin regions mainly included Dartmoor, the area around Tavistock, and various valleys around Sant Austell facing the southern coast of Cornwall. In most other areas where tin was found, the fact that the metal was deep underground may have made it difficult to mine during those times. On the Scilly Islands, which are sometimes incorrectly referred to as the Cassitarides in ancient sources, tin is not mined today, and the traces of old mines there are neither numerous nor deep. Our knowledge of this region is limited. Coins without writing, which circulated in the Belgian coasts of Britain and belonged to the Durotriges people, have also been found in Cornwall, suggesting that the tin trade continued along the southern coast in the direction of Thanet. Here, the Greek geographer Posidonius, who was a contemporary of Cicero and whom we mentioned earlier, comes into play. He traveled as far as Cornwall and called this region Belerion. This name was later used by Ptolemy for Land's End. The description of the country seen by Posidonius was preserved by Diodorus, who wrote a little later. This author states, among other things, that the people living in this tip of Britain, namely the Belerian people, were very hospitable to foreigners, and, thanks to their contact with foreign merchants, became civilized in terms of their way of life. According to Diodorus, the land from which tin was mined was very rocky, but contained veins of earth. These veins were crushed, melted, and refined. The tin was poured into molds in the shape of dice and turned into sheets, and then taken to an island called Ictus, located off the coast of Britain. When the tide went out, the area in between would dry, and they would transport a large amount of tin to this island by carts. After saying a few words about the high water level, Diodorus mentions that on one of these islands, merchants bought tin from the locals and took it to Gaul. From there, after about a 30-day land journey, they would deliver their loads by mule to the mouth of the Rhone River, where the Rhone and Saône rivers meet. Docks were built there for tin barges. Diodorus also mentions that after talking about the tin brought from the Cassitarides, large amounts of tin were carried from Britain to the opposite coasts of Gaul, and from there it was taken on horseback through the interior of Celtic lands to the cities of Marseille and Narbonne. This refers to the tin of the Dumnonian Peninsula and shows that at that time, large amounts of tin were taken to an island located in the east, and from there passed over a short distance to Gaul. It has been argued that this island could not have been St. Michael's Mount, as some writers have thought, because it did not really appear as an island in ancient times. It is also not the Isle of Wight, because it has never been accessible on foot. Some historians insist that the island in question was Thanet. This view could explain Caesar's statement that tin came from the inland parts of the country. However, the matter of transportation is far more complex than we can solve. In earlier times, it seems that tin was transported by boats from the west. If we take into account the rather confusing account of Timaeus, such a conclusion is possible. In that case, there may have been significant improvement in the road conditions in southern Britain. So then, was there a direct tin trade between Cornwall and the continent? And did this continue since the time of the Carthaginians or Phoenicians? The evidence that Phoenicians were once in Britain is not very convincing. But in the writings of the somewhat confusing poet Festus Avienus of the 4th century, there is a kind of proof that Himilco's exploration reached as far as Britain during the most glorious times of Carthage. Modern writers are more inclined to accept this view. If there really was trade between the tin regions of Britain and the Carthaginians, this trade was probably continued by the Veneti, who controlled trade with Britain in Caesar's time. These people traded tin and brought it down to the mouths of the Garonne and Loire rivers. From there, it was carried to Marseille and Narbonne. For a time, they may have brought British tin directly to the mouth of the Loire River, and at least they were taking some of the tin from the southeast of Britain. But even if there was direct tin trade between Britain's tin regions and the Loire, this may have been entirely unknown to Caesar. It is also notable that the Dumnoni people had no coin system of their own, nor is there any indication that they used money very much. This situation seems to suggest that they lived quite far from direct trade relations with the southern parts of Europe. No matter how friendly they were to foreigners, it appears they mainly bartered their tin in exchange for Mediterranean ornaments and other flashy jewelry that barbarian tribes liked. But this situation does not prove that there was no contact between the Dumnoni people and the nearest region of Gaul during the Veneti period. On the contrary, Dumnonia was probably the part of Britain that Caesar mentioned, where Gallic students who wanted to learn Druidism would usually land. But assuming that this contact had a very long history might not be accurate. The Carthaginians had expanded their tin trade from Spain toward Gaul, and some mining activities in riverbeds belonging to the Bronze Age were carried out in regions such as Morbihan or the land of the Veneti. We can say that the beginning of Veneti's maritime power was probably due to these contacts established with the Carthaginians. After the end of the Second Punic War and the collapse of Carthage's power in Spain, the Veneti took over the tin trade so completely that there is no record of any interruption in the supply to Mediterranean markets. The tin was unloaded at the mouths of the Loire and Garonne rivers, and some of it came from places known as the Cassiderides, or Tin Islands, which were initially thought to mean the British Isles. The trade with the Cassiderides was conducted with such secrecy that no Roman could learn anything about it, until Publius Crassus personally obtained all the information on the subject. However, it is quite doubtful whether he was the same officer named by Caesar, who was sent to subdue enemy tribes in Aquitania. If the Veneti were bringing the tin from Britain directly to the mouth of the Loire, and Caesar did not know this, it shows how tightly they kept their secret. Caesar's description of the Veneti fleet shows that this fleet left a strong impression on his mind. He wrote that their ships were large, stood high above the water, and because of this, the Romans could not easily hit them with their weapons. Even though towers were built on Roman ships, these towers were not as high as the stern of the Veneti ships. These ships were made of strong oak. Their decks were 1 foot thick and fixed with iron bolts as thick as a man's thumb. It is noted that the metal used in the ships Caesar used to cross to Britain was bronze. The sails of the Veneti ships were made of leather and were tied to the anchors with iron chains instead of ropes. The sharp parts at the front of Roman ships could not damage these ships. However, when they had to maneuver in a small area, the situation of the Veneti began to worsen the moment the Romans thought of cutting the ropes with long-handled hooks, because these ropes were essential for their sailing-based maneuverability. Until their unsuccessful war with Caesar in 56 BC, the Veneti were managing most of the trade with Britain or collecting taxes through others who participated in this trade. They were also in alliance with all the coastal tribes from the Loire to the lands of the Morini and Menapii, and they were receiving help from Britain as well. This situation suggests that these sea-focused members of the Armoric or Maritime Alliance, whether in Gaul or Britain, had similarly structured ships. To get an idea about the size of their fleets, it should be noted that the Veneti were able to gather around 220 fully equipped ships on the southern coasts of Brittany to confront Caesar's fleet. These ships were built not for war, but for trade. Caesar describes this sea as large and open, extremely difficult for navigation, and almost impassable for someone who does not understand the nature of tides. He emphasizes that harbors were rare, insufficient, and sometimes non-existent. In other words, he saw these ships as very suitable for long-distance journeys. However, it is not possible for us to know exactly how far into the open sea these ancient sailors of the Armoric alliance, who had no maritime compass, could go without any coastline. As a general rule, it can be assumed that they stayed close to the shore. In Caesar's time, the most important elements of the Veneti's trade with Britain were the export of tin and the import of various ornaments and amulets. When Strabo wrote about 70 years later, he described these imported products in a dismissive way: ivory rings, necklaces, red amber, glassware, and similar decorative items. However, Strabo's account about the island's production is even more interesting. Among these products were grain, cattle, gold, silver, and iron. All of these were being exported to the continent. Also, hides, slaves, and dogs used by the Gauls in war and hunting were being sent. The export of grain and cattle seems to show that the country experienced a notable period of prosperity after Caesar's departure. The mention of gold and silver is interesting. However, even more remarkable than these metals is that iron, which was very rare in Caesar's time, had now become abundant enough to be an export product. It is not stated exactly where the slaves came from, but they likely came from the more distant parts of the island, and possibly from Ireland. However, a more important question about them must remain unanswered. Were all or most of them prisoners taken in war? To summarize these observations, there is no reason to think that Caesar's conquest of the Veneti and the Armoric alliance caused the shipbuilding knowledge they had learned from the Carthaginians in Spain to disappear along the coasts of Gaul and Britain. In fact, ending their monopoly may have had the opposite effect, and it is not unlikely that Veneti ships became a model for all the ships later used by the Romans in British waters. In this context, it can be said that modern seafaring through the Veneti ships is descended from the ships of the Carthaginians and the proud merchants of Tyre and Sidon. From other perspectives, Caesar's linking of Britain to the Roman world gave a great boost to trade between them and opened the door to Roman influences, such as the beginning of Latin being used as the official language of this country, as evidenced by the design of some coins noted here. Therefore, when we look at the people of this island before Claudius's invasion from this angle, it can be said that the inhabitants of the southeast were the most civilized, and that some Brythonic or Gaulish peoples living in the region stretching from the Severn Sea to the Isle of Thanet, and from the English Channel to the Tees, had advanced enough to mint their own coins. From the Goidelic branch perspective, it is possible that the Durotriges had a coin system without writing, that the Dumnoni were not completely against coins in their own territory, but most likely showed a clear interest in decorative items coming from Mediterranean workshops, and that the Silures and other Goidelic tribes in the remote parts of the island carried out trade only by means of barter. Now let's move away from the early Britons' coins and trade and take a broader look at their customs. Advancing as far as the north of the Thames, Caesar had the opportunity to observe the appearance of the country and learn many things about the people, but there is no reason to think that he encountered any representatives of the older Celtic settlers or the non-Celtic native peoples. Perhaps they only appeared before him as slaves. Caesar thought the country was very densely populated and that the abundance of cattle was remarkable. the structures he saw resembled those in Gaul and were quite numerous. But in his eyes, a Briton city or fort was a place surrounded by a complex forest, fortified with ditches and walls. According to what Strabo tells us, the Britons gathered their huts and animals inside these walls, but did not intend to stay there for long. Caesar noted that the people of Kent, whom he saw as the most civilized, were not much different from the people of Gaul. Diodorus, on the other hand, compared the Britons' simple and frugal lifestyle with the luxurious life he knew as the result of wealth. The population density in the southeast and the tradition of storing grain in large granaries suggest that even at that time, large amounts of grain were successfully grown in this region. However, in areas where harvested ears of grain were stored underground for daily needs, the population was probably more sparse and grain cultivation was less common. When Caesar said that most of the people living in the interior did not grow grain, fed on meat and milk, and wore leather as clothing, these statements can be largely accepted as true. But it is not possible to determine exactly which tribes he was referring to. When Caesar made these remarks, he was probably relying only on rumors circulating among the more civilized people in the southeast of the island. These were general opinions about the backwardness of some peoples in the far west and north. The same interpretation applies to Strabo's statement that some Britons had no knowledge at all of gardening and farming. However, his claim that, despite having plenty of milk, they were too ignorant to make cheese is at least supported by negative evidence from the Welsh word for cheese, cause. This word, like its English counterpart, was borrowed from the Latin word caseus. Caesar's statement that all Britons die themselves with woad should be evaluated a little differently. We may not expect this to be common among the southeastern people. But since Caesar likely wrote this based on his own observations, it must be accepted that the practice was valid even among them. However, this may not have meant more than painting the face for war or certain religious ceremonies. It should not be confused with the more serious practice of tattooing, which continued in the north of the island until quite late periods. The later poet Ovid also mentions painted Britons. This tradition seems to have existed quite widely. Some writers say the Agathyrsi and Geloni peoples did this, while others similarly mention the Sarmatians and Dacians. Herodotus refers to the Thracians. Sidonius, who was the bishop of Clermont in the 5th century, vividly described this tradition by saying that some Saxons painted their faces blue and pushed their hair to the back of their heads to make their foreheads appear larger. Caesar also states that Britons shaved all their facial hair except the upper lip and kept the hair on their heads long. But his most striking statement is what he says about the moral customs of the people. According to him, 10 or 12 men living together, especially brothers or a father and his sons, shared women communally, and children were always considered to belong to the man the woman first married. Putting aside whether this was a tradition among the Celts of Britain, it is not even certain whether it was common among any Aryan people. If Caesar's strange statement was not taken from a Greek book that told of imaginary travels among imaginary barbarians, some real facts might be linked to it. First, it is possible that the family structure of the Britons was a kind of undivided family form, in which 10 or 12 men, along with their wives and children, lived under the absolute authority of the father in a patria potestas system. This is a model well known to those who study early institutions and represents a particular stage in the social development of most Aryan nations. The Britons of the southeast and some Gaulish peoples on the continent may have heard that the marriage understanding of some tribes living in the remote parts of Britain was different from the form common among Aryan peoples. This would be a more accurate conclusion. A statement similar to Caesar's was transmitted by Strabo, but met with skepticism. However, by his time, such a way of life could only be found in Ireland. Dion Cassius, writing at the beginning of the 3rd century, repeats a similar statement for the people of Scotland. Later, those who added to the text of Solinus included this tradition in a portrait drawn for the poor king of the Hebrides. This was actually a rumor that should have been left in mythical places like Thule. But St. Jerome and others believed they had reasons to associate this practice with the names Scotti and Atticotti. This suggests that Britain and Ireland, until a relatively late date, the political situation of the Brythonic peoples in Britain toward the end of the early Iron Age and the period when their independence ended can best be examined in connection with the situation in Gaul as described by Caesar. Like all other Aryan nations, the Celts were once ruled by kings, like the Greek kings of the heroic age described in Homer's Iliad or the early Roman kings. This type of personal rule ended among Aryan peoples at different times when chieftains loyal to the king seized his power and turned it into a temporary and elective position within their own class. This development caused the same person to be both ruler and subject in turn, and no doubt represented a very distinct stage in social development. In this way, by the 7th century BC, kings had been eliminated in almost all of Greece and its colonies. In every case, after the fall of the monarchy, an oligarchy or class rule emerged. In Rome, too, when the Tarquins were expelled, all power effectively passed into the hands of the patricians. A similar revolution, even though no Herodotus or Livy emerged to record it, had occurred in Gaul before Caesar's arrival. But not very long before, since Caesar found almost everywhere the sullen and scheming representatives of overthrown dynasties, and he could easily use them either to gather information about what was happening in the senates of the peoples who had deposed their kings, or to control their countries by appointing them as kings under Roman protection in place of their fathers. This was always a known Roman policy, and was extremely unpleasant for most of the Gauls, because their hatred of kings was perhaps as intense as that of the Romans. For example, a scheming Aeduan named Dumnorix knew that the easiest way to stir hatred against Caesar in the Aeduan Senate was to quietly suggest that he had been given the title of king. Among the Helvetii, the punishment for trying to seize the highest power was to be burned alive, and it is thought that Orgetorix committed suicide before being judged to avoid this penalty. However, while the oligarchic form of government was a step forward compared to the old monarchy, it usually could not last long. The main reason was that it did nothing for the majority of the people. In Rome, this difficulty was uniquely resolved by the reluctant concessions of the patricians, but in Greece, it resulted in the rise of many despots, even if only for a short time. The same thing had begun to happen in Gaul, although this situation was probably anticipated in every state and prohibited by strict laws. For example, the Aedui had laws stating that none of the chief magistrates elected to exercise kingly power for 1 year could be from the same family as the previous office holder, if he was still alive. They were even forbidden to be members of the Senate at the same time. We say none because Caesar's account and evidence from Gallic coins show that the Aedui had not 1 but 2 chief magistrates in the office they called vergobratus. These positions can be compared to the consuls in Rome. This dual office does not appear to have been unique to the Aedui. It continued to exist as a dumvirate, a 2-person administration, for the application of law in the conquered Gallic cities, and undoubtedly helped the Gauls to adapt to Rome's municipal traditions. However, in Caesar's time, the people individually were still living in a state that he saw as nearly indistinguishable from slavery. And in order to protect themselves from the oppression of stronger individuals within the community, they had to become allies of an influential nobleman and, bound by debt, submit to him. The condition of these people reminds one of the bankrupt plebeians in Rome before they withdrew to the Mons Sacer. In both cases, it was probably the result of Aryan conquerors dominating non-Aryan peoples. However, once the great man lost his power, he also lost his influence over his allies. Considering this, Caesar's statement that each state was divided into factions is not surprising. Some leaders managed to become the rulers of their states, while most of their plans were cut short by the advance of Roman armies. These new rulers, whom we might call despots to distinguish them from former kings, appear to represent different stages of political development. Those at the lowest level were simply those who chose to hire mercenaries to overthrow the oligarchic Senate. Others were more cautious and showed outward respect for the law. They found it necessary to win over the people to their side, which they did through rhetoric and bribery. In fact, there is every reason to suppose that the people had begun to gain collective influence and became aware of their power, even though they had not yet taken the initiative. Every ambitious nobleman seeking to rise had to first consider their mood. One of the Gallic leaders at the head of a strong alliance against Caesar, Ambiorix, once said in his defense that the power of the people over him wasn't less than his power over the people. Without trying to precisely define the political development capacities of the ancient Gauls, we can say that they are seen only for a moment during one of the most critical periods in a nation's history. Indeed, the light and generalizing judgments about them from Caesar's time to today often fail to do them justice, just as our conclusions about Greek character would be lacking if we judged Greek independence only by the rise of tyrants, and based our understanding on the less-known aspects of the struggle between tyrants and oligarchies. It is also no coincidence that the nation partly descended from the Gauls today has formed a large and prosperous society. Neither the grumbling tenants of an aristocratic class nor the reluctantly aligned men of a Caesarian order. The political situation in Gaul probably also applied among the Belgic tribes in Britain. So much so that Commios, if the Commios mentioned on British coins is the same as the one from the Atrebates tribe, established his own rule on this island and was able to pass it to his sons. The justification given by the envoys who came to request peace shortly after Caesar's first landing in Britain for having put Commios in chains also supports this. They said it was the act of a crowd who did not know what they were doing. Whatever the real reason, this was seen as a valid explanation in the places Commios had set foot. But those who made this claim could never have put it forward respectfully if they were under the rule of an old-style king who tolerated no interference from the people. Here, it seems, we are dealing with a people to the east of the Belgic tribes, namely the inhabitants of Cantian or Kent, where Commios and the envoys returning from Gaul probably landed. According to Caesar's account of his second expedition, these people had not fewer than 4 kings acting under the command of Cassivellaunus as the leader of the anti-Roman organization. It is unlikely that any of these 4 kings in such a region so close to Gaul were of the old type. The same conclusion is also suggested by the previously mentioned Parisi coins, and by some coins of the Iceni tribe that only show the name of the state, as well as by coins of the Catti. However, since even the most advanced peoples of Britain continued the old traditions of painting themselves and relying heavily on war chariots in battle, it is not surprising to see that kings, very likely old-style kings, had not completely disappeared among them. One of the most powerful states, the tribe of the Catuvellauni, may have been so busy with wars against its neighbors that it paid less attention than it otherwise would have to the form of government it lived under. The people of the Trinovantes were also ruled by kings until the campaigns of Caesar, until their last king was killed by Cassivellaunus. As for the other Brythonic peoples in Britain, historians have no opportunity to obtain any definite information about their forms of government. But it is not impossible that the kings and queens of the Brigantes were of the old type. As for the Celtic peoples who had settled earlier on the island, we have no evidence that any of them had passed beyond old-style monarchy. It can be assumed that the series of ancient kingdoms in Britain was entirely interrupted or deeply transformed with the Roman conquest. Therefore, very little can be learned about the nature of the old kingdoms from the kingdoms that emerged after the permanent withdrawal of Roman legions from the island. However, it is highly likely that the earlier kingdoms were of the same kind as those in Ireland, which Roman rule never disrupted. As among the Greeks, it was said in ancient Irish legends that the king ruled by divine right and divine grace. Thus, he had to have no physical flaw and must not have lost any limb. The mythical Irish king, actually probably the Celtic sea god, Nuada, is said to have lost his hand in battle and had to step down from his position because of this, until a Western Asclepius-like figure provided him with a miraculous silver hand, each finger of which could move. Just as the man who criticized kings before Troy was portrayed as the ugly Thersites, in Irish legend the person who usurps the rightful king's power is sometimes described as a monster with a cat's head, and the wrath of God follows his steps. During his reign, the land bears no crops, trees bear no fruit, there are no fish in the rivers, and cows give no milk. But when the rightful king, the king of the correct lineage, regains power, the seasons calm down, cows give plenty of milk, the land becomes fertile, rivers overflow with fish, and the trees bend under the weight of their fruit. The Goidels in Britain had adopted the same view. Traces of this belief can be seen in the descendants of the old Silurian people until the 12th century. According to Giraldus, the birds of Lake Savedon near Brecon would begin to sing all at once when the rightful Prince of Wales commanded them. The story goes that Griffith, son of Rhys, managed to command these birds even during a time when Norman barons ruled both over Griffith personally and his lands, and the birds sang loyally and beat the water with their wings. An old-style king was responsible to no one, but he generally consulted with the chieftains dependent on him, those who in Gaul survived the monarchy to form the Senate, within the oligarchies of their own states. And after discussing his views with them, he would inform a broader assembly of his plans and announce his commands through it. As Mr. Grote says about the Greek king described in epic poems, in this form of government, all the authority that surrounds the society from top to bottom is concentrated in the king. But in important matters, this authority is exercised through ceremonies conducted in public. The king consults with the chiefs or council of elders, even debates with them, and after this consultation, he seeks the opinion of the people assembled in the agora. They either approve what the king has said or murmur, but are not thought to possess the right of rejection or of offering alternatives. This description would apply to ancient Ireland if we substitute agora, market or public space, with the Irish term enach, meaning fair or great gathering, and so it probably also applied to the Goidelic regions in Britain at that time. The old concept of king and deity probably placed them on a similar line, and just as there were gods and goddesses, so there were royal figures of both sexes. In ancient Gaul, this is shown by the Gallic word rix, appearing not only in male names like Orgetorix, Dumnorix, but also in female names like Viserix, Bitterix. This word is etymologically identical to the Latin rex, meaning king, and this word too may originally have been used in a gender-neutral sense, though over time the female form regina was established to describe the wife of a king. In Old Irish, the words re for king and regan for queen were similarly used, whereas the Welsh equivalent rian is generally just a poetic term meaning noble or graceful woman, and does not carry a royal meaning. Whether most of the Belgic Brythonic monarchies in Britain had moved beyond the idea of monarchy as a patriarchal institution, whether they allowed a woman to wield kingly authority, is uncertain. The story of Boudica, queen of the Iceni tribe, and likely the widow of a king assigned to them by the Romans, does not prove this, nor does the fact that Queen Cartismandua of the Brigantes was married or remarried provide stronger evidence. However, among the earlier Celtic peoples in Britain, there is no reason to believe that a woman could not rule her state or family absolutely. Still, since the old kingship system was essentially a large-scale version of a father's extended authority over his family, and the wife could also be assumed to hold a position of authority and respect alongside him, the queen would be expected to appear alongside the king in similar fashion. The system, whether in Britain or its sister island, would be incomplete without a queen. An interesting example is seen in a very old Irish tale. It tells how the king of Old Erin was forced to marry because the people collectively refused to hold the great festival of Tara on the grounds that he was unmarried. And regarding personal rule, one of the clearest examples that reveals the difference between the Brythons and the Goidels is the development of a word meaning power or authority in the 7th century Celtic languages. This word passed into Welsh as gwlad, meaning state or country, while in Irish it became flaith, meaning lord or prince, and at least from the 10th century, this meaning grew stronger. Ancient writers have said very little about the religion of the British people, but to the extent that they were Celts, there is no reason to assume they had the same religion as the Celts of Gaul, Italy, Greece, or other Aryan nations. Caesar says that in Gaul, the people were devoted to their gods, and that he roughly identified these gods with those of Rome: Jupiter and Minerva, Apollo and Mars, but especially Mercury, whom he said they revered more than the others. The Celts of Britain were most likely worshipping similar gods. Among them was the sea god Nodens, who had a temple built for him during Roman times at Lydney on the west bank of the Severn. The Irish, on the other hand, called the goddess of the river Boyne, the wife of Nuada Necht. Each region had a god, and rivers were associated with specific divine beings. Rivers still called Dee bear witness to this. One of the names of the Dee or Deva in North Wales was also Erfen, meaning the spirit of war. This river kept its old dignity even in the time of Giraldus. It was still believed to predict the outcome of wars. Whichever side of the river it devoured, that side was believed to lose the battle. Another river name, Besama, probably our Mersey, suggests that it was once considered divine. This name appears in inscriptions in Gaul as the name of a goddess equated with Minerva of Italy. And like the Greeks and Romans, the Britons also personified diseases. This can be seen from the fact that malaria in part of central Wales is still known as Vrach or Henrach, meaning the witch or the old witch, and from the tradition that Maelgwn died of what we will mention again as the Fad Phelan, or yellow plague. This is described as a strange figure with golden teeth, eyes, and hair, coming from a nearby swamp and fixing its ominous gaze on him in a church he entered. This was a flexible form of polytheism, or more accurately, perhaps no system at all, and probably the priesthood it implied did not form a class clearly separated from other people. But since we have no data, we must now move on to the non-Celtic natives, who had another religion, that is, Druidism, which may have originated among them. Druidism had specific features that allowed it to compromise with the Celtic conqueror in Gaul and on the British Isles. A similar situation existed with the Magi of the East and the non-Celtic peoples of Scandinavia, where a Finnish or Lappish word was synonymous with a magician in Old Norse. Druidism, whatever else it may have been as a system, undoubtedly included magic as one of its most important elements and as the main means of sustaining itself. Because the tendency of higher races to attribute magical powers to lower ones, to the extent of that tendency, made their situation more bearable in terms of how they were treated by their stronger neighbors. The Goidelic Celts appear to have accepted Druidism, but there is no evidence that it was the religion of any Brythonic people. Thus, the people of Britain may perhaps be divided religiously into three groups: the Brythonic Celts, who were Aryan-type polytheists, the non-Celtic natives under the influence of Druidism, and the Goidelic Celts, who followed a religion that combined Aryan polytheism with Druidism. Even here, data is lacking, and we struggle to know which people Pliny meant when he wrote that British women and brides participated in certain religious rites naked and with their bodies painted black in imitation of Ethiopians. Ancient writers also say very little about the Druids, who were the most influential class among them, except for those at Mona, who witnessed the landing of Suetonius and his troops on their island. Tacitus says they stained their altars with human blood, searched for omens in the intestines of victims, and practiced at least some of their savage rituals in groves, which the Romans began to destroy. Something may also be learned from the later uses of the word Druid in Celtic literature. In Welsh poetry, Derwyddon, one of the earliest examples of the word for Druids, is used for the magi or wise men who brought gifts to Jesus. Its Irish equivalent, Druid, is used in the same way and is usually translated into Latin as magus, meaning magician. Sometimes the term is given meaning through the name Simon Magus. His appearance in Celtic lands cannot be explained otherwise. The Goidelic Druids therefore sometimes appear under the title of the School of Simon the Druid. They were seers, priests, and healers, but their chief characteristic was perhaps wizardry. In the Lives of St. Patrick, it is told how the Druids of the Irish king tried to surpass the saint in performing miracles. One of them causes such heavy snow that people are quickly buried up to their necks. Another brings down a tangible darkness upon the plain, so thick that all tremble with fear. But, just as with the magicians of Pharaoh and Moses, Patrick always prevails. Indeed, the Irish so fully recognized the similarity between their own magicians and those of the Nile that a commentator on a 9th century manuscript of the Epistles of St. Paul explains to the Irish reader that Janus and Jambre were two Egyptian Druids. The same character likely applied to the Druids of Britain as well. It certainly did to the Druids in the court of the Pictish king in the non-Celtic north in the 6th century. The life of Saint Columba, written in the 7th century, describes the saint's battles with one of these northern sorcerers. This man brings down a thick darkness and violent storm as the saint sails on Loch Ness. A saying attributed to Saint Columba in an old hymn, where he says, "Christ the Son of God is my Druid," may show that the dominant idea in his mind about a Druid was that of a magician. If in the 6th century the Druids in the north of the island were of this character, then it is highly probable that at the time of Caesar's invasions, they were the same among the Goidels farther south. That is, a powerful class that united the functions of seer, magician, and priest. In Gaul, however, under the faint light of civilization from Massilia and other Mediterranean centers, these individuals seemed to have added the role of philosopher to their character. They taught the youth entrusted to their care about the stars and their movements, the earth and its lands, the nature of beings, and the power of the gods. It can also be said that the same influence had begun to soften and ease the primitive savagery in their practices. And this may be why Gallic students came to this country to perfect the Druidic system. In the western parts of the island, perhaps at a time when Aryan ideas had begun to exert stronger influence in Gaul, Druidism may still have retained its harshest and most terrifying features. Yet, it is hard to accept Caesar's claim that Druidism originated here and was only imported into Gaul. It is more likely that the Celts found it both here and there as the common religion of some of the native peoples of Western Europe. Some customs of the pagans on these islands can be seen in the practices of their Christian descendants. Thus, among many peoples, a slight kind of mutilation is seen as a symbol of slavery, and this often included shaving parts of the head. Among the Brythons, in the Welsh romances called the Mabinogion, we see that when a young man wishes to become one of Arthur's knights, his hair is cut personally by the king. But this practice is now best known in the Roman Church, for there the priest is literally called the slave of God, servus Dei, and the top of his head is shaved. The Celtic languages offer abundant evidence for this idea. For example, the Welsh word for hermit, mudwi, means slave of God, and the Irish name Maelpedraic means Patrick's tonsured or shaved slave, and this name was Latinized in the 9th century as Calvitis Patrici. The tonsure, that is, head shaving, common in Britain and Ireland, is the same, and is only a remnant of Druidism. For this reason, while the Roman Church wanted the Christians of these islands to adopt its practices more fully, it also wanted to eliminate this Druidic tonsure. The Irish Church began to conform on the matter of haircutting in the year 630, while the British Church resisted until 768. In Gildas's second letter, although later added, there is a very interesting but somewhat confusing passage that was at least written before the Druidic tonsure disappeared. It says, "The Britons, in opposition to the whole world, and not only in ritual but also in hair-cutting, are enemies to Roman traditions. With the Jews, they are slaves more devoted to the shadow of things to come than to the truth itself." The Romans say that the hair-cutting of the Britons comes from Simon Magus. His style covered only the front of the head from ear to ear, and thus excluded the true Magian tonsure, which traditionally left the front part uncovered. But in Ireland, it has been proven, according to Patrick's speech, that the inventor of this hair-cutting style was the pig herd of King Loegair MacNeill, and nearly all the Irish adopted this style. Here, the person referred to as Loegair's pig herd, a mistranslation of Moku, is Dubthach Moku Lugir, the chief poet of Ireland and head of many students. The legend about Patrick's search among his students for a man with the qualities of a bishop gives some clues about the meaning of haircutting among the Celts. "Find me," says Patrick, "a man of noble birth, good family, and moral conduct. Let him have only one wife and one son." "Why are you looking for such a man?" asks Dubthach. "To give him the priesthood," says Patrick. "That man is Fiach," says Dubthach. "He is now on duty in Connaught." He returns at just that moment, and Dubthach says, "There is the man we were talking about." "So be it," says Patrick. "But what if our words do not suit him?" "Let preparations be made," says Dubthach. "Shave me bald and let Fiach see it." When Fiach sees these preparations, he asks what they are doing. "We are cutting Dubthach's hair," they say. "This is a useless act," says Fiach, "for there is no poet in Ireland equal to him." "Would you like to be accepted in his place?" says Patrick. "My loss to Ireland," says Fiach, "would be less than his." Thus Patrick cut Fiach's beard, and from then on great favor came upon him, so that he was given the rank of bishop and from that moment became Archbishop of Leinster, and his successor followed him. Much more could be said about this early Celtic religion, but since it is more a subject of inference than of history, it would take too long to go into at length. For about a century after Caesar's last invasion, no real attempt was made to bring Britain under Roman control. However, his expeditions had the effect of placing the island in a kind of connection with the Roman world, an effect we have previously emphasized. In AD 43, Claudius Caesar decided to send Aulus Plautius with an army to conquer the island. At that time in Britain, it appears that the same political changes that Julius Caesar had observed years earlier in Gaul were taking place, and it is implied that the island's supposed ties with Rome were being threatened because those who had been exiled from Britain were being protected and supported by Claudius Caesar. Among them, Berikos, mentioned in the previous chapter, was likely present. He used his influence to persuade Claudius to invade the island, something that must have appealed greatly to the emperor, who at the time was looking for an excuse to celebrate a triumph in Rome. It is assumed that the Roman general landed without resistance, though the exact location is uncertain. One of the latest opinions on this, from Dr. Hübner, suggests that Plautius followed the route of the Belgae and landed near Southampton, then advanced northward toward Winchester and Silchester in search of the enemy. The first battle mentioned is one in which, according to Dion Cassius, Plautius defeated Caratacos and Togodumnos, sons of Kunobellinos, who had recently died. Togodumnos had likely succeeded his father as king, and Caratacos governed the western lands under the Catuvelauni. They were probably defeated in that region. Their retreat led to the surrender of the Dobuni people, who were under the Catuvelauni's authority. A Roman unit was stationed among them. Then we hear of a series of clashes lasting 2 days, in which the Britons strongly resisted the Roman advance, but thanks to the skill and bravery of Vespasian, who had been sent as the general's assistant, the invaders were eventually victorious. The British charioteers had positioned themselves near a deep river for strong defense. The Gallic auxiliary troops were the first to cross. They succeeded by injuring the enemy's chariot horses and causing other difficulties. It is unclear whether that river was the Thames, but afterward, historians strongly argue that the native army was on the south side of the tidal part of this river, and, retreating from the Roman legions, crossed it. The Gauls, like their island relatives, swam across the river easily, while the Romans crossed by a bridge farther upstream. They gained some advantage over the local forces. However, because they advanced too hastily, they lost many men. The death of Togodumnos united his people in a vow of vengeance. Plautius now took measures to secure the lands he had conquered and did not advance further. But, following orders, he sent word to the emperor. As a result, the emperor came personally and found the Roman legions waiting for him near the Thames. He crossed the river and took Camulodunon, probably Colchester, the capital of Kunobellinos. Afterwards, several tribes surrendered, and Claudius, after spending 16 days on the island, returned to Rome, celebrated his triumph, and gave the Romans public games with displays about Britain. By the time of the emperor's departure, the people of the Catuvelauni and their dependent states, along with the area between the Thames and the coast, stretching from the mouth of the river to the region around the Isle of Wight, had come under Roman rule. In this region, Rome soon found a prince loyal to its cause, King Cogidumnus. He was granted certain towns, and according to Tacitus, this king remained loyal to Rome for many years. The discovery of an inscription in Chichester that mentions a king of this name is likely not a coincidence. This person may have been Cogidumnus himself or one of his descendants. His subjects were probably the Regni people, whose territory covered what is now Sussex. Plautius remained in Britain to continue the conquest, but in 47 AD, he received a triumphal procession in Rome for having conducted the campaign skillfully. Some historians also describe Vespasian's successes. According to these accounts, he fought more than 30 battles with the enemy while serving under both Plautius and the emperor. He also brought under Roman control two of Britain's strongest peoples, more than 20 towns, and the Isle of Wight. His son Titus also served here, and on one occasion rescued his father when he was surrounded by enemies on all sides. The two strongest peoples in Britain subdued by Vespasian are not identified, but they are most likely the Belgae and the Dumnoni, who controlled almost the entire southwest of the island, including the tin mines. These tin regions could not have escaped Roman attention. By the time of Plautius's departure, the operations had clearly made Britain part of the Roman Empire. According to Tacitus, the foremost authority on the Roman conquests in Britain, command of the legions was given to Ostorius in 50 AD. He immediately began taking active measures against the tribes who openly defied Rome, disarmed those suspected of disloyalty, and prepared to restrain the people living on his side of the Severn and Trent rivers. These rivers could be considered the frontier of the province at that time. The construction of Vriconian or Wroxeter, likely near Shrewsbury, can probably be linked to Ostorius's policy, and this settlement on the Severn can be assumed to mark the furthest point of territory conquered by Roman arms up to that time. One result of his policies was the revolt of the powerful Iceni people, who had so far accepted an alliance with Rome and avoided the worst effects of the war. They now succeeded in attracting neighboring states to their side, chose a well-fortified, strong position, and defended it with great courage, but in vain. After crushing the Iceni, Ostorius pushed his forces across the island to a point not far from the sea facing Ireland. This was most likely the territory of the Deceangli. They are thought to have lived in Cheshire, or, more likely, in the North Wales region between the Dee and Clwyd rivers. The Deceangli did not meet the legions in open battle, but they carried out raids against the raiding parties and eventually managed to escape from these attacks, because news of a quarrel among the Brigantes prompted Ostorius to move toward that region. The Brigantes' relationship with the Romans during this period is unclear, but they were probably some kind of allies. To pacify the conquered tribes in the east and to have a fallback area to retreat to, Ostorius established a strong colony of veteran soldiers at Camulodunum. Now the Silures people come forward. They were a people who would endure Roman rule, neither through harshness nor kindness. They occupied the eastern half of the land between the lower Severn and Cardigan Bay. The rest of this area belonged to the Demetae. In central Wales, to the north of these peoples, was the powerful state of the Ordovices, probably from Brythonic roots and representing later Celtic settlers. In contrast, the Silures and Demetae are thought to have been of older Celtic stock and also to have absorbed or included pre-Celtic native peoples who managed to survive in the region. The Silures were less civilized than their eastern Brythonic neighbors, but much braver and more defiant. Their territory bordered a region likely ruled by Caratacos, son of Kunobellinos. After nearly 9 years of resisting the Roman legions with various results, we see him among the Silures. He must have brought his superior military skills to them and found warriors even braver than his own people. The rest is so well known that there is no need to repeat Tacitus's detailed account. How he stationed his forces in the land of the Ordovices, how he chose a strong position and fought bravely but unsuccessfully against Ostorius, how he fled to the Brigantes and was handed over to the Romans by their queen Cartismandua, how his noble stance impressed the Romans and led to a pardon from the emperor for him and his family, even though he had fought for his people. It is not certain at what point in Caratacus's career the coin marked Carat or Cara was struck, but it was likely during his time. In Rome, idle crowds gathered to see the man who had challenged the legions for years, while senators compared Ostorius's victory to some of the most notable Roman triumphs. Yet Ostorius realized that his work with the Silures was not over. Very soon afterward, we read that they inflicted heavy losses on Roman troops stationed in their homeland. They were so persistently hostile to Roman rule that at one point there was talk of wiping them out entirely. But during this time, Ostorius died, and his enemies proudly claimed that, even if not killed in battle, the hardships of war had taken his life. His successor, Aulus Didius, did not take much personal part in operations, yet he had to deal not only with the Silures, but also with the Brigantes, whose leader Venutius had become the most capable native commander since Caratacus's capture. At first he had remained loyal to the Romans, but a quarrel with his wife, Queen Cartismandua, who chose his armor-bearer instead, led him into conflict with the Romans. They intervened to rescue the queen from Venutius and succeeded. However, their victory led to no lasting result. After Didius, Veranius took command in 57, but died the following year, having done little more than raid Silures territory. Since Ostorius's death, nothing had been done to expand the Roman conquests until Suetonius Paulinus, sent by Nero in 58, brought the legions to Mona, now Anglesey. This place was described as a refuge for fugitives. He ordered flat-bottomed boats to carry the troops across the Menai Strait, and as Tacitus describes, the scene was this. On the shore stood the enemy's forces, a dense line of weapons and men, with women rushing among them screaming, dressed in mourning robes with loose hair and carrying torches. The Druids gathered around the army, raising their hands to the sky and shouting curses. The strangeness of the sight terrified the soldiers so much that their limbs seemed paralyzed, and they stood exposed to the enemy's weapons without moving. But then, encouraged by the general and reassured among themselves that they need not fear a crowd of women and fanatics, they attacked, cut down everything in their path, and burned them with the fires the Britons themselves had lit. Afterwards, a garrison was established to hold down the defeated, and the groves devoted to bloody superstition were destroyed. For it was believed that their gods demanded altars be soaked with prisoners' blood, and that the gods' will was found in human entrails. While Suetonius was occupied at Mona, news reached him that the rest of the province, now left without soldiers, was in rebellion. This uprising was led by the widow queen of the Iceni, Boudica, likely appointed as leader after the failed revolt about 8 years earlier. Prasutagus, famous for his wealth, had thought it wise to name both the emperor and his daughters as joint heirs to protect his family. But Roman officials saw this as an excuse to treat his estate as spoils of war. The queen was flogged, her daughters were raped, and leading Iceni were treated like slaves. Boudica, unwilling to suffer in silence, organized a revolt, joined by other tribes, especially the Trinovantes, whose lands had been taken by the colony established at Camulodunum. The outcome is well known. About 70,000 Romans were killed by the enraged Britons, and when Suetonius returned, he is said to have killed 80,000 natives in retaliation. There is little of significance recorded about Britain until the time of Vespasian, who took over the Roman Empire in 69 AD and knew the region well. He sent at least 3 major generals to Britain in succession. The first of these was Petilius Cerealis, who secured the submission of the Brigantes tribe in 69 and 70 AD. According to Tacitus, they were considered the most populous state on the island, or as the Romans now called it, the province, and their submission came only after several battles, some of which resulted in great bloodshed. His successor, Julius Frontinus, took on the task of subduing the Silures. Despite their courage and the harsh nature of their country, this task was likely completed successfully not long before Vespasian's third major general, Julius Agricola, arrived in 78 AD. It is noteworthy that this people were able to resist the Roman armies more or less successfully for years, and it is certain that many troops had to be stationed in their lands to keep them under control. Later, the Second Augustan Legion was permanently based at Isca Silurum on the river Usk, later known as the Caerleon Legionary Fortress, a site famous for Roman remains, including many inscriptions, located just above modern-day Newport. When Agricola arrived in Britain in midsummer of 78 AD, the soldiers were already beginning to think about retiring to their winter quarters, even though a significant Roman cavalry unit had recently been destroyed by the Ordovices, near whose territory they were stationed. At the time, many locals stood undecided between war and peace. Agricola quickly advanced into the lands of the Ordovices and inflicted such heavy losses on them that, according to Tacitus, this short campaign nearly resulted in their total destruction. Although this is clearly an exaggeration, as shown by their later history and the wide, wild area they occupied. This region included land to the north of the Silures and Demetae, parts of adjoining English counties, and nearly all of North Wales. Roughly speaking, the northwest corner within the Clwyd and Modach river basins, including Mona, Anglesey, could still be considered the land of earlier Celtic settlers of the Goidelic branch, since these Ordovices, who reached the sea to the west, are thought to have been predecessors to the Brythonic invasion. From the Roman point of view, the Ordovices and the Goidels behind them usually acted together against them, and when the legions attacked the Ordovices, it's clear that Mona, Anglesey, was the ultimate goal, as it was in this campaign. For after crushing the Ordovices, Agricola advanced to the shores of the Menai Strait. The islanders, seeing that he had no ships, believed they were safe. But they soon realized their mistake. Auxiliary troops, probably from Gaul or the lowlands near the Rhine's mouth, suddenly plunged into the channel and swam safely across. The island soon surrendered, and Agricola began suppressing the abuses that made Roman rule so intolerable for the Britons. His policies were so successful that the locals began adopting Roman customs and traditions, and eventually started learning Latin. In the summer of 79, the army was still harassing those locals who continued to resist, and it was only in the summer of 80 that Agricola undertook to expand the province northward. At that time, lands of some Brigantes tribes were invaded and fortified, and Roman troops, supplied with a year's provisions, spent the winter there. It may have been that year or the next when a legion was first stationed at Ibracon, also known as York. Agricola's fourth summer in command, in 81 AD, was spent securing these northern conquests. The territory was now bounded by the Forth and Clyde rivers, and the land between these estuaries was defended by a line of forts. In his fifth campaign, Agricola turned his attention to the areas facing Ireland, probably Galloway. This was not due to any threat from that region, but because he wished to conquer Ireland. He believed one legion and some auxiliary troops would be enough for the task. For this purpose, he kept an Irish king in exile, ready to assist. The sixth campaign, the following year, was directed against the tribes beyond the Forth, and a fleet sent to explore the northern coasts worked in coordination with the army, spreading fear among the northern peoples. Now even the final refuge of the defeated, their hidden harbors and sea routes, seemed under threat. This intelligence came from prisoners and shows that even then, the northern peoples knew how to make use of their many lakes and inlets. Some people gathered enough courage to attack, but they were defeated in the general battle that followed, and the Roman soldiers, who wanted to advance into the land that Tacitus called Caledonia, did not stop. However, the Caledonians, far from being crushed, decided to put aside their mutual jealousies and form a united front against the invaders in the next summer, in the year 85. Agricola sent his fleet along the coast to create fear and unease, and moved his army up to the river Tay. It is estimated that at the place where the Tay and Ila rivers meet, the Caledonians had set up camp with an army of 30,000. Their leader was someone named Calgacos, and Tacitus describes him as addressing his people with very impressive words. Agricola also speaks to his legions in a similar way, and then a terrible battle begins. The historian claims that the Caledonians lost 1/3 of their number. Among other things, he tells that the local people were equipped with short shields and long swords without tips, which were not useful in the heart of the battle, and that their war chariots added to the confusion. This battle took place in the year 86 and is known as the Battle of Mons Graupius, or Graupius. After winning the battle, Agricola moved into the lands of the Boresti people, located somewhere between the firths of Tay and Forth. He took hostages from the Boresti and probably returned to his winter headquarters south of the firths of Forth and Clyde. Meanwhile, the fleet, which had spent the winter in a port that Tacitus called Truculensis, or Trutulensis, was ordered to sail around the north of the island. The Caledonians were not disturbed any further, because the Roman general was now recalled by Domitian, who had been emperor since the year 81, and Domitian had begun to envy Agricola's fame. During the time of Agricola's successor, the northern part of the province became independent again, and when Emperor Hadrian came to Britain in the year 120 to suppress a rebellion that was breaking out, he decided it would be best to draw a line from Solway Firth to the mouth of the River Tyne, and defend it with a ditch, a stone wall, and an earth rampart, along with forts and watchtowers. Antoninus, who came to the throne after Hadrian, sent Lollius Urbicus to Britain in the year 139 to bring the Brigantes, the people living in the region between Hadrian's Wall and the Firth of Forth, under control. Later, the border defined by Agricola was restored to the province, and an earth wall was built between the Forth and Clyde. Most of the lands of the Brigantes and their related tribes were now under Roman rule, but not all, because the peoples of this group, even if they were known by different names, also lived beyond the two large rivers. The name Brigantes became known through their relatives between the Forth and Tees, associated with Bernicia, which gave its name to an Anglian kingdom in a later age. Our main source about this war is a Greek writer who lived in this period, Pausanias, but his words are rarely fully understood. He mentions that the Romans attacked a people he called the Genunia Company, or Genunian Division, who paid tax to Rome. The word Genunia clearly shows Pictish origin and is probably the same as Geona Connors, or Geonian Division, a name used by a 7th century writer for a people living in the Western Highlands opposite the Isle of Skye. This unusual use of words like Fiolpa and cohorse can only be explained by the Goidelic word he tried to translate. This is nothing but dal, meaning region, part, a word often used in ethnic names like Dalriada, Dalcairbre, and Dalkais. So the Genunians cannot be Brython. They must be either Picts living on the mainland opposite Skye, or the Pictish people between Solway Esk and Loch Ryan. At that time, some communities in northern Britain, today's Scotland, were still free and continued to resist the Roman Empire. Some of them were later called Atticoti, and later became known as Picts, painted, tattooed people in the Galloway region. These communities had a rather rebellious and warlike nature, and generally did not get along well with the surrounding peoples, So even if there was no direct war with Rome, it is clear that they did not easily make peace with them. These peoples were probably not directly connected to Rome, but had some kind of allied relationship with it. In the years AD 162 and 182, these northern tribes crossed the border and attacked Roman lands. After a few years of silence, they appeared again in 201. This time, historical sources referred to them as the Caledoni and the Mayatai. This second group probably lived in the region near the shores of the Fourth Firth and were active near the wall at the northern border of Rome. Emperor Septimius Severus took this threat seriously and came to Britain in 208, launching a campaign to the north with an army bigger than ever before. The northern people offered peace without fighting, but Severus wanted to take things seriously this time and planned to march his army into the northern lands. He had forests cleared, roads and bridges built. He advanced as far as the shores of the Moray Firth. There was no major battle, but the enemy launched small attacks along the way, causing many losses to the Roman army. When he returned, he strengthened the defense line between the Forth and Clyde again. But shortly after, the northern Mayatai people rebelled again. Severus died in York in 211. His son Antoninus made a temporary peace with the northerners. Nothing major happened in Britain for a long time until the rebellion of a man named Carausius in 287. At that time, Rome had built a navy to defend against German pirate attacks. Carausius, who was in charge of this fleet, was accused of cooperating with the pirates. Then he broke away from Rome and took control of Britain. The island remained independent from Rome for about 10 years. Carausius was killed in 294 by a man named Electus. Electus was then defeated and killed 3 years later, in 296, by the army of Emperor Constantius Chlorus. Thus, Britain was reconnected to Rome. In 306, Rome sent another army to the northern lands where the Caledoni and the Picts lived. The Picts were not like the southern Britons. They were known for painting their bodies. That's why the word Pictus was usually used to describe these tattooed people north of Rome's border. In 360, the Picts attacked Britain again, and this time they were joined by the Scots from Ireland. These Scots probably had the same roots as the Picts, and this wasn't their first arrival in Britain. When the Romans withdrew from the northern lands, another people named the Attacoti, living between Hadrian's and Antoninus's walls, joined these aggressive groups in 364. At the same time, the southeastern coasts were being raided by Saxon pirates. The Saxons especially targeted the coastline between the Wash Gulf and the Isle of Wight. In the face of these complex attacks, Rome sent Commander Theodosius to Britain in 369. With Theodosius's arrival, the Saxons retreated to the Orkney Islands, the Scots to Ireland, and the Picts to the north, beyond the Severus Wall. The Romans repaired this wall and placed soldiers there to protect the region south of it. This area was named Valentia, or Valentiniana, in honor of the Roman emperor of that time, and became a new province. The Attacoti people, who behaved most harshly during the attacks, were taken into the Roman army and sent to the continent, that is, into mainland Europe. Saint Jerome, who saw some of these people, said that they practiced cannibalism, meaning they ate human flesh. The Picts, the independent people of northern Britain, later came to be known as two separate groups, the Dicaledonnes and the Verturiones. The first group, Dicaledonnes, meant twin Caledonians and represented the main Caledonian people. The Verturiones later became the people of a kingdom called Fortren among the Gaelic-speaking communities. This group may also have brought other tribes named Misiate or Boresti under their rule. Finally, there is mention of Maximus, who served in the army of Theodosius and later became the head of the Roman army in Britain. Maximus was declared emperor in Britain in 383 and achieved success against the Picts and Scots in 384. But a few years later, in 387, he took a large army from Britain to join the imperial struggle in Europe. This conflict led to his death in 388, and Britain was left undefended. Now, Britain was completely open to attacks from the Picts and Scots. In response to this dangerous situation, Roman general Stilicho sent a legion to Britain in 396. This army pushed back the attackers from the north and filled the northern Roman wall, probably Hadrian's wall, with soldiers again. But in 402, this legion was withdrawn, and after that, the country suffered great destruction once again. When the Brighton people asked Rome for help, another army was sent here in 406. But in 407, this army also left Britain, never to return. The man who took them away was a commander named Constantine. He was the third person to be declared emperor by the armies in Britain, because at that time, the Roman Empire was terrified by the invasion of Vandals, Alans, and other Germanic groups in the year 406. The soldiers were afraid of being trapped in a distant place like Britain. When Constantine won a strong victory, he took control of Gaul, modern-day France, and Spain. Because of this, Roman Emperor Honorius was forced to officially recognize this man, who was actually a rebel. One of Constantine's most important generals was a Briton named Gerontios. But after some time, Gerontios felt that Constantine and his son had excluded him, so he rebelled against them. For this purpose, he invited some Germanic tribes to invade Gaul and Britain. In 409, these tribes attacked Britain. In fact, Britain had already not found peace for a long time due to Saxon and pirate coastal attacks. Most of Constantine's army was in Spain at that time, and Honorius was not in a position to help Britain. Instead, he wrote letters to the cities in Britain, telling them to take care of themselves. The Britons did just that. In 410, they not only got rid of the invaders, but also expelled the last few Roman officials who were still in office from the country. Honorius blamed Constantine for the loss of Britain and the killing of some of his relatives, so he sent an army against him. Constantine locked himself up in the city of Arles, but he was killed there. This happened in 411. Shortly afterward, Gerontios also died. While inviting the Germanic tribes to Britain, Gerontios probably wanted to rule the country himself. But when the Roman army started chasing him, his own men betrayed him and set fire to his house, killing him. Gerontios defended himself for a while with only one servant by his side. This servant was a German from the Alan tribe. But eventually, their situation became so hopeless that both his wife and servant asked him to kill them. Gerontios killed them first, then himself. It is said that his son took refuge with the Alans. These events were reported by the historians Olympiodorus and Zosimos. The story of Gerontios is similar to a famous story about a Briton leader named Vortigern and a Saxon commander named Hengist. This story is first found in the writings of Bede and Nennius. But in earlier writers like Gildas, only some parts of this story are found. To understand what the Roman administration system was like when the Romans ruled Britain, we need to go back a little. In the time of Emperor Severus, Britain was divided into Upper Britain and Lower Britain. According to a historian named Dion Cassius, the legions at Caerleon and Chester were in Upper Britain, and the legion at York was in Lower Britain. This situation suggests that the Romans might have divided the country not north-south, but east-west. When natural borders are considered, the area from the Severn and Avon rivers, starting from the Dove and Derwent hills up to the River Tees, could be Lower Britain. This also matches the region brought under Roman control in the time of Ostorius. The rest would be Upper Britain, covering the area from the Bristol Channel to the Solway Firth, including the two mountainous regions and the plain between them. Some researchers think this upper and lower division was based not on geography, but on the distance from Rome. In other words, the region closer to Rome was called Upper, and the more distant one was called Lower. But this idea doesn't fit well with river directions. For example, although it is farther from Rome, Lower Germany is at the mouth of the Rhine River. Upper Germany is farther inland. The same is true for the Pannonia and Moesia regions on the Danube River. Later, during the time of Emperor Diocletian and Great Constantine, Britain was divided into 4 regions. Upper Britain was split into Britannia Prima and Britannia Secunda, and Lower Britain was divided into Maxima Caesariensis and Flavia Caesariensis. In these last 2 regions, the word Britannia was not used, only the names remained. In 369, a 5th province named Valentia was created. In a document listing important positions in the empire, the 5 provinces in Britain were listed as Maxima Caesariensis, Valentia, Britannia, Prima, Britannia Secunda, Flavia Caesariensis. This order was based not on their locations on the map, but on the ranks of their governors. Maxima Caesariensis and Valentia had governors at the consul level. The other 3 provinces were governed by lower-ranking governors called praeses. There are 3 other lists where the provinces of Britain are ranked, and at least 2 of them may be older than the official record just mentioned. Although the order of province names varies in these lists, the 2 Britons are always side by side. This shows that they were considered together for a long time. Even though Roman Britain is sometimes called a province, technically, it was actually a diocese, a larger administrative region. Within this structure, there were 5 different provinces, and all of them were governed by a vicar, or deputy governor. This person was under the main administrator in Gaul. The same administrator also ruled over the other deputy governors in Spain and Gaul. So this system covered a large area stretching from Britain to North Africa. The vicar in Britain was responsible for both justice and financial matters. But military affairs were divided between 3 different commanders. These were the Count of Britain, the Count of the Saxon Shore, and the Duke of Britain. The Duke of Britain was most likely more concerned with the regions of Upper Britain. However, towards the end of Roman rule, the troops under his command had mostly moved to the northern border areas. This shows that the regions of Lower Britain, north of the Humber River, were now being considered military zones, like Upper Britain. The Count of the Saxon Shore was in charge of the coasts between the Wash Gulf and the Isle of Wight. This area was the most open to attacks from the Saxons and similar Germanic tribes. The Count of Britain was the general commander of all this structure. His area of duty was not limited to one place, but spread across the whole island. This role can be compared to the military commands in Italy's Alps region or around Strasbourg. These areas were also open to German invasions. 350 years. During this time, most of the British Celts became Christians and started to learn the system of city government. Since Roman officials were not very well liked by the people, when imperial officers left Britain in a hurry, this system managed to survive in some places. Also, the Latin language was spreading quickly on the island. This language was used in official writings and had also started to be spoken among people, especially in the southern and eastern regions. The children of people from different nations who came to the island with the Roman army began to learn and use this language. Among the cities where the Latin influence was felt the most were York, Lincoln, Colchester, and London. Rome tried to rename London as Augusta, but this name was not liked and was eventually forgotten. When we look at the inscriptions from the Roman period in Britain, we understand that this region was more military-based compared to other parts of the empire. Civil administration was less important. This may be because the local people had a warrior nature, and Rome had to fight for a long time to conquer this place. Also, because of constant threats from outside enemies like the Saxons and the Picts, a permanent army was needed here. As a result, when trying to understand the dark period after Roman Britain, up to the late 6th century, it is best to focus on this military structure, because we can best follow the transition period of that time through this aspect. It would be wrong to think that the people living in Britain immediately divided into small tribal states after Roman officials left, because the Britons had mostly passed that stage before Rome came to the island. Moreover, the long-lasting central government of Rome must have left a mark on the local people. So, did the Britons then choose an emperor or a single king? There is no clear evidence that this happened. It looks more like they continued the military leadership structures that had already developed during the Roman period. Although we don't know exactly what happened to the Count of Britain, it is thought that the Duchy of Britain and the Saxon Shore Countship continued to exist for a long time, though in a different form. It's not hard to understand how this situation developed. In 387, when General Maximus took the army to the continent, he may have left a small local force to defend against the Picts and Scots in the north. Likewise, he may have left a force to protect the southeastern coasts. Later, the commander of the legion that came in 402 may have applied this system more widely. When the Roman army left for the last time in 409, according to the historian Gildas, the Romans told the Britons that they needed to defend themselves. For this purpose, they had a defense wall built in the north and towers built along the eastern coasts facing the sea. These towers were built to make it easier for the people to defend these coasts, which had earlier been protected by the Roman navy. This means that the Britons had two separate armies, one in the north and one in the southeast. The fact that they repelled the Germanic attacks in 410, and that the Picts in the north didn't manage to spread much shows that these armies really existed. Probably these armies took over the headquarters left behind by the Roman troops, and their commanders were seen as local versions of the Roman titles Dux, leader, and Comes, count. Actually, there wasn't much difference between the titles Dux and Comes, only that Comes was a bit higher in the imperial protocol. The area of duty for both was called a ducatus. These titles passed into the Welsh language as gwledig, and this word meant ruler or regional leader. This is also the title used in Welsh sources for General Maximus. He was probably serving as the Duke of Britain before he left Rome. Interestingly, apart from Arthur, the people who held power in post-Roman Britain were never called emperor or king in Welsh sources. They were always referred to as gwledig, meaning regional leader or governor. This shows that the people's idea of governance was based on strong local leaders instead of a central imperial system. Gildas, Nennius, and Welsh traditions in general say that the person who took the leadership of the Saxon Shore Countship was Ambrosius Aurelianus, also known as Aurelius Ambrosius. In the Welsh language, this name becomes Emrys. Gildas speaks very highly of Ambrosius and says that he came from a family who had reached high positions in Rome, but that his family was killed in the fights with the Saxons or other Germanic groups who attacked the coast. One of those who died in these conflicts, the Count of the Saxon Shore named Nectarides, was most likely a member of his family. Looking at Ambrosius's character and abilities, He was quite a suitable leader for the conditions of his time, and it can be said that he gained the support of the groups who had adopted Roman culture. However, Nennius suggests that he had a conflict with someone named Gwynedd. This person was probably from a different group that had not adopted Roman culture. But this opposition must have been suppressed, because according to Gildas, only Ambrosius stands out as the leader of the Britons' victory against the Saxons. Even so, this success did not last long. The Saxons soon began to take over the southern parts of Britain one by one. It is not clear how much of these advances Ambrosius lived to see. However, some historically accepted founding dates for Anglo-Saxon kingdoms are as follows. In 449, the Jutes settled in the Kent region. This was where the Canti people had lived before. They also took the Isle of Wight and nearby coastal areas. Around the year 477, the Kingdom of the South Saxons was founded. This corresponds to today's Sussex region and was then the forest-covered area of Anderida. The old people living there were the Regni. In 495, a stronger Saxon state, the Kingdom of the West Saxons, or Wessex, appeared around present-day Hampshire. This kingdom quickly expanded by taking over the former Belgic regions. At some time in the 6th century, the Kingdom of the East Saxons was also founded. The name of this kingdom survives in today's Essex region. This area used to be the land of the Trinovantes tribe, and the Roman colony founded there, Camulodunon, is considered the origin of the English name Colchester. The area between Essex and the Wash Gulf used to be where the Iceni people lived. This land was taken by the Angles, known as the South Folk and the North Folk. Other Angles also took the coastal regions between the Wash Gulf and the Humber River. These lands once belonged to the Coritani people. Over time, these Anglian settlements grew and became a large kingdom called Mercia, a name of Latin origin used by historians. This name comes from the region the Angles defined as the border with the Britons. The Kingdom of Mercia also included the West Saxon conquests north of the Thames and a wide area in what is today the Midlands of England. The Britons living in this region, who were of Celtic origin, came into early contact with the West Saxons and often called them Saxons. Over time, this word became Saeson in the Welsh language and became a general term to describe the English. In Welsh legends, the name of Ambrosius is usually associated with the southern part of Lower Britain. Especially the town of Ambrosbur, today's Amesbury, in Wiltshire, is linked with him. This region must have been one of the areas where battles with the West Saxons were intense. In the mid-6th century, the Welsh monk Gildas, whom we mentioned earlier, harshly criticized the Briton kings of his time. Gildas said that only 2 of these 5 leaders ruled in Lower Britain. One was Constantine, the king of Dumnonia in today's Devon and Cornwall regions. The other was Aurelius Conan. Gildas does not say exactly which region Aurelius ruled, but it is thought to be the land between the River Severn and Poole Harbor. Gildas seems to know the descendants of Ambrosius and says they are still in power. Maybe the leader of this family was Aurelius Conan. His name also supports this possibility. In Welsh traditions, he is called Cynan and referred to with the title Gwledig, meaning leader. But Gildas's biggest criticism of him is that he chased civil war. This suggests that he had to use force to hold on to power. It is not known how much of the Gwledig position was left to this family, or appeared to be left to them. But it is highly likely that under their leadership, the Battle of Mons Badonicus, whose historical location is not known, was fought. According to Bede, this battle happened in the year 493. This battle ended in an important victory for the Britons, and some sources attribute this victory to King Arthur. After this battle, the West Saxons remained silent for a long time, until Cadwallon became king in 556. Cadwallon fought the Welsh people around both the Thames and Severn, and won a great victory in a place called Diorham in the year 577. In this war, according to the Saxon Chronicle, 3 Welsh kings named Conmugel, Condedon, and Farenmegel were killed. After that, the Saxon king Colin captured important cities such as Bath, Gloucester, and Cirencester. Thus, the Welsh people living in the peninsula south of the Severn Sea were completely cut off from their northern relatives. One of these 3 kings, Condedon, is known in Welsh literature as Cynddelyn and is associated with the present-day Shropshire region. After Condedon's death, Cadwallon mercilessly plundered his land and burned down his capital city, Pengwern, now Shrewsbury. Later, in 584, Cadwallon suffered a heavy defeat at Fethenlig and lost his northern gains. Still, it is accepted that he managed to expand the Saxon border as far south as the River Axe. The areas east of the Axe and Parrett rivers were also taken by the Saxons. These conquests continued during the reign of another Saxon king named Cenwalh, until his death in 672. In the 8th century, the West Saxon king Aine expanded the borders as far as Taunton. But during this period, he fought with a very talented prince named Geraint, who led the Welsh communities in the region. Later, in 815, during the reign of King Ecgbert, the region of Cornwall was plundered. However, the Welsh people living in this peninsula only fully submitted to English rule during the time of King Aethelstan. Aethelstan declared the River Tamar as the border between the Welsh and the English. Still, the people of Cornwall kept their Celtic identity and language for a long time. The complete disappearance of the Welsh language in this region happened about 100 years ago. This especially occurred in West Cornwall. As an example of what happened in between, according to William of Malmesbury, during the time of Aethelstan, the city of Exeter was divided between the English and the Welsh. Also, from the writings of Asser, a Welsh friend of King Alfred, we know that many Welsh place names were used in Dorset. For example, Durnguir for Dorchester, Caerwysg for Exeter, and Frau for the River Frome. The River Wylye in Wiltshire was also referred to as Gilu in Welsh sources. The traces of the Welsh language in this region can also be seen from a few old gravestones with Briton names on them, found at the Devon Church in Lustley and at St. Mary's Church in Wareham. Although some of these stones were damaged during church repairs in the 19th century, some have survived to this day. The letter shapes and spelling on these inscriptions show that they belong to the 9th or 10th century. Now that we have briefly explained how the English took control of Lower Britain, the following question arises: how much of the old population was able to stay? According to some, the English might have completely wiped out the old people as long as they remained pagans. But after they became Christian, it is also likely that they behaved more humanely. In this context, some important events are as follows. Northumbria King Edwin became Christian in 627. Wessex King Cynegils was baptized in 635, and his son did the same the following year. The kingdom of Mercia remained pagan, but this changed in 655 with the death of Penda, and during the reigns of his sons, this kingdom also became Christian. After these dates, in later conquests, it is possible that the local people were not completely displaced and continued to live in some places, especially in places like Wessex. Even during the reign of King Aethelstan in the 10th century, it is believed that there were still villages and towns with Welsh people living under English rule. In general, The idea that the old population was completely destroyed is not certain. Especially in the southern and eastern regions, they may have continued to live as peasants or slaves. In some regions, unless they could protect their cities, they may have only survived after the English became Christian. On the other hand, those who support the idea that the Welsh people were completely wiped out should not exaggerate the fact that there are almost no Celtic words in Old English. Because, when the English arrived on the island, the language spoken in the southern and eastern regions was probably already Latin. In fact, some researchers claim that the people the English first called Wheelus, meaning the Welsh, were not the Britons, but the Latinized people influenced by Rome. Later, this name also began to be used for the Welsh people in the West. In this case, the real question might be, how many Latin words are there in Old English? As a result, the Roman Empire withdrew its troops from Britain in the early 5th century, thus ending its rule over the island. Consequently, Britain entered the Dark Ages and was left to face its fate without Roman protection. In this section, we will look at what happened to the people of Upper Britain after the Romans left the island. Before the Romans withdrew, the Picts and Scots had already raided these areas many times, but it seems that the local army responsible for the North's defense was quite effective, because these northern tribes were only able to establish a permanent settlement in Roman-controlled Britain, south of the Firth of Forth, in the Lothian region, which includes Edinburgh. This place is called Gododdin Manaw in Welsh. This name was used to distinguish it from the other Manaw region beyond the Forth and from the Isle of Man. The Picts were not only here. They also lived in the area between the River Nith at Solway Firth and Loch Ryan. Bede also calls these people Nidwari, meaning the people of the Nith. They are generally known as the Galloway Picts. Most likely they had settled in this region long before. These people were an extension of the group known as the Atticoti and were known for tattooing their bodies and always being ready to attack the Britons. When the Romans left, we cannot say that there was a large-scale Germanic invasion of Upper Britain. There may have been small German settlements in the coastal areas between the Tyne and the Forth. Generally, historians accept the year 547 as the time when an organized state appeared in this region. Because in that year, a man named Ida began to rule and fortified Bamborough to make it his capital. Some sources suggest that Jutes or Frisians lived around the Firth of Forth. But the state established in this area was historically of Anglian origin. What is interesting is that in Bede's time, these people were referred to by a name based on the old Celtic tribe Brigantes. In Latin, this name was Bernici, and in English, it was said as Bernicus. This came from the Welsh word Brennic, or Brenniche. These names were directly linked to the Brigantes. So Bernici actually meant the people of Brigantes' lands. This included the area where the Votadini people lived, known as Gododdin, and perhaps the land of another group called the Dumnoni. Another Anglian group also settled in the land between the Humber and Tees rivers, which used to belong to the ancient Parisi tribe. The northern Anglian peoples became so connected with the local population that they were referred to with a Celtic-based name, unlike other Anglian and Saxon tribes. In Latin sources, starting from Bede, the people in this region were called Deri, and the place they lived was called Dera. These names may have come from the Welsh word Dever, which was either the name of the region or its old people. Even though this name goes back very far, it does not directly appear in ancient written sources. The exact date when Bernicia expanded south to the River Tees and became neighbors with Dera is unknown. Also, there is not much information about Dera until the time of the Bernician king Ethelfrith. This king also took Deira and became the ruler of both kingdoms. After that, Deira and Bernicia were sometimes ruled separately and sometimes together. When united, this region was called Northumberland, or in Latin form, Northumbria. This second name is used to avoid confusion with the county of Northumberland. However, even though the eastern coasts from the Humber River to the Firth of Forth were taken in the Anglian invasion, the land still held by the Celts in Upper Britain was quite large. This region covered the west from the Severn Sea to the Solway Firth, and from there to the River Clyde. So was this just a geographic area, or did it have a political structure like a state? At first glance, it seems hard to talk about such a political structure. Also, since it had a long border that was hard to defend, it was expected to break into parts very soon. But in reality, this region stayed together for more than 200 years. It was not until the 7th century, when the Welsh people suffered a heavy defeat at the Battle of Chester, that this unity fell apart. This defeat is seen as a time when their dreams were broken and their traditions were heavily damaged. Upper Britain was not the land of a single ethnic group. For example, Picts lived in Galloway. In the northwestern and southern parts of Wales, there was another Goidelic people related to the Goidels of Ireland. On the other hand, the real Britons, that is, the Brythons, were dominant in the region. Also, there were some Brython communities north of the Forth. We don't know much about them. Besides this, there were also Brythons, who had established their own Britain south of the Severn Sea and in Gaul. Still, a very strong sense of unity developed among these different groups in Upper Britain. The word Cymri originally only meant people of the same land, but over time it became a national identity. Today, this name is generally known by the English as Cumberland, or in its more distorted form, Cambria. But the name Cymri was not just a word. This sense of unity led to the birth of a unique Welsh literature. This literature, which was different from that of other Brython communities, was especially filled with sad poems about the fall of their states in the 7th century. Although these poems were written in a Welsh language that can no longer be fully understood, they carry a great historical and emotional weight. Geography, borders, or a single race are not enough to explain this unity. Therefore, we need to look at the historical events that started and shaped this unity. This takes us back again to the final years of the Roman period. Like in other provinces in Britain, the Romans were forcing the local people into the Roman army. At first, it was the rule that these soldiers would be sent to the continent, far from their homes. But over time, when the danger from inside was gone and the threat began to come from outside, some local soldiers were allowed to serve in Britain. Inscriptions and documents found show where some of these units were stationed and their official names. During the time before the Roman troops left in the year 410, and also after Rome completely withdrew, the defense of the country was now in the hands of the local people. Most likely, no area under the responsibility of the general known then as Dux Britanniarum, commander of Britain, escaped sending soldiers. Even if there were places that resisted, the need to act together against barbarian attacks from outside probably broke that resistance. It seems that the regions under the control of this Dux Britanniarum became more connected to each other over time and started to see themselves as different. In fact, those later called Cymri, meaning our people, may have come from this group. This sense of unity was very likely strengthened by outside attacks. The mentioned region, meaning the places considered to belong to the Cymri people of that time, probably matched the military responsibility area of the Dux Britanniarum. But we do not know the exact borders of this region. Still, it is possible to say that this region was similar to the Cymri lands after Britain separated from Rome. The earliest local leader of this period mentioned is someone named Cuneda. There is quite a lot of information about him in Welsh traditions, but his full story is not clear. His name is of Celtic origin, and according to the story, his mother was the daughter of the famous Cole. This shows that he was connected with the north, especially with the area of Kyle in today's Ayr region. According to what Nennius wrote, Cuneda and his sons came to Wales from a region called Manau Gododin. This person may have been the head of a noble family belonging to the Brigantes people. Also, his father's name is given as Eternus, his grandfather's name as Paternus, and his great-grandfather's name as Tacitus. These Latin names suggest that he might also have had Roman origins. In Cuneda's family, there were probably people who had held important positions during the Roman period. This idea is also supported by the fact that in Welsh family trees, Paternus is mentioned with the nickname Pysrud, which means red-robed. This title brings to mind the purple-colored official clothes specific to Roman rulers at that time. All of this may have made it easier for Cuneda to become a strong figure among the people. Welsh legends emphasize the following points. Cuneda and his sons ruled Wales. His power stretched from Carlisle to the River Wear. This represented a natural border against Anglo-Saxon lands. His palace was located in Carlisle, and he had 900 cavalrymen serving on the wall. It is also said that he wore the golden belt given to those who held the title dux during the Roman Empire. One Welsh poem also mentions Cuneda's belt. Moreover, it is believed that many of the important saints of Wales came from his family. According to what Nennius tells, Cuneda and his sons came to Wales from Manau Gododin, 146 years before the reign of Maelgwn. This information probably matches the time when the Picts took control of part of Manau. This shows that the period when Cuneda lived was very close to the time when Rome withdrew from Britain. Nennius says that Cuneda had 8 sons, but later stories increase this number and link their names to different regions in Wales. According to the stories, the eldest son died before coming to the north, and his son inherited the lands of his uncles. This person's name is Mirion, and this name was given to the area now still known as Merioneth. According to another story by Geoffrey of Monmouth, Mirion, or Margan, was Cuneda's brother, and he died in the land that he gave his name to after fighting with Cuneda. The name of another of Cuneda's sons, Ceredig, was given to the region of Ceredigion, which is today's Cardiganshire. His other sons also gave their names to various places in northwestern Wales. Except for part of Merioneth, these places were lands inhabited by Goidelic, that is, Irish-connected peoples. Nennius calls these people Scotti and says that they were driven out of the region very harshly by Cuneda's sons. The center of Cuneda's influence in Wales was located in a region once belonging to the Brythons, called the Ordovices. This community seems to have not resisted Cuneda's rule. Since there is no report of conflict with the Silures in the southeast, it is thought that they also remained silent under this rule. So how did Cuneda gain this power in Wales in the first place? Most likely, it was possible through the title Gwledig, which was the continuation of the Roman title Dux Britanniarum. This title may have given him the authority to appoint his sons as kings to different regions. Also, the Goidelic peoples in the south and northwest of Wales may have opposed this new order, while the Brython peoples may have been pleased with it. Cuneda probably had influence as far as the Severn Sea region, but he may never have personally gone to Wales. Still, he left special regions to his sons and passed the Gwledig title down to his family. In later centuries, this title remained only with those from his lineage. There is a story in Irish sources about the Scotti people mentioned by Nennius. A group called the Daci was expelled from the Meath region and settled in the Dyfed area of Wales. For about 100 years after Cuneda, it is not known who held the Gwynedd title among the Cymry people. But in the mid-6th century, a religious man named Gildas criticized 5 princes by name. 3 of these princes were in Wales: Vortiporios, Cuneglassos, and Maglocunos. Gildas makes very serious accusations about Maelgwn, but he also emphasizes that he was a great warrior, taller than the other princes, and had much more authority. It is not entirely clear where Kinless ruled, but he is thought to be a relative of Maelgwn. Vortiporios was the king of Dyfed, and probably came from a people who had arrived in Wales from Ireland. But according to Gildas's accounts, he also had to accept Maelgwn's dominance. As a result, during this period, Maelgwn was almost the most powerful person in all of Wales. Maelgwn's own kingdom was known as Venedot, Gwyndod, or by its modern name, Gwynedd. Today, this name refers to all of North Wales, but in the past, it described a smaller area, meaning the region covering the Clwyd Valley, the west and north of the River Modoc. Gildas does not give us much information about the history of the Cymry people from the River Dee to the Clyde. Also, the loss of the Welsh language and traditions in Cumbria has removed other sources of information about this region. The fact that Gildas mentions many princes defeated by Maelgwn, the unclear statements in Welsh poems about Maelgwn's northern armies, and the later history of the Cymry people all show that the princes ruling north and east of the Dee were also subject to Maelgwn's title of Gwledig, meaning great leader or high king of that time. It is certain that Maelgwn was a brave and determined leader in war, but his authority was not only based on military success. This power also came from a rule practiced among the princes descended from Cuneda. According to this rule, one person from the family would be chosen as Gwledig, or in modern terms, High King. In a story about Wales, this situation is seen quite clearly. This story appears in some manuscripts of the Welsh laws and goes as follows. The Cymry people, who had lost their capitals and power in England, gather to decide who will be the High King. The meeting place is Maelgwn's coast, near the mouth of the River Dovey. Leaders from all over Wales come to this place. There, a nobleman named Maeldav sits Maelgwn on a special chair made of bird feathers. When the tide begins, everyone else is forced to move back, but Maelgwn stays in place thanks to his chair. So Maelgwn is declared High King, rising above the other princes. Thanks to this event, Maeldav also gained some privileges for his own region. This legend shows that Maelgwn's superiority was at least accepted by the other princes in some way. It's not exactly known how the selection process worked. Generally, the most talented and powerful person from Cuneda's family took on this duty, and this may have sometimes caused civil wars. Maelgwn was not only the most powerful Cymry leader after Cuneda, but also strengthened his family's power so much that the title of High King remained in his descendants. We can understand this by looking at the short history of his family. Maelgwn's son Rune took his father's place, but he was not as clever or capable. According to the Welsh laws, during Rune's time, Gwynedd was attacked by northern peoples, but Rune responded by taking the war to the north. The warriors of Arvon, who were in the front lines of his army, crossed the River Forth and showed great success. Almost nothing is known about Rune's son, Beli. He probably died before his father. But Beli left a son named Iago. Iago died around the time of the Battle of Chester in 616. Several Welsh princes died in that war. One of them was Selyv, the son of Sinan. The Irish historian Tigernach refers to Selyv as King of the Britons. This suggests that Celif was, for a short time, the high king of all the Cymri people, and may have led them in that war. Bede's ecclesiastical history mentions the Battle of Chester. According to Bede, many monks from the Bangor Iscode monastery came to the front to pray with 3 days of fasting before the war began. These monks were protected by soldiers, and these soldiers were commanded by Brochvael. When the Anglian king Ethelfrith learned about this, he decided to start the battle by attacking the monks. Brochvael and his soldiers fled, and as a result, about 1,200 monks were killed, with only 50 surviving. This great massacre was later interpreted by the English as God punishing the Cymri people because they refused to help the Christian missionary Augustine. Years before, Augustine had met a group on the border of Wales that included Welsh bishops and scholars, led by Dynut, or Dunod, as Bede called him. Augustine's arrogant attitude had angered the Welsh people there, and they gave up on cooperating with him. Bede does not give many details about the battle that happened after the killing of the monks and Brochvael's escape. It is not clear whether Brochvael actually took part in the battle. But Bede writes that even though the Angles won a great victory, they also suffered serious losses in their own army. The fact that Brochvael was assigned to protect the monks was probably because he was the lord of that area, around Bangor, and a close relative of the monastery's abbot, Dunod. If this Brochvael is the same person who died in the year 662, he was most likely still young during the Battle of Chester, and could not have been expected to command the whole army among many experienced princes. For this reason, the person who most likely led the Welsh army in the battle was Iago. After Iago's death, his son Cadwallon appears to have become the king of Gwynedd. It is thought that Cadwallon was, for a short time, the high king of the Cymri people. This view is in line with Welsh traditions. Although not certain, this idea may help explain the praising words on Cadwallon's gravestone, which still stands at the church of Llangadwaladr in Anglesey. This church is likely close to Aberfraw, the place where the kings of Gwynedd had lived since the time of Maelgwn. It is thought that the name Llangadwaladr comes from Cadwalladr, Cadfan's grandson. Cadwalladr is believed to have died in 664. This church may have been built by him or in his memory. The inscription carved on a stone at the church, believed to date from the 7th century, is written in Hiberno-Saxon script. The inscription on the stone reads, Catamenus rex sapientissimus opimatissimus omnium regum. That is, King Cadwallon, the wisest and most famous of all kings. Now we come to the time of Cadwallon, Cadwallon's son and successor. During his time, there is no doubt that all the Cymri people united under his leadership in the last great struggle against the Angles of Northumbria. But first, we must return to the Battle of Chester. At first, Ethelfrith was only the king of Bernicia, but after the death of his relative, the king of Deira, Ella, he added that land to his own kingdom and became the first united king of Northumbria. Ella's young son Edwin and his companions had to flee to other places, including Gwynedd. According to Welsh traditions, Edwin was raised for a time in Cadfan's palace in Anglesey. There may be some truth in this story, and it might have been the reason Ethelfrith led the Chester campaign. This also matches what Bede later wrote about him. According to Bede, soon after the Battle of Chester, Edwin took refuge at the court of Raedwald, the king of the East Angles. When Ethelfrith heard this, he sent gifts to Raedwald to have Edwin killed. When Raedwald refused, Ethelfrith then threatened war. As a result, Raedwald accepted war, and in the battle that followed, Ethelfrith was killed. So Edwin became the king of both Deira and Bernicia. This event happened in 616 or 617, just after the Battle of Chester. But for some reason, Aethelfrith's victories were not continued. Yet Bede writes that he was a very brave and ambitious king, and that he harmed the Welsh people more than any other king. Perhaps the Cymry people promised never to shelter Edwin again. Perhaps the Anglian army suffered such great losses in the Battle of Chester that they could not move forward. These losses were so great that Welsh traditions tell the story of this battle as a Welsh victory. Of course, the biggest factor may have been the death of Aethelfrith, the one who started the war. After the Battle of Chester, the city never again became a place where the Cymry people lived. This battle was the first time that all the Anglian forces north of the Humber River united in war against the Welsh, and in this way, it had a very decisive character. But an even more decisive development happened shortly after. Edwin became King of Northumbria. Edwin managed to bring all the English princes under his authority, except for his father-in-law, the King of Kent. The Cymry people also suffered from his power. First, small Britain kingdoms like Lloydus, today's Leeds, and Elmet came under his control. The name of Elmet still lives on in places like Barwick in Elmet and Sherburn in Elmet. These lands were added to Deira. Edwin didn't stop there. According to what Bede wrote, he also conquered the Isle of Man and Mona, that is, Anglesey. This is a very important detail because Anglesey was practically the heart and center of the kings of Gwynedd. Both this conquest and Welsh traditions suggest that at that time, the Cymry people were completely at Edwin's mercy. Cadwallon seems to have become king right after the death of his father Cadfan. However, we know that Cadwallon had to take refuge in Ireland at a time when Edwin's power was at its peak. Unfortunately, we do not know the exact dates of these events. The King of Northumbria became Christian in the year 627 and was baptized by Bishop Paulinus, who had followed the Christian queen, daughter of the King of Kent, to the north. This bishop is usually known as the person who helped convert the people of Northumbria to Christianity. However, Nennius credits this achievement to a Welsh man named Rune, the son of Urien, and the Annales Cambriae, Welsh annals, say this event happened 1 year earlier. This suggests that at that time, the Cymry people were under the rule of the Northumbrian king, and even contributed to the efforts to Christianize his people. The Annales Cambriae say that King Cadwallon was besieged on Glanog Island in the year 629. This is Puffin Island today, opposite Beaumaris on the coast of Anglesey. It is likely that this siege was done by Edwin's fleet, and it was the final part of the events that led to Cadwallon's escape to Dublin. Welsh sources also mention several battles of Edwin, one near the River Conwy, and one at Mount Degol in Shropshire. According to the Triads, one of these battles was one of the 3 great bloody days of the River Severn. These battles likely happened before Cadwallon's escape. Sometime later, Cadwallon returned to regain his power. According to Bede, he joined with Penda in rebellion against Edwin. In the battle that followed, Edwin was killed in the year 633, and his army was completely destroyed. This battle is called Hethfeld in Saxon sources and Mycerin in Welsh sources. Today, this place is thought to be Hatfield near Doncaster. A year later, in 634, Edwin's son and the king of Deira, Osric, tried to besiege Cadwallon in the city of York, but Cadwallon's forces made a sudden attack, destroying Osric and his army. Thus, all of Northumbria came under Cadwallon's rule for a year. During this time, Aethelfrith's son Enfrith returned to become king of Bernicia after Edwin's death, but he was also killed by Cadwallon. After this, Eanfrith's brother Oswald gathered an army to fight Cadwallon. In this battle, the Angles won a great victory. The battle happened in the year 635 near the Roman wall in the area of present-day Hexham. According to Bede, Nennius, and the Welsh annals, Cadwallon died in this battle. However, Welsh legends claim he lived longer. During the time of Cadwallon's son and successor, Cadwallader, the Cymri people once again fought against Northumbria together with King Penda of Mercia. At that time, both Bernicia and Deira were ruled by Oswald. This conflict ended in the year 642 with the Battle of Mazerfelth, or according to Nennius, the Battle of Cockboy, and this battle led to Oswald's death. After this, Bernicia and Deira became separate kingdoms again. In Bernicia, Oswald's brother Oswiu became king, and in Deira, Edwin's cousin Oswine became king. However, Oswiu killed Oswine through deceit and brought both kingdoms under his control. Still, he could not get rid of Penda because, according to Bede, Penda was determined to destroy the Northumbrians completely. According to Bede, Oswiu offered valuable gifts and royal treasures to Penda to make peace. Nennius, in a more complicated account, says that Penda and the Briton kings came with a large army to the Firth of Forth region, where the Picts at that time were under Oswiu's rule, and that Oswiu was forced to retreat to a place called Eudeu. Eudeu was most likely Caledon or Edinburgh. Oswiu gave all his treasures and loot to Penda in exchange for peace. Penda then shared this loot among the Briton kings. Welsh sources call this event the surrender of Eudeu. But soon everything changed. In the year 655, in the Battle of Winwade, or what Nennius calls the Field of Guy massacre, Penda was defeated and killed. Because of the name of the battle, it is thought to have taken place in the Pictish lands of the Manau region. According to Bede, Penda had 30 legions under his command, and many well-known commanders led these units. But in the end, this large army was defeated, and Penda was killed either during the battle or shortly after. After the war, Oswiu ended the conflict in the Loidis region because most of the princes who helped Penda had died. However, according to Nennius, it was not the king of Gwynedd, Cadwallader, but someone named Cadwallon, possibly a Goidelic leader who opposed Cadwallader, who secretly withdrew his army at night, and this led to Penda's defeat. After this event, he was given the nickname Cadwallon Cadomed, meaning the one who took the battle and ran. It is not clear who this person was, but in a triad, it is said that the person who killed Iago was also named Cadwallon. This person is not mentioned again after the war. What we know for sure about Cadwallader is that he died in the Great Plague of 664. However, some Welsh legends say he died in Rome in 689, but this date was most likely confused with the actual death date of Cadwallon, King of Wessex. After his victory, Oswiu established control over the Mercians and some other English peoples in the south of the island for 3 years. Bede says that he also brought most of the Picts under his authority. For the Cymri people, this period was a turning point. Their state structure effectively came to an end after a history of nearly 200 years. After the Battle of Chester, the struggle between the Cymri and the Angles, especially for the kings of Gwynedd, became a matter of honor and power. In Welsh literature, the kings of Gwynedd were referred to as the Crown of Britain. Over time, the title Dux Britanniarum in Rome turned into the Welsh title Gwledig, and then those people started to be referred to with even higher titles such as King of Britain or Ruler of Britain. This type of usage first appears in the mid-6th century when Gildas calls Maelgwn the Island Dragon. The island mentioned here is probably not Anglesey, but all of Britain. Calling leaders dragons was common in Welsh poetry. For example, the legendary Gwledig of Lower Britain is always referred to as Chief Dragon Uther, Uther Bendragon, who was the father of King Arthur. The Welsh words draig and dragon come from the Latin root Draco. This term began to appear as a dragon figure on legion standards during the reign of Augustus in the Roman Empire. Later, this tradition was adopted by emperors even in times of peace. The widespread use of the dragon symbol in Wales shows that this Roman heritage was continued among Welsh gwledig and princes. These people were even sometimes referred to as Caesarogion, meaning descendants of Caesar. In this context, the presence of the red dragon on the Welsh flag is not a coincidence. This symbol also appears in the stories of Vortigern and Merlin. After Maelgwn, Cadwallon appears in Bede's historical writing, and Bede often calls him King of the Britons, Rex Bretonum, but in one place also as Leader of the Britons, Dux Bretonum. In the legends collected by Geoffrey of Monmouth, there is a conversation between Cadwallon and Edwin, in which Edwin asks for the right to wear a crown and celebrate great feasts in the eastern regions, just like Cadwallon did in the west. This implies regular feasts and ceremonial gatherings, where a lord receives the loyalty of his men. So this title dispute was not just a power struggle, but also the continuation of a tradition of political legitimacy and leadership. The things Geoffrey of Monmouth describes must not be entirely made up. Cadwallon being exiled from Britain and later taking control of Northumbria after Edwin's death supports this narrative. Also, Bede's mention of 7 Anglo-Saxon kings who ruled not only their own kingdoms, but also had wider dominance, strengthens this idea. While Bede doesn't make distinctions among these kings, the Saxon Chronicle adds an 8th, Ecgbert, considered the first sole king of England. In these sources, all these kings are referred to with the same title, Bretanan Welda, Britanwelda, or Bretwalda, meaning ruler of Britain, or leader of the Britons. The first 4 kings on Bede's list had probably established control in Lower Britain as successors to the Count of the Saxon Shore, and thus inherited the title Gwledig. But there is no direct evidence that this title was truly known as Bretwalda in that time. Perhaps this position lived on in ceremonial roles, like the modern Cinque Ports warden. The title Bretwalda was most likely only used by Northumbrian kings. It may have first been claimed by Edwin after defeating the Cymric Gwledig Cadwallon. After him, other Northumbrian kings like Oswald and Oswiu adopted the same title. An interesting detail is that English words like Walda, Welda, and Anwelda are similar in meaning and origin to the Welsh word Gwledig. This suggests that the English may have been influenced by existing Welsh usage when choosing these terms. According to Bede, Edwin was also the first English king to have a standard carried before him on horseback, like the Roman emperors. This may show that he followed Roman traditions and perhaps imitated the practices of the Cymric Caesarogion, or Roman princes. We do not know what symbol was on Edwin's standard. For example, was it something like the red dragon used by the Cymri? We also don't know if the feather bundle carried before him while walking resembled the 3 feathers, the prince's feathers, used by Welsh leaders. But it might have been a link between the symbols of Dux Britanniarum and those of the Welsh Principality. However, the loss of the crown of Britain by the Cymri people was perhaps less painful than the sorrow caused by seeing their land invaded piece by piece. Earlier, we mentioned that Edwin added Loidus around Leeds and Elmet to Deira, but the heaviest blow to Cymric independence came when the Angles captured the region known as Ternlog. According to Welsh traditions, this region stretched from the River Dee to the forests of Cumberland and around Derwent. It once formed the boundary of the Diocese of Chester. The flat land of present-day Cheshire and South Lancashire was likely taken from the Cymry just before or just after the Battle of Chester. The loss of the Ternilog Plain divided the Cymry lands in two. This led to both great anger and a strong effort to reclaim their lost homeland. Welsh poetry from that time clearly shows this rage. This war was no longer just a fight for fame and glory. It became a war to drive the enemy, the foreigners, whom the Welsh called Elmin, or sometimes Alamans, back to where they came from by ship. It is in this heated atmosphere of the time that we can better understand how closely connected the Cymric territories were. When the country was divided in two, the pain was immense. This division marked the moment when the name Britain was no longer enough, and people began calling themselves Cymro, plural Cymri, meaning fellow countryman, citizen, or true owner of the land. In Welsh, this word means brother who is together. The invaders, on the other hand, were called eilfro, meaning foreigners or people from elsewhere. Welsh bards delighted in telling stories of heroes who kicked the enemy's head around like a football. This hostility toward foreigners was not unique to the Cymri. According to Welsh poets, these feelings eventually spread to other Celtic communities as well. The Britons in Dumnonia, modern southwest England, and Armorica, modern Brittany in France, received help from the Goidelic peoples of Dublin and Scotland. Except for the people of Armorica, many of these groups may have joined the great northern campaign of Mercian King Penda in 655. That campaign ended with Oswiu's victory and Cadwallon's shameful retreat. From this date, or more accurately, from the time the English seized the Dee and Mersey plains, the Cymri began living in two main regions. In late Latin sources, these areas are referred to as Cambria, modern Wales, Welsh, Cymru, and Cumbria, modern Cumberland. But even earlier, these regions were already shrinking in a north-south direction. For example, King Colin of Wessex had advanced from the east bank of the Severn to Shropshire. The western Cymric region was left to his right. This area likely formed a peninsula extending as far as the Avon and was gradually taken over by Mercian English tribes. Most of these conquests were not recorded in history, but studying place names in the region may help identify where the native people were able to resist. As for the lands west of the Severn, the kings of Wessex occasionally raided South Wales and may have made some permanent gains there. However, serious westward expansion of the English frontier did not occur until the reign of Mercian King Offa, who ruled from 755 to 794. Offa became one of the most powerful rulers in Britain. In addition to dealing with other English states, he also fought many wars with the Cymri west of the Severn, especially during the last 20 years of his reign. Offa launched attacks into Welsh lands, and the Welsh responded with raids of their own. In response, Offa had a large earthwork built to separate Mercia from Wales, stretching from the mouth of the River Wye to the River Dee. With this, he annexed much of Powys, including Pengwern, modern Shrewsbury, into English territory. This event significantly reduced the size of southern Cambria to roughly its modern Welsh boundaries. Today, the traditional boundary between England and Wales is still largely based on the path of Offa's Dyke, though little of the structure remains. So far, we have followed the fate of the Cymri living in southern Wales. We can now leave them behind, but it's worth briefly touching on their history in Wales to help better understand what we said earlier about the structure of the Cymri state before Oswiu's victory. After Oswiu's victory, there is little information about the Cymri for nearly a century. This has led to the assumption that they were under English rule during this time. However, surviving records show they were still ruled by kings descended from Maelgwn. For example, the Welsh annals record the death of Cadwallader's grandson, Rhodri, in 754, calling him King of the Britons. Rhodri's son, Sinan, had only one daughter, who married Mervyn, said to have come from the north, like Cuneda from Manaw. Mervyn became king of all Wales, and his son Rhodri the Great ruled until 877. When Rhodri died, he divided the kingdom among his 3 sons, and said the eldest should become the High King. This title may still have held importance, even after the chaos following the death of his grandson, Howell the Good, in 948. The wars that broke out after the Norman conquest between Welsh princes, the English, and the Danes made Cymry history extremely complicated. But most historians agree that the Kingdom of Wales came to an end in 1091, when Rhys ab Tudor died in battle against the Normans. After this, it became rare to hear of any Welsh leader being called King of the Britons or King of all Wales. Instead, the title Prince of Wales began to be used. This title lost its meaning after the death of Llywelyn, a descendant of Maelgwn and Cuneda. After that, the King of England gave the title to his own son, and to this day, the heir to the English throne carries it. Going back to an older and more interesting point, Welsh bards continued to praise Welsh princes for centuries after Cadwallader, as if they were still the long-lost King of Britain. This ancient tradition also appears in the Welsh laws, written down in the 10th century. There, it's stated under what conditions the court bard of the King of Gwynedd should sing certain types of songs. One of these is a song about the Kingdom of Britain. This shows just how deeply the title Dux Britanniarum remained in memory. Now we should also say a few words about the second Cambria, that is, Cumbria. In fact, the names Cambria and Cumbria come from the same root. Medieval writers, such as Giraldus in the 12th century, always used the name Cambria for Wales. Geoffrey of Monmouth, who lived slightly earlier, invented a mythical hero named Camber to explain this name. In the same way, he made up the names Locrinus for England and Albanactus for the Celtic people in Scotland, trying to link the names used at the time to historical figures. Although these legends are not historical, they are very helpful in understanding the popular memory of that era. At that time, there wasn't a clear distinction between Cambria and Cumbria like today. For example, Saint Petroc, who was probably born in Wales, is called Cumber in an old biography, and Cimber in another version. On the other hand, Jocelyn, who wrote the life of Saint Kentigern in the 12th century, called the lands of the northern Cymry, that is, Cumbria, Cambria, and used the adjectives Cambrensis and Cambrinus accordingly. Also, in a Latin chronicle written at the end of the 10th century, Ethelweard referred to the northern Cymry as Cumbri. This shows that both Wales and Cumbria were once called by different forms of the same name. Today, this name is used only to describe Wales as Cymri, which is pronounced Cumre by English speakers. Therefore, Cambria is not as correct linguistically as Cumbria. The term Cumberland, or its older form Cunibraland, meaning land of the Cumbri, also comes from here. The Cymri in Cumbria were made up of many small tribes, and some of their leaders claimed descent from ancestors like Maximus, who had once been a Roman emperor. These principalities usually fought against the Angles in Bernicia. Leaders like Urien and Ridderk and their descendants fought against Bernician kings, such as Husa, and then Theodric in the 6th century. Theodric is described in Welsh poetry as the bringer of fire. Carlisle was originally one of the most important centers of the northern Cymry. But after a big battle among these princes in 573, importance shifted north to the rocky fortress on the River Clyde called Alclud, which became Ridderch's capital. The English called it Alclyde, and the Celts called it Dinbreton, meaning Fortress of the Britons. Over time, the name became Dumbarton. Ridderch, strengthening his rule there and bringing Kentigern from Wales to make him Bishop of Glasgow, increased the area's religious and political importance. After Osweu's victory in 655, the Cumbrians in Cumbria also came under English control like the others. But in 685, when Northumbrian King Ecgfrith was defeated and killed at the Battle of Dun Nechtain, believed to be Dunishan in modern Forfarshire, only the Picts and Cumbrians south of the Solway and the city of Carlisle remained under the control of the Angles. The Cumbrians north of the Solway became independent again. Records show that some Cymric kings died in 694 and 722. While the Galloway Picts remained under English rule, in 750, the Northumbrian king added a region belonging to the Cumbrians near Galloway to his territory. That same year, a war broke out between this kingdom and the Picts in Lothian, and the Picts suffered a heavy defeat. Their leader, Talargan, was killed at Strathblane near Stirling. But in 756, the Picts and Northumbrians joined forces and dealt a heavy blow to the Cumbrians. After a long silence, we come across a Welsh tradition from the late 9th century. According to this, the Cumbrians who did not submit to English rule were welcomed by the King of Gwynedd to a region in present-day North Wales, between the rivers Dee and Clwyd. It is said that they drove out the English settlers already living there, but since the name Clwyd might have been confused with the River Clyde, this story may be based on a mistaken etymology and should be viewed cautiously. Over time, the Cumbrians, pressured from all sides, lost their own kings in the early 10th century. A Scottish dynasty took the throne at Alclud. Finally, in 946, the English king Edmund conquered the kingdom of Cumberland and gave the land, stretching north to the River Clyde, to the Scottish king Malcolm. In return, the Scots were expected to provide military support to England by land and sea. This marked the end of Cumberland as an independent Cymric state. Thus, Cumbria became what historians call land subject to the Scottish crown. This situation led to various problems between the English and the Scots for a long time. We don't need to go into these details. It is enough to say that King William II, William Rufus, gave the southern part of Cumberland, including the city of Carlisle, as an earldom to one of his barons. As a result, the name Cumberland remained on the English side of the border throughout history. The northern part of Cumbria, especially areas like the Clyde Basin, is called the Land of the Strathclyde Britons in the Saxon Chronicle. When the Scottish King David took the throne in 1124, this region established even stronger ties with the Scottish kingdom. Even then, in the Battle of the Standard in 1130, the people of this region participated in the Scottish army as a separate unit made up of Cumbrians and the people of Teviotdale, and they preserved their Cymric identity for a long time. We do not know for certain how long the Welsh language, Cymric, was spoken between the Mersey and the Clyde. But judging from a passage in the Welsh Triads, it may have been spoken in a region called Carnaban until the 14th century. In addition to what we said earlier about the Picts in Galloway, we should also mention that a Brython named Ninias, called so by Bede, is said by historians to have tried to convert these Picts to Christianity around the year 412. Ninias built a church dedicated to St. Martin in a place in the southeast of Wigtonshire. Today, this place is known as Whitehorn, Withern, or Withhorn. Even though these Picts were not usually friendly to their Brython neighbors, they still seemed to have fought together with the Brythons in the war against Oswiu. But after Oswiu's victory, their land was taken over by the Northumbrians and added to their kingdom. Even the defeat and death of Ecgfrith in 685 was not enough to make them independent again. This is because in 727, the Northumbrians established a bishopric in Wythorn. In 731, Bede mentions a bishop named Peckthelm, who was serving there. This bishopric ended around 796 with a bishop named Beedwulf. This period marks the time when Anglo influence in Galloway started to weaken. However, these two regions, Galloway and Northumbria, remained connected for a long time, probably until the English king Edmund gave Cumbria to the Scottish king. These Picts continued to be known by this name and kept their identity until the 12th century. In the Battle of the Standard in 1138, they fought in King David of Scotland's army and asked to be placed at the front. Even after 4 centuries, they still spoke their own language, Goidelic. Scottish writers called this language Eirsh or Irish, and saw it as the same Celtic language spoken in Ireland and the Scottish Highlands. We also mentioned the Picts on the southern shore of the Forth. But before going beyond the borders of Roman Britain, a few more things should be said. The entire coastal area from the southern wall to the Lammermoor Hills was taken by the Angles. But in the Lothian region, which stretches from those hills to where the Forth River meets the sea, traces of other peoples are visible. This is clear from the place names. The peninsula north of Lammermoor, the area across from Fife, was probably Celtic, but whether it was mostly Goidelic or Brythonic is hard to say. It seems the Goidelic people were more influential. However, the settlement of Penketland, located in the upper parts of the Tyne River, has a partly Brythonic name. Still further up, near the Tyne source, there is a stream called Keith Water and a nearby place called Keith Humby. Also, the area between the two Esk rivers includes Dalkeith, which suggests that the region was settled not by Brythons, but by another group. Who were these people? The name Keith appears in many places across eastern Scotland, from Keith Water to Caithness. Inchkeith in the Forth and Keith Inch at Peterhead are examples. The Keith in the first example could be related to the fortress in the middle of the Forth, which Bede called Urbs Judi, or Judy City. It is also known that the Irish once called the Forth Sea of Judor, or Sea of Judlar. Moreover, the legendary Pict ancestor Cruithne had a son named Cate, Gat, or Got, names associated with Caithness. We also earlier mentioned the name Udu from Nennius as another Pictish place name. In short, the place names that include Keith may show that parts of Lothian had Pictish or Goidelic peoples living there. This reveals how ethnically mixed the region really was. In this case, we don't have to think that the settlement called Urbs Judeo is the same as the one Bede mentioned as Urbs Judi. But when we consider how similar the sounds are, they might be linked to Judae, and they don't seem to come from the same root as names like Keith or Caith. A similar example can be found in the Welsh Chronicle, where Moni Judiorum is used to describe St. David's or Menevia. Some people link these names to the lost 10 tribes of Israel, but such ideas go too far. Some researchers believe that these names might be connected to the Germanic people called the Jutes, and it would be hard to disprove that. However, the general opinion is that these names point to small settlements that were not Celtic. If we turn north, we can say that the land of the Picts stretched from the upper parts of the River Tyne to the Pentland Hills. The name Pentland probably comes from the Celtic word pen lan, which means hill plateau. If we move from these hills toward the sea, we reach Edinburgh, which was once an important. The inner border of the Pictish region can be marked by the place called Penicuik, found on one of the upper branches of the northern Esk River. This name is Brythonic in origin. It's not clear how far the Picts spread beyond the Pentland Hills, but it's thought that they reached at least as far as the Almond River. Beyond that area lived a mix of Brythonic and Goidelic peoples. For example, we can see Brythonic influence in the place name Caledon near Abercorn. On the other hand, where the northern wall reaches the Forth estuary, Bede says that the Picts called the place Pianfahel or Pianvahel, while the Angles called it Penaltun. These names seem to be influenced by the Latin word vallum, which means wall, and terms like pinaculum or pinna that also mean wall or battlement. The syllables nahel or fahel match the Goidelic word fal, which means wall. In today's Irish, it's fal, and in Welsh, gwal, and its possessive form in Irish is fail. In the Goidelic language, some letters are dropped in speech over time, so it's natural that the Anglians pronounced it as Pennel. This name appears in some Nennius manuscripts as Senail, which today is known as Kinnail. The Picts, who came from the south, seemed to quickly adopt the language of their Celtic neighbors. Because of this, in the area on the south shore of the Forth estuary, there began a rivalry between the Goidelic language and English, and probably during Edwin's time, English started to take root in this area. As mentioned earlier, some historians believe that English settled on the shores of the Forth estuary as early as it did in Kent, brought by a branch of the Jutes. But this cannot be said to be clearly proven. When King Edwin captured the Edinburgh fortress, he probably took not just that place, but also the whole area between the Lammermoor Hills and the Avon River. This means he may have extended his lands as far as the Humber River in the south. But after Edwin died and Penda and his Celtic allies moved north, many of the local people in Lothian, who were not Anglian, may have joined their side. In the end, when Oswiu defeated them, he conquered not only this area, but also the land north of the Forth River. This is because the Picts there had likely fought alongside their fellow people. But with King Ecgfrith's defeat in 685, Anglian rule seems to have come to an end. After that, many battles happened between the Picts and the Angles. For example, a battle is mentioned in 710 or 711 in the plain of Manaw. Another battle happened in 729 between the Picts north of the Forth and the Picts in Manaw. Until the year 844, there is not much information about Manaw. But in that year, the Goidelic influence in the north had become dominant. The battle in the plain of Manaw helps to show the location of the area. This battle was fought between the Avon and Carron rivers. Today, in the Linlithgow area, the Avon River rises in the Slamanan Moor, and the name Manan survives there. In the same way, the name Clackmannan also shows the Manaw origin. This points to the existence of a second Manaw region north of the Forth. These two areas may have belonged to the old land of the Dumnoni people. According to Ptolemy, the Dumnoni lived in a region with borders on both the Forth and Clyde estuaries. That is, a land that touches two seas. Next to this area, there was another old Manaw land, the place where the Gododin people lived. In Ptolemy's time, these people were known as the Votadini, and they lived along the coast from the Forth estuary to the lands of the Brigantes people. Before leaving this region south of the Forth, it should also be noted, there is almost no information about how the Picts living in Lothian and Galloway were connected with their northern relatives. One of the sons of Cruithne, the legendary ancestor of the Picts, was named Fidach. This name is linked to the Gaudu people mentioned in Welsh poetry. The area where Fidach lived might be Lothian, but more likely it was Galloway. That's because a sound similar to Fidach or Gaudu is also found in the Latinized name of Galloway, which is Galwadia. This name is often forced to be linked to the term Galgedel. This term was used by the Irish for the Picts of Galloway, meaning Gaels who submitted to foreigners, especially to Vikings. This foreigner description is sometimes thought to mean the Anglian people, since they ruled the area like their own province for a long time. Now, we need to talk about the Picts who lived outside the borders of Roman Britain, beyond Hadrian's or Antonine's wall. But to reduce confusion, we will first briefly mention the Scots who settled in Britain. The Scots first settled in Britain in the Kintyre Peninsula and the Isle of Islay. The place they came from was the closest part of Ireland to this area and was known as Dal Riada. The migration began in the late 5th century under the leadership of a prince named Fergus mac Urki. The newcomers soon spread across the western shores of what is now Scotland, especially in the region of Argyll. These Scots were separated from the Picts north of the Forth River by a large mountain range at the border of western Perthshire. This mountain chain was called the Spine of Britain, or Drummelban at that time. Around the year 560, the Pictish king Brud mac Maelcon pushed the Scots back to Kintyre and killed their king. The Scots were Christian, but the Picts under Brud's rule were still pagan. St. Columba's visit to Brud's court aimed to strengthen the Scots' position against their powerful neighbors. Columba was related to the royal family of the Dal Riada Scots. He came from Ireland to Britain in 563 and chose the small island of Iona near the Isle of Mull as a base for himself and his followers. Columba succeeded in converting Brud and the Pictish people to Christianity. But this didn't stop the Picts from putting pressure on the Scots. In fact, in a battle in Kintyre in 574, the Scottish king and many of his men were killed. At this point, St. Columba stepped in. He chose Aidan, the great-grandson of Fergus mac Urki, as the new king of the Scots. He later took him to Ireland to a meeting known as the Council of Drumset. In this meeting, an important right was gained for Aidan's kingdom. The Scots would no longer pay taxes to the main Irish state, but they would still take part in its military campaigns. This made Aidan the first independent king of the Scots. To increase his power, Aidan brought a new colony from Ireland. At that time, the king of Ulster in Ireland was Beitan mac Carroll from the Dal Fiatach dynasty. Together they drove the English out of the Manau region. According to Irish tradition, the high kingship of Manau belonged to Beitan. Beitan died in 581, and 2 years later, the Manau region was abandoned by the Goidelic people. This shows that the forces from Ireland had left Aidan alone and that Aidan continued the war against the English, meaning the Angles of Bernicia, on his own. It is written that Aidan fought a war in Manau during this time, but not much is known about this war. We only know that Aidan won the war. Later, Adamnan, who wrote the life of Saint Columba, tells of a great battle in which Aidan lost many of his sons. He calls this the Battle of Mayathi, or the Battle of Mayathi. Aidan won this war with great difficulty. This battle is called the Battle of Sirkin in other sources and was fought in the year 596. But it's not clear whether this battle happened in the place known as the Plain of Sirkin. This area was later known as Mearns in Scotland. As before, Aidan got help from his Irish allies in this war. This time, the Irish commander Maelumi, son of Beitan, joined his army. The battle took place at a place Bede called Degsaston. Some say this place is Dawstone near Jedburgh, others say it is Dalston near Carlisle. or maybe it is Dawstone Rig in Liddesdale. Aidan's army was very large. It was made up of Scots, Picts, and Irish allies. Most likely the Britons of Cumbria also supported this great fight against the Angles. But the Anglian king Ethelfrith, as we already know, completely defeated this united army. Aidan died in the year 606. He was a Dalriadan Scot, but was also connected to another ancestry. Traditionally, it is said he was born to a daughter of Brychan, one of the holy families of Wales. Brychan's name was also given to the Brecknock region. Aidan's purpose in all these wars is not clear, but it is mostly believed that he fought against the Angles and the Picts beyond the Forth and Clyde rivers. Aidan's sons were involved in various wars both in Ireland and Britain. His grandson Domnall Breck also fought in several wars. One of these battles happened in the year 634 at a place called Calitros. In Latin sources, this place is called Calabria, and it is thought to be between the Carron and Avon rivers. In 638, Eton, probably Edinburgh or Camden, was besieged, and Domnall made another attack attempt, but was defeated again. We don't know how his relationship with the Britons of Cumbria was until that time, but during this period a war broke out between them and the Britons. Domnall was killed in the upper valley of the Carron. After this period, the kingdom of the Dalriadan Scots in Argyll did not grow much. There are other things to say about the Picts, or Picti. This name most likely refers to the body painting habit that had disappeared in most places during the Roman period, but still continued among them. However, this name never clearly defined a specific race. Sometimes this term was used for Britons, Goidels, and even for some people who were not of Celtic origin. For this reason, historians sometimes made a distinction between Northern Picts and Southern Picts geographically. The Southern Picts were the people who lived in the areas starting from the River Forth and stretching to the area around Aberdeen. This region was watered by the Forth, the Tay, and the two northern rivers named Esk. Their inner borders extended in a half-circle shape up to the Grampian Mountains, ending near Stonehaven in the north. The western border was the Drumalban mountain range. Beyond these mountains lived the northern Picts. However, since the Dalriadan Scots settled in part of Argyll from the late 5th century, this border became a bit complicated. Therefore, it is more accurate to call these people Picts on this side of the mountains and those beyond the mountains. The old peoples mentioned here, that is, the communities living north of Roman Britain, were both of Celtic origin and included some non-Celtic groups. The Celtic ones were also divided into two groups, Britons and Goidels. The Goidels were the first Celtic people to come, and they captured the best lands when they arrived on the island. At that time, the northern lands also included the area formed by the River Tay and its branches. But much later, the Britons came and pushed the Goidels back, just as the Goidels had driven out the native peoples before. However, we don't have strong evidence that the Britons crossed the Forth estuary and advanced far north. Still, it seems they captured part of the area northeast of the Forth. These groups reached the edges of the great Caledonian forest and probably claimed a wide area between the Forth and the Almond River in Perthshire. This area also included the northern slopes of the mountains, that is, the Ochils region. An ancient writer named Ptolemy mentions 3 cities belonging to the Dumnoni tribes in this region: Alana, Linden, and Victoria. It is thought that these tribes are the same as those later referred to in historical sources as the Verturiones. This name later changed to mean the men of Fortran. They lived in the areas of Menteith, Strathern, and Fothrave, the western part of today's Fife. They were likely a mixed people made up of Dumnoni Britons and native Picts. To their north and east were areas inhabited by Goidelic peoples, maybe places like Athol in the highlands of Perth and Gowrie north of the Tay. A group that Ptolemy called Vernicomes lived in the northeastern corner where the Esques rivers are. There is no definite information that the group named Miati, called Maiatre in later sources and by Adamnan, reached this area. This region is generally known in historical sources as Mearns, and most likely included the Angus area. Today, these two regions correspond to the counties of Forfar and Kincardine. The lands stretching from Stonehaven to Stirling, from the Drumalban Mountains to the North Sea, were shared among Britons, Goidels, and non-Celtic Picts, and over time saw many conflicts. The real history of the Pictish kingdom also took place in this region. Historians usually talk about this kingdom in the singular, that is, as the Pictish kingdom, and this usage is correct, because the king was usually in the position of Ardri, meaning High King. This position was similar to the Gwledig among the Cymry people. For this reason, it is more appropriate to call this kingdom the Pictish kingdom, rather than Goidelic or Britain. At this point, the following question arises. How did this Pictish kingdom appear? And what happened to the powerful Caledonians that Agricola encountered? When the Roman general Agricola marched north, he met and fought the Caledonians on the shores of the River Tay. These people were the strongest group found in the north at that time. The Caledonians probably fought against the Roman general Agricola on the shores of the Tay River, but it's doubtful whether the area south of the Tay, especially the part below Dunkeld, belonged to them. Somehow, this powerful people seemed to disappear shortly after. This situation probably began with the great victory Agricola won over them in the year 86 AD. This heavy defeat allowed another people, who were not involved in the battle or only played a minor role, to rise up among the independent peoples in Britain. According to what the historian Tacitus wrote, the ones who benefited from this defeat were not the Beresti people who lived between the Forth and the Tay, because their lands had probably already been occupied. When Agricola returned from the Tay shores, he even took hostages from them. The people who came out ahead were the Vakamagi. They were spread across a wide area from the Goidels living in the Tay Basin to the region between there and Moray Firth. On this subject, we got information from geography, the work of Ptolemy written around AD 120. In the region north of the Dumnoni tribe's territory, stretching to the Moray Firth, only 3 peoples lived. The largest of them were the Vakamagi. According to Ptolemy, their lands stretched from the river Ness to the upper parts of the Dee and Don rivers. They spread from the Moray Firth down to the Perth area. 4 cities of the Vakamagi are mentioned. Winged Fort, south of the Moray Firth, probably at the Berghead promontory. Tuesis, near the River Spey, around Boharm. Tamea, on the Inchtoot Hill Island in the River Tay. Banatia, near Bucanti on the River Almond. According to Ptolemy, a people called the Trexali lived in the eastern region that covers today's Aberdeen area, and their city was Devona. This is thought to be near the Ballater Pass, around Loch Davin. The rest of the eastern shores belonged to another people called the Vernicomes. Their lands overlapped with a region called Mrito in later sources. This area covered Mearns, Angus, and the east of Fife. Their city, called Aurea, is thought to have been located on the banks of the Eden River in Fifeshire, or at the point where the Ore and Leven rivers join. Most of the peoples listed here were not of Celtic origin. The lands they lived in spread in a way that surrounded the already existing Goidel people in the Tay Valley. However, the cultural influence of the Goidels later spread northward, especially to the Athol region. According to Ptolemy, the Caledonians had spread across Britain from Loch Fyne to the Bowley Firth. The Vakamagi ruled in the region south of them, stretching from the Moray Firth to the River Almond. The fact that the Vakamagi reached as far as Bucanty by crossing the River Tay, and that the Vernicombes expanded into Fife, does not mean that the Goidelic or Picto-Briton peoples in those lands were completely displaced. Most likely, these peoples still lived there. They were just under the rule of stronger incoming groups. Especially mountainous areas like the lower shores of the Tay seem to have remained places where the Goidels continued to live. One of the important strategic regions taken by the Vakamagi was Dunkeld. This place is known as the Gateway to the Highlands, the mountainous interior of Scotland. Even though its religious fame increased much later, that doesn't change the fact that it was a strategic location throughout history. Its Gaelic name, Dún Keldan or Dún Chalan, means fort of the Caledonians. This shows that it was once under the control of the Caledon people. Similarly, the name of Schiehallion Mountain is also associated with the Caledonians. The difficulty of drawing a clear border between the Caledonians and the Vakamagi, and the fact that the name Vakamagi is used only by Ptolemy, leads us to think that these two peoples were actually different names for the same group. Perhaps the Vakamagi were the part of the Caledonian people who lived closer to the lowland areas. That's why in the text, Caledoni and Vakamagi are taken together under the name Di Caledones. The leaders of the alliance formed against Agricola were the Caledonians. But by the year AD 201, the group that stood out in threats against the Roman province was the tribe called the Maritime. The Caledonians had also supported these threats and broke the peace promises they had given before. At that time, the Roman governor could not get help from Europe, so he had to make peace with these northern peoples at a high cost and signed the agreement with the Maite. This shows that they were the most powerful group at that time. It also shows that they were the people who had the easiest access to the province border. The real power of the independent native peoples was found in the settlements of the Maite, Vernicombes, Texali, and Vakamagi, located in the fertile lands near the shores of the Moray Firth. So, when Emperor Septimius Severus came to Britain in AD 208, he moved into the lands of these tribes to crush the northern enemies. He especially reached the regions of the Vernicombes and the Taixali, then passed into the lands of the Vakamagi, and also took over some Mayatai territories. Later, when Constantius Chlorus crossed beyond the northern walls, a Roman speaker wrote that he reached the forests and swamps of the Caledonians and other Picts. Even though he probably did not go very far north, the fact that the people called Verturiones were a mix of both Pict and Celtic origins may justify this statement. In AD 364, Ammianus, who described a new attack from the northern peoples, noted that these peoples were divided into two main groups at the time: the Verturiones and the Dicaledones. The name Dicaledones goes back at least to the time of Ptolemy. Ptolemy also used this term in the expression Duicaledonios, which he used to describe the western coasts of Scotland. The region where the Verturiones lived was under more Celtic influence compared to other Pasht territories. However, it was easy for the northern peoples to cross the River Forth and reach the Roman province. Some of these tribes came from the direction of Dunkeld, with many Caledonians joining them. Some came down from Mearns and beyond the Mount Mountains. They all gathered in the Verturiones region and united with the local people there, then reached the passes at the ends of the Roman walls. This is where they learned the name of the wall that the Romans called Vallum. Although the historian Gildas did not have very detailed information about the northern geography of Britain, his description of the Picts as a people from overseas is not wrong. They really did launch raids on Roman provinces by coming from the north in small boats. This probably matched the time when the Romans left Britain and abandoned the island. From that moment until the time of Saint Columba in the 6th century, there is little information about the Picts. But the northern peoples appear again. Politically speaking, their old condition still applies. The native people are still in control. Bede says that during this period, the Picts were ruled by a very powerful king. This king's name is Brud MacMailchon, and when Columba came from Ireland around 563, Brud was in his 9th year on the throne. Adamnan, the successor who wrote Columba's biography, says that the saint found a local ruler of the Orkney Islands in Brud's court, and that Brud held hostages from that ruler. Columba, while some of his monks were at sea heading to those islands, asked Brud through this man to protect them. This event shows that Brud's rule extended north to the Orkneys. In the south, the Dalriadan Scots in Cantyre were too weak to resist Brud's power. This helps explain why Columba sent a mission to the Pictish king. About the region stretching from the River Forth to Stonehaven, the southern Pict lands, there is no direct source saying Brud ruled there. But the whole later history of the Pictish kingdom indirectly confirms this, especially Brud's successor Gartnet, moving the capital to Abernethy on the River Tay, and Columba following him there supports this. This shows that the Pictish kingdom didn't yet have a fixed capital, and that the center of government sometimes changed between north and south. But Brud founding a capital in the north suggests they expanded not from south to north, but from north to south. The kingdom staying connected to the Ness River area, and the last traces being found there, support this idea. There is also another special feature of the Pictish kingdom that points to the northern cultural structure. The right to rule passed through the mother, not the father. So a person's mother was important, and the father was not much considered. The effects of this rule can be seen throughout history. The sons of the same mother became kings, one after another. When that line ended, the sons of a sister came to the throne. A Pictish king's own son was never seen to become king. There were even kings among them who were Welsh or Anglian. This practice shows a primitive social structure where marriage had little value and fatherhood was usually unclear. Most likely, this was the result of the group marriage system that ancient sources often mention and say was practiced in Britain. This tradition of passing the throne through the mother among the Picts was probably not of Celtic origin. In fact, it is thought that this tradition didn't belong to Aryan peoples either, because there is no known example of this practice among the Britons or the Goidelic peoples. This was so strange to the Irish that before Bede wrote his history, they even made up a legend to explain it. According to this legend, the Picts came from Scythia, that is the North Black Sea region, with several ships and without women, and they wanted to take women from the Irish. But the Irish only allowed these marriages on the condition that the right to the throne would pass not from the man, but from the woman. From Brud MacMailchon's death in 584 until the early 8th century, there is little information about the Pictish kingdom. The first difficulty faced in this period was the activities of Aidan, whom Columba had chosen as king of the Scottish people in Dalriada. It seems that Aidan wanted to increase the power of the Dalriadan Scots and make them the leaders of the Celts. For this purpose, he tried to unite with other Celts against the Angles and forced the Picts to make some concessions. His expedition to the Orkney Islands in 580 or 581 and the Battle of Circin against the Meatai in 596 seem to be part of this plan. It is known that he lost some of his sons and many soldiers in this battle. Most likely, the Dalriadan Scots, maybe together with the Britons in Fortran, were trying to resist the non-Celtic rule of the Picts. Aidan may also have been defending his own special claims in this war. Although we have no information about this, the Battle of the Maritime is thought to be the first step that allowed his descendants to later seize the Pictish kingdom. Aidan died in 606, and after this event, a long period of peace occurred between the Picts and the Dalriadan Scots. An important development about the Picts only comes back into focus in the year 665 with the great victory of Oswiu of Northumbria. It is possible that the Picts had joined the Celtic armies that moved with Penda at that time. When Penda was killed, it is said that Oswiu captured a large part of the Picts, probably the area between the River Forth and the Mount Mountains, which means Sismontane Pictland. In 672, the Picts rose up again against Anglian pressure with major support from the north, but this attempt ended in failure. At that time, the king of the Picts was a prince named Brude. His father Bael was a Welshman from Alclyde, around modern Dumbarton. Brude was also active in the north. In 680, he besieged a fortress in Caithness, and in 682, he raided the Orkney Islands. But his actions were not limited to the north. In 681, he attacked Dunatar in the Mearns region. He was probably fighting the Angles there. In 683, it is written that he won a victory in Fortren, and at this time he is referred to in Irish sources as the King of Fortren. The Northumbrian king Ecgfrith, thinking that the Picts were being supported by the Dalriadan Scots and even receiving help from Ireland, sent an army in 684 to the Irish coast. This army ruthlessly plundered the area between Dublin and Drogheda. A year later, in 685, Ecgfrith led his army himself on a campaign into the Pictish lands south of the River Forth. The Battle of Dun Nectan likely took place at Dunnican in what is now Forfarshire. In this battle, the Northumbrian king Ecgfrith was killed along with almost all of his army. With this great victory, the Pictish king Brude ended the Anglian rule north of the River Forth. Brude lived until 693. After him, the next important Pictish king to gain attention was Nectan, who took the throne in 706. This king gave great importance to religious matters in his country. Earlier, we had mentioned Columba's activities along the banks of the River Tay in the southern areas of the Picts. During this time, it is said that Pictish king Gartnaidh gave strong support to Columba and that all local resistance in the region was suppressed as a result. It's not clear exactly who this resistance came from, but it probably didn't come entirely from pagans, but from people who mixed Christianity with pagan elements. The religious views of the people in this area were generally shaped by the influence of earlier missionaries like Ninias or Ninian. These missionaries had also worked among the Picts in Galloway. During the time Columba was working around the River Tay, his contemporary and friend Kentigern also went on a religious mission beyond the Mount Mountains. Moreover, the church names still found among the Transmontane Picts, that is, the Picts beyond the mountains, are proof that Welsh missionaries were influential in this region. For example, place names like Lumphanan above the River Dee are linked to holy names like Kentigern and Lanfanan. The successors of Columba continued his work. By the 8th century, the Scottish church founded by Columba had great influence over the Picts, but this church was tied to the abbots of the Iona monastery and was especially influential among the Goidelic, Irish peoples. In contrast, among the Briton people in the Fortren region, the influence of this church remained weaker. Among the Goidels, however, the people along the River Tay were more attached to this church because Columba had personally worked there and received royal support. This church founded by Columba had once also been active in Northumbria. But in 664, when the Angles converted to the Roman Church, the influence of this church in Northumbria ended. The same threat now began to appear among the Picts. Pictish king Necton was at peace with the Northumbrian Angles and followed their example by accepting Roman practices in matters like the date of Easter and the hairstyle of priests, called tonsure. This change happened in 710 at Scone. At that time, Scone had become the capital and the place for coronations. Necton made this transformation with the help of Anglian priests. But the clergy from the Scottish Church tied to Columba refused to follow these rules and were exiled in 717 to the Scottish lands beyond the mountains. After this exile, there were both supporters and opponents of Necton among his people. In 724, Necton himself became a cleric. This may have been a voluntary decision or one made under pressure. He was replaced by a king named Drust, who was supported by an opposing group. Both Necton and Drust most likely came from the original non-Celtic Pictish line. However, Necton's support came from the northern lands beyond the mountains. The people there may not have cared much about the exile of Columba's clergy. Drust, on the other hand, was more connected to the southern Pictish people in the Angus and Mearns regions. This civil war among the Picts signaled the decline of the native people's power in the southern regions and led to a struggle for the throne between two Celtic peoples. The main events of that time were as follows. In 725, Necton's supporters captured Drust's son. The next year, Drust took revenge and chained Necton. But soon after, a rebellion broke out, and Drust was overthrown. A man named Alpin became king. His name appears as Eifin in Welsh. Alpin was descended on his father's side from Domnall Breck, the grandson of Dalriadan Scottish king Aedan. His name might not be Celtic, and his mother may have been from the Pictish royal family. At the same time, Alpin's brother Eochaid also became king of the Dalriadan Scots. In the southern Pictish region, Necton returned to politics and tried to reclaim the throne. Meanwhile, another rival appeared. Angus, or Ungust, the son of Fergus. Among the people in Fortran, he was called Ungust ap Wurgust in the Brythonic language. Ungust was probably of Briton origin. Alpin, on the other hand, was the candidate supported by the Goidels in the center of Sismontane Pictland. The first clash happened in 728, near the place where the Tay and Erne rivers meet. In this battle, Ungust won and took control of all the region west of the River Tay. Then, Alpin and his followers were heavily defeated by Necton at Scone, and Necton became king again. But in 729, another war broke out between Ungust and Necton, and this time, Necton suffered a great defeat. With this victory, Ungust became king of the Picts. The battle took place by a lake on the River Spey, and this shows that Necton's most loyal supporters came from this region. The following events developed as such. Ungust fought another war with Drust and won again, and Drust was killed in this battle. Then Ungust's son Brude defeated Talargan, one of Alpin's supporters, and forced him to take refuge with the Scots. But the Dalriadan Scottish king Dungal found Brude in a church on Tory Island off the coast of Donegal and captured him in this sacred place. As a result, Ungust attacked Scottish lands, killed Talargan, and forced Dungal to flee to Ireland wounded. 2 years later, in 736, Ungust completely plundered the Scottish kingdom, destroyed many places including their capitals, and captured some Scottish princes. The Scots were in such a difficult situation that Alpin had to take the people under his rule and move them to the lands of the Picts in Manaw. The goal was probably to draw Ungust's attention away from Dalriada. But Talargan, Ungust's brother, met Alpin with the people of Fortran and heavily defeated him near the river Avon. The exact purpose of Alpin's attack on Manau is not clear. According to some interpretations, it is believed that Unust, as the Pictish king beyond the Forth, encouraged the Picts in Manau and Galloway to rebel against the Northumbrians. In the year 740, the Northumbrian king Eadbert was at war with the Picts, and the Mercians used this opportunity to attack his lands. Perhaps the Northumbrians promised the Scots support to attack Manau. After this defeat, Alpin remained king of the Scots for 4 more years. By 740, Alpin entered Galloway with his men and completely plundered it. However, in 741, he died near Loch Ryan. After this event, Unust completely crushed the Scottish kingdom, and this region became a dependent territory under the control of the Picts. From this point on, the role of the Scots seems to have passed to the Cumbrians in Strathclyde. This can be explained by the assumption that the Cumbrians had previously sided with the Scots against the Picts and Angles, because during this time, the Picts and the Angles were allies. It is also thought that the remains of the Scots' scattered army took refuge in Cumbrian lands, and that they started defending against the power of Talargan, Ungust's brother. Talargan is understood to be the leader of the Picts on the southern shore of the Firth of Forth. In any case, in 744, a war occurred between the Picts in Galloway and the Cumbrians. Then, in 750, Ungust and the Northumbrian king Eadbert attacked the Cumbrians together. As a result of this attack, part of Galloway was added to Cumbrian lands. That same year, the Cumbrians again fought the Manau Picts under the command of Talargan, who had defeated Alpin. This time, the Cumbrians won the battle, and Talargan was killed. But in 756, the armies of Ungust and the Angles marched together on Alclyde, and the Cumbrians were forced to accept the dominance of the Angles. At this time in the north, the supporters of Nectan began to regain strength. Ungust had to fight a king named Brud, who had the same name as the famous Pictish king Brud mac Maelchon from Columba's time. This Brud was considered the legitimate heir of the earlier Brud according to Pictish succession laws, and may also have inherited Nectan's rights to the throne. But this Brud was not successful either. In 752, he died in a battle against Ungust in the Mearns region. Ungust's own death was not recorded until 761. At the end of his nearly 30-year reign, it is known that he allowed the founding of the monastery of Kenrigmanade, also called Kilrimont, which is today's St. Andrews. The death of the first abbot of this monastery is dated to the year 747. After Ungust's death, his brother Brud took over. Brud was the king of Fortran and died in 763. Then Sineth, the son of Redek, became king. In 768, he fought a man named Ead Finn, or White Ead, in Fortran. Judging by their names, neither of them was Brythonic. Most likely, Ead was a Dalriadan Scot trying to revive Alpin's old claims and re-establish the Scottish kingdom in Argyll. But he was not successful. Sineth ruled as king of the Picts until the year 775. After him, a man named Alpin, who was probably his brother, became king and died in 780. During this period, Ead Finn also died in 778. After Alpin's death, Ungust's son Talargan took the throne. But this was against the Picts' matrilineal inheritance rule. This rule was not commonly practiced among the Brythons, to which Talargan belonged. That's why we also see another king named Drust ruling at the same time. Drust likely became king with the support of the transmontane beyond the mountains Picts, who continued to follow matrilineal succession. Talargan died in 782, but Drust lived on, and one source describes him as king of the Picts on this side of the mountains. Drust was probably not a Brython. The person who succeeded him seems to have been a Goidel, Conall, the son of Tag. In 789, or a year later, Constantine, the Brython king of Fortran, was attacked by Ungust's son. Constantine was successful, became king of the Picts, and Conall fled to Argyll. In 807, Constantine also took control there. At this point, the hopes of the Dalriadan Scots to revive their kingdom in Argyll or Cantyre were almost completely gone. Fergus, Eadfin's brother, had died in 781. In 784, the bones of the founders were taken from Iona and buried at Tilton in Ulster. This was another sign that the kingdom had come to an end. In 793, Scandinavian pagans began to appear on the coasts of Britain. These invasions caused great destruction. The Columban community in Iona was the center that managed many churches in Britain and Ireland. Due to the pressure, this community migrated to Kells in Meath and to Dunkeld on the River Tay. Constantine had a church built for them there. He died in 820, and his brother Ungust, who had ruled the Argyll region under his command for a few years, took over. Ungust also died in 834. This time, against Pictish law, Drust, the son of a former king and the son of Constantine, came to the throne. At the same time, there was a second king traditionally supported by the Transmontane, beyond the mountains, Picts, Talargan, son of Wathol. They ruled together for 3 years. But during this period, a rival named Alpin appeared. He was probably descended from the earlier Alpin and was defending the rights of the same dynasty. He won a battle in 834, but before the end of the year, he was defeated and killed. Traditional accounts say this battle took place in the Gowrie Plain and the Fife region. After Drust and Talargan, Ungust's son, Uven, or Owen, became king. Uven had ruled the Scots in Argyll for 13 years. Since he was also the son of a former king, he probably ruled only over the Sismontane Picts. His reign lasted only 3 years, 836 to 839, because during this time, a major change began in Pictish lands. The spark for this change was lit by Danish Vikings, who were at that time raiding the Leinster and Ulster regions. The Vikings moved into the north of Britain and fought with the people of Fortran, and Fortran suffered a major defeat in this war. The person who benefited most from this attack, and probably planned it, was Kenneth, the son of the Scottish King Alpin, who had died in 834. In the language of the Scots, his name appears as Sinneth, and he is generally known as Kenneth McAlpin. After the defeat of the Fortran people, Kenneth achieved a great success and quickly established control in the Dalriadan lands of the Argyll region. It is believed that his Scottish relatives still lived there. After several years of struggle, Kenneth succeeded in becoming king of the Picts. The year he was accepted as king was 844. When he died in 860, his family had firmly taken control of the kingdom. In the more than 100 years since Ungust's victory in 728, no Goidel had been able to hold the Pictish kingdom for long before Kenneth. That is why Kenneth's reign is seen not only as the beginning of Scottish rule, but also as the beginning of the Goidelic people's overall dominance over the Brythons and native peoples in Britain. This change had important results. Kenneth also completed the task of reinstating the Columban clergy. This process had begun earlier when Constantine gave the city of Dunkeld to the church community of Iona. Kenneth had a church built there for the holy relics of Saint Columba and made the abbot of the Dunkeld monastery the leader of the Northern Church. The first person who died in 865 held the titles of both Bishop of Fortran and abbot of Dunkeld. Most likely, the Columban clergy were deemed worthy of these roles because they had supported Kenneth's family since the time of Alpin. Finally, it should be known that the kings of Fortren, as rulers of the Picts, generally maintained good relations with the Angles of Northumbria. This friendship began after Ungust made peace with Eadbert. But during Kenneth's time, the situation changed. Kenneth launched repeated attacks on the lands of the Angles, which at the time were called Saxony, and burned the cities of Dunbar and Melrose. As for his other wars, the Brythons, probably the Cumbrians of Strathclyde, destroyed Dunblane. The Vikings also raided the Pictish lands as far as Dunkeld. Later sources written about Kenneth's reign describe him as the first Scottish king to rule over Pictish lands. His father Alpin was also given the title King of the Scots. Historians have tried to understand who these Scots fighting alongside Kenneth were, and suggested that the Dalriadan Scots rose up everywhere to support Kenneth. It is true that Kenneth came from the Dalriadan line on his father's side and had the right to be king of the Scots. There were certainly some Scots who supported him, either from the old lands or from other regions. But in fact, the real Scots were living right in the heart of the Pictish lands along the River Tay. These were the people most devoted to the Columban Church, and were most likely the descendants of those who had fought alongside Alpin in 728. The reason Kenneth and Alpin's Scots are often mentioned is because writers of this time who wrote in Latin called them Scoti, meaning Scots. But during this period, the correct term for them was actually Gael, or Goidel. Sources written in languages other than Latin also called them this, and even Latin-written Pict chronicles used the word Goideli instead of Scoti for Kenneth's brother. The rise of this family, simply put, shows that the dominance of the Picto-Goidels over other peoples in Pictish lands had begun. Now, the Verturian Brythons and the non-Celtic Picts began to disappear from history. However, it should also be noted that outside of some Goidel settlements in the Tay River Valley and the old Dumnoni people, there were not many Goidels left in northern Britain in an ethnic sense. So, the word Goidel started to be used more for people who spoke the Goidelic language and followed Goidelic traditions, like inheritance laws. After Kenneth, in line with Celtic inheritance customs, the throne did not pass to his son, but to his brother, Donald. This tradition is historically known as tanistry. That means the kingship passes first to a brother, not directly to a son. The Pict chronicles say this practice began during Donald's reign. At the same time, a document known as Aed's Rights and Laws of Kingship is also referred to. This Aed was from the Dalriadan line and had tried to revive the old Scottish kingdom in Argyll. He died in 778. Donald's reign was short. In 863, Kenneth's son Constantine came to the throne. Leaving aside the tensions with the Cumbrians and struggles with the Vikings, Constantine lost a major battle against the Danes in 876 and was killed along with many of his loyal followers. His brother Aed took over, but it is said that he was killed by his own people in 878. This event led to a struggle over who had the right to the throne, and this time, those of Brython origin gained the upper hand again. This power shift was secured when Eochaid, the son of Rhun, the king of Alclyde, came to the throne. Eochaid's mother was Kenneth's daughter, the sister of Constantine. Beside Eochaid was a man named Gurg, who advised him and helped govern. It is unclear if Gurg was actually king, but tradition says he was connected to the Mearns region. Eochaid likely gained power with the support of the Brythons in Fortren. At this time, Bernicia had been captured by the Picts, and the Lindisfarne monastery was plundered. It is also said that Gurg restored the southern Cumbrian region of Strathclyde to the kingdom and freed the Galloway Picts from Anglo control. These details are not certain, but given Northumbria's chaotic state at the time, they seem reasonable. In Northumbria, Eadberht's rule had ended in 758, and when his son, who succeeded him, was killed by the people, the kingdom fell into disorder. This chaos was later worsened by Viking raids. As a result, during this time there was a coalition formed in the Pictish kingdom against the line of Kenneth McAlpin. Most likely, Gurg had more power than Eochaid, and Eochaid ruled in Fortran among the Brythons on behalf of Gurg. Finally, these two Pict kings tried to strengthen their positions by gaining the support of the Scottish Church. For this purpose, they freed the Church from the taxes and service duties it had been subject to until then. But even this was not enough to stop them from resisting the Goidelic side, that is, the party led by the Scots, and in the end, in 889, they were deposed. In their place, Donald, the son of Constantine and a descendant of Kenneth McAlpin, became king, and the throne returned to the male line of that family. Until that time, Kenneth and his successors had been called King of the Picts. Their country was also known as the Kingdom of Scone, or the Land of the Picts. Historians had given Latin names like Pictania or Pictinia to these areas. But during Donald's reign, or shortly after, this naming began to be abandoned. In a chronicle that mentions his death, he is referred to as King of Alba, which shows this change. The next king was Constantine, the son of Aed, who was Donald's father's brother. Constantine ruled for 40 years and tried to put his kingdom on stronger foundations by giving equal rights and privileges among the different churches. He also ended the dominance of the Dunkeld Church and gave the Archbishop of St. Andrews the title Bishop of Alba. During this period, the people began to get some relief from the pressures of the Norwegian and Danish Vikings. But now, a struggle with the King of England became unavoidable. Aethelstan became King of England in 925. As soon as he secured his power, he wanted to add Northumbria to his realm. In 926, he captured the region of Deira and expelled the Danish prince who ruled there. This prince tried to seek support from Constantine. To prevent this possible alliance, Aethelstan launched a campaign against Alba in 933 by both land and sea. His army advanced to Dunotar in the Mearns region and probably to the Fortran plain. In this way, Alba's two most important regions were seriously damaged. 3 years later, in 937, Constantine fought a great battle against Aethelstan in a place called Brunanburh in northern England, together with the Cumbrians and his Danish allies from Britain and Ireland. But they suffered a heavy defeat in this battle. Aethelstan died in 940, and his son Edmund took the throne. Constantine gave his place to Donald's son, Maelcoluim, in 942. When Malcolm came to the throne, his first act was to try to rule the lands beyond the River Spy. These lands had long been under Viking control. But a more important development happened. Northumbria had for some time been ruled by Danish kings, coming from the Kingdom of Dublin in Ireland. These kings often received help from their relatives in Ireland. They used Cumbrian lands to reach Northumbria, and the Cumbrians were willing to help the Danes against the English. It is also believed that the Picts in Galloway cooperated with the Danes in a similar way. Because of this, in 945, the English king Edmund burned and destroyed Cumbria and gave this land, along with Galloway, to Malcolm. But he did it with a condition. Since Malcolm was related to the Danish leader Anlaf Quarren, he would help the English by land and sea. In 946, Edred became king after Edmund, and he brought Northumbria directly under his control. After long struggles, in 954, Northumbria fully accepted Edred's rule and became a county within England. According to the Pict Chronicle, during the reign of Indulf, who was king of Alba from 954 to 962, the English gave Edinburgh to him. Thus, Indulf began to rule lands extending south to the River Esk in Lothian on the east coast. But Northumbria was no longer a single county. Shortly after 966, Bernicia became one county and Deira became another. Kenneth, the son of Malcolm and king of Alba from 971 to 995, as soon as he took the throne, targeted the northern county of Bernicia and advanced to the borders of Deira. The next year he repeated this expedition and captured its earl. According to some claims, the English king Edgar gave most of Bernicia to the king of Alba as land tied to the crown, but there is no evidence confirming this. All we know is that northern kings kept trying to invade Bernicia, which shows they thought they had hereditary rights to this land. But the origin of that right is no longer known. In 1000, English King Ethelred raided Cumbria, but could not take it from the king of Alba. On the contrary, the Cumbrians gave great support to Kenneth's son Malcolm. Malcolm ruled from 1005 to 1034, and like his family, continued to invade Bernicia. In 1006, he besieged Durham, but suffered a heavy defeat. However, in 1014, a very important event happened. In the Battle of Clontarf near Dublin, the Danes in Ireland and their allies from Britain and the islands were heavily defeated. This battle greatly weakened the power of the Danes in both Ireland and Britain. As a result, Malcolm began expanding his rule in the north and northwest of Scotland. In 1018, with the support of the Cumbrians, he gathered a large army and attacked Bernicia. He fought the Northumbrians near the River Tweed at Carham and gave them a crushing defeat. With this victory, the River Tweed became the border between England and the Northern Kingdom. It is said that in 1031, Malcolm swore loyalty to the English king Nut for this region. Malcolm died in 1034. Thus, the last king from the male line of Kenneth McAlpin also died. The throne passed to Donchad, the son of Malcolm's daughter. Duncan was an unlucky ruler. His troubles began when the Earl of Bernicia tried to take back the land that had been left to Duncan's grandfather. In 1038, the Earl invaded Cumbria. In response, Duncan led a large army to besiege Durham, but he suffered a great defeat. Duncan's situation in the north, that is, beyond the Forth, was even worse, but we have very little information about this. Some historians even question whether he had real power as king of Alba. Most likely, while trying to establish control in this region, he was killed. The man who killed him was Macbeth, the ruler of the Moray region in the north. Macbeth was Duncan's general, and probably Duncan wanted to win him over, to bring him to his side. Duncan was likely trying to force him to submit when he was killed near Elgin. Thus, Macbeth took the throne of Alba and ruled for 17 years. At that time, the Norwegians controlled not only the Orkney and Shetland Islands, but also the north and west of the Scottish mainland. One of the most powerful Viking leaders of that time was a man named Thorfinn. His mother was a granddaughter of King Malcolm, like Duncan. He had been given the title of Earl even as a child. After Macbeth came to the throne, he demanded that Thorfinn pay him tribute. An Old Norse saga called Jarla Saga refers to Macbeth as Karl Hundason, meaning son of Karl, and tells of these wars. But all of Macbeth's attempts to defeat Thorfinn failed. Thorfinn launched a counterattack, invaded Moray, and raided the country as far as Fife. After these events, Macbeth had to make peace with Thorfinn. The sagas claim that Thorfinn had great power and ruled 9 earldoms in Scotland. However, these claims suggest that he did not play a direct role in Macbeth's kingdom, and instead lived the typical Viking life, raiding the coasts of England, Wales, and Ireland during the summers. Still, he remained at peace with Macbeth, and even helped him repel an attack by Duncan's son, Malcolm. In 1054, there was a major battle, but Macbeth was not overthrown. It seems that most people supported him. However, in 1057, after Malcolm captured areas south of the Forth, he drove Macbeth beyond the Mount Mountains and killed him in a battle at Lumphanan. Macbeth was not from the family of Kenneth McAlpin, but his wife was. Duncan's grandfather had once killed the leader of this branch, so he wouldn't challenge his grandson. Thanks to Macbeth's wife's lineage, a church donation document refers to them as King and Queen of the Scots. Because his wife was from this family, it might have legitimized Macbeth's claim to the throne in the eyes of the people. Also, there is no evidence that he was a worse ruler than the other kings of his time. Still, historians find it hard to understand how someone like him could take the throne so easily and keep it for so long. The confusion historians face is actually a problem they created themselves. Macbeth was not just a usurper. He probably saw himself as the heir of old Pictish kings like Brud mac Melchon and Necton. This would be an even older claim to the throne than Kenneth McAlpin's. From the time Kenneth took the throne in the 840s to Duncan's death, nearly 200 years passed. And during that time, the 2 Celtic peoples of Cismontane Alba, the Goidels and the Brythons, had likely merged quickly. So much so that after Kenneth took power, there weren't many major uprisings from the people of Fortren. In fact, in a battle against the Danes in 904 at Strathern, the Fortren people carried St. Columba's staff, the sacred symbol of the Goidels, as a banner, and won the battle. The ruling king Constantine at the time tried to ensure that all churches in the kingdom had equal rights. By Macbeth's time, the Goidels and Brythons in Alba may have become almost a single people. But the same could not be said for the non-Celtic communities living beyond the mountains. The Celtic kings around the River Tay had little control over the northern highlands. Although the languages gradually mixed, this unification was very slow. In fact, we see that people from the Mearns region sometimes joined battles against the Kenneth royal line under the leadership of northern Picts. For example, in 873, they supported Gyrge. In 900, King Constantine's son Donald was killed at Dunatar in Mearns. In 954, Malcolm, Donald's son, was also killed by these people at Fetteresso, again in the Mearns. In 995, Kenneth, Malcolm's son, was killed at Fettercairn, and behind the event was Finola, daughter of Earl Cuncher from Angus. Finola wanted revenge for the death of her son. In 997, Constantine, Culan's son, ruled only for 3 years before being killed. In 1004, another King Kenneth, son of Dub, was killed. This shows that the struggle for the throne continued. One branch of Kenneth's royal family seemed to settle in Fortren, while the other tried to take over the Mearns region in the same way. But the Mearns people may have shown stronger resistance with the support of the northern Picts behind them. According to Irish legends, both Fortren and Mearns were seen as lands taken by the sword. This phrase is especially used for Mearns in the Pict Chronicle. Over time, the Mearns people became less visible in history, but the differences between the people beyond the northern mountains and those around the River Tay never fully disappeared. These differences became weaker, but the king was never able to establish real control in the north. That's why the powerful northern Pict leaders had to be content with the title Mor Maer, meaning great ruler. Just before Macbeth, some leaders also acted independently beyond those mountains, without recognizing the king of Sismontane, Alba. For example, Finlag, who died in 1020, is mentioned as king in one source. Another person who died in 1029 is also mentioned as king in a different source. Also, when King Nut of England took an oath of loyalty from Malcolm, he also received oaths from a Viking leader of a small kingdom in Argyll and from a prince named Masselbeitha. This shows that there were many small kings at that time who were independent powers in their regions. But if the name is to be changed, it should only be changed to something like Malbeth, which is a real name of the same type and probably belonged to someone before Macbeth. Whatever the name, this person saw himself as an independent ruler in the eyes of the English king, and was accepted as such. It is believed that Macbeth's rule covered almost all of Alba beyond the mountains, except for part of the Argyll region. Also, parts of the north and the Orkney Islands were under Viking control at the time. So Macbeth's act of taking the throne by killing Duncan was not really a usurpation, but a temporary and not short-lived assertion of the power of the northern people over those south of the River Tay. The deaths of Macbeth and later Lulach did not end the hopes of the northern Picts. Even though they were not heard from for a while, during King David's reign, Angus, the grandson born from Lulach's daughter, became the Mormer, or great local ruler in the Moray region, and tried to take the Scottish throne. But this attempt ended with his death in 1130. During the time of David's grandson Malcolm, in the year 1160, harsh measures were taken to calm the people of Moray, and their lands were given to nobles who were loyal to the king. During this period of about 2 centuries, from the time Kenneth McAlpin took the throne until Macbeth's rule, the mixing of the Celtic peoples caused the Goidelic culture to become more important within the kingdom. Because of this, rulers began to be called King of Scotia, or King of the Scots, Rex Scotorum, in Latin texts. This was not only because of the old Scottish connections in Dalriada, but also because the Goidels had gradually become dominant over the Celtic peoples around the River Tay and in Argyll. On the other hand, the term Cruithne, or Pict, had come to be mostly associated with the Picts living in the northern lands beyond the mountains. These Picts were thought to be descendants of Britain's Stone Age people. It is not known how much the Goidels mixed with this people, and in terms of language, it is currently not possible to trace it. In the time of Saint Columba, it is said that he could not communicate in the Goidelic language with some nobles living across from the Isle of Skye. The same was true for peasants living near King Brude's centre, close to Inverness. However, it is also said that Columba had no trouble communicating in the king's palace. This shows us that the Goidelic language had started to become dominant in that area and spread eastward toward the River Ness in a short time. Still, the old native language likely did not disappear quickly at that time and probably survived for a while, especially after the Viking raids. During the time of the kings from Kenneth's line, the Goidelic language continued to spread quickly. The place names in Scotland clearly show this process. Just a few examples are enough to explain this. Some even reach as far south as the River Forth. The word Verturiones was probably of Brittonic origin, but later this name changed to Fortren, which was a word from Goidelic roots. The exact Brittonic equivalent did not survive to today, but its traces can be found in names like Vertermorum, written by Simeon of Durham. The meaning of the name Kentigern during his time was pronounced by his relatives as something like Kunotigernios. The Goidels saw a word meaning dog in the first part of the name and called him Glaschu, meaning grim hound. Kentigern was actually a Briton. and the place he settled became today's Glasgow. But the city was given this Gaelic name and is still called that today. Another example is the river known today as Nith. In Ptolemy's works, the name of this river is written as Novios, which means new. The Britons pronounced it like Novios, and over time it changed into Nith thanks to the Goidels. Similarly, in the northern Fife region, a stream now called Newburn is said to have once been called Nithbryn. These are examples that show how the Goidelic culture became dominant in the north for a time. However, this dominance did not last long. After Macbeth's death, the kingdom returned to the line of Kenneth McAlpin, and this line started to mix with Norman nobles and the English through female connections. The real turning point happened in 1290 with the death of the Norwegian princess Margaret. When the throne became vacant, a conflict broke out between the King of England and the Norman nobles. The foundations of this situation were laid in 1068, when Malcolm married Margaret, the sister of Edgar Etheling from the English royal family. With this marriage, English and Norman influence increased more and more. When Malcolm's son David took the throne in 1124, he had been educated in Norman style in England and completely introduced the feudal system into Scotland. With David, almost only English, Norman and Flemish people were found in the royal court. During this time, Celtic lords were excluded, and their lands were given to foreign barons loyal to the king. This injustice created great anger and hatred among the people. Over time, this hatred turned into a deep divide between the Gaelic people living in the Scottish Highlands and the English-speaking settlers in the lowlands. As Sir Walter Scott also wrote, "The native people bore a deep grudge against the loss of their own lands." All these events eventually led to the mixing of the Celts with other peoples, and the people of the Scottish Highlands, known today as Highland Gaels, emerged. From a language perspective, it is said that in 1074, when Queen Margaret gathered a council to discuss church issues, the priests could only speak the Gaelic language, so her husband King Malcolm acted as her translator. However, Celtic influence briefly gained strength again when Malcolm's brother Donald Ban became king in 1093. Donald had taken the throne by driving the English out of the country, but in 1097, he was removed from the throne by Malcolm's son, Edgar. After that, English, Norman, and Flemish settlement was further encouraged, and the power of the Celts weakened even more. During the Wars of Independence, the Gaelic language still reached as far as Stirling and Perth. It maintained its influence up to the Ochil and Sidlaw Hills. To the northeast of the River Tay, English or the Scots dialect had only spread to a narrow area along the coast. One important lesson to be drawn from this section is the following. The Goidels, especially when they had fertile lands like the area around the River Tay, were quite skilled at forming political organizations. The history of the Kingdom of Scotland, founded by Kenneth McAlpin and his descendants, shows how wrong it is to view races as superior to one another. Explaining the lack of certain achievements of a people just by saying their character was weak is a great injustice, especially if they were held back by geographic or historical conditions. Also, in modern studies, while it is often thought that non-Aryan peoples in Europe should not be expected to achieve much, it is important to see that the native peoples of Britain were actually able to build a strong political system. The kingdom that Kenneth McAlpin took from the Fortran Britons, as it seems, was neither entirely Celtic nor Aryan in origin. So the roots of this kingdom go back to the very ancient peoples of Europe. The problems that the Romans and Romanized Britons had with these non-Celtic Picts have often been told by historians. But what is most striking is this. In the mid-500s, a government founded around the River Ness was able to establish authority over a wide area from the Orkney Islands to the Mull of Kintyre. and from the Isle of Skye to the mouth of the River Tay. Considering this is important to understand how much the native people may have mixed with the Celts when the Celts first came to Britain, because these events show that there was not a great gap between the two peoples and that they could easily mix with one another. Naturally, the people we call Goidels today also mixed over time with these ancient native peoples and were influenced by their characteristics. One of the oldest names given to these islands, the British Isles, was Cassiterides, meaning the Tin Islands. The island of Britain itself was called Albion. This name appears in a text that was once attributed to Aristotle, but later was understood to belong to someone else. Later, in the work Natural History by Pliny, who died in AD 79, this name appears again. Pliny says that Albion was once the name given to this group of islands, but later all of them were generally called Britannia. So, in his time, Roman-controlled Britain was divided into several regions. Ancient Greek writers for a long time considered Britain as just one of these islands and called all of them the Breton Islands. This shows that for the Greeks, Britain alone was not a very special place, but just a part of a group of islands. An older reference to Britain also appears in the legends of Hercules. While traveling north from Spain, Hercules fights two giants in the region of Liguria. In some sources, the names of these giants are given as Albiona and Bergion. These names probably refer to Britain, Albion, and Ireland, maybe Iberian. Since both are in the sea, they were remembered in mythology as the children of the sea god. In ancient times, Greek and Latin writers believed the sea between Britain, Spain, and Gaul was quite narrow. So telling the story of Liguria and Britain together might not have seemed strange to them. Also, it is thought that the name Ligur, meaning the Loire River, is connected to the Ligurian people. In some ancient sources about the Hercules legend, only Britain is mentioned, and the other giant's name is given as Ligus, which may represent the Ligurian people. Traces of this legend go back to the famous Greek playwright Aeschylus, who lived in the 6th century BC. However, it is not known exactly when the giants' names were added, or how they reached their modern forms. During the Roman period, the name Albion seems to have fallen out of use among Latin writers. But Greek writers and the Celtic peoples, especially the Goidels, the Celts of Ireland and Scotland, continued to use this name. The name Alba, given to Scotland today, is actually derived from this old name. In the Scottish Gaelic language, the full form is Alban, which is very similar to the word Albion. Interestingly, while this name once referred to the whole island, it later shrank to refer only to a region in the north, today's Scotland. One clue showing this change is found in the work of an Irish scholar named Cormac, who lived in the 9th century. Cormac used the name Alban to refer to a large region reaching down to the English Channel in the south of Britain. He even included an important town like Glastonbury and a castle in the Cornwall area in this Alban. It seems that in the time Cormac described, that is, when Rome had started to leave Britain, the name Alban was being used for the western and northern parts of Britain. These areas were seen as their own lands by the Irish people on the island, the Goidels. The name Alban is not clearly found in the language of the Briton people, like those in Wales, so it is thought that this name was not given by them. Most likely they learned it from the Goidels who were already using it. The meaning of the word Alban is unknown. There are many old and new guesses, but no clear explanation. It's even thought that the word might not be Celtic at all. Now let's come to the name Britain. Today's word Britain and the word Britain in medieval Welsh come from the Roman-era name Britannia. This name probably came from the Latin word Britanni, which referred to the people of the island. Greek speakers didn't use this name much at first, but later they began to say Bretonoi. In Welsh, the name of Britain is Ynys Prydain, meaning Island of Prydain. But this name is not directly related to Britannia in terms of language. It seems more likely to come from the name Prydain. This name will be mentioned again later. The Romans called the people living on this island the Britanni and called their lands Britannia. It is thought that this naming started to be used especially during the time of Julius Caesar, when Britain started to become important for Rome. Caesar was one of the first writers to write about Britain. Other important Romans of the time, like Cicero and his brother, also often used this name, which shows that they didn't know any other name. So the origin of the name Britain comes from the Latin Britannia. This came from the name Britanni, which was the name of the people. As for how this name reached Rome, the Latins probably first heard it from Greek merchants in Marseille, because the names in Latin and Greek are almost the same. Moreover, words like Breton and Breton found in Irish sources also refer to both the island and the Briton people. But interestingly, the Briton people did not have a name like Britanni or Breton in their own languages. So who might the Greeks have first heard this word from? Not from the Britons in southeastern Britain or the Celts in Gaul. Most likely they learned this word from the local people living in the west, who carried the tin mined there for trade. People who at that time only spoke the Goidelic language. The oldest sources that talk about Britain in ancient times take us back to the time of Pytheus. But there is no clear evidence that there was a direct connection between Dumnonia, which is the southwest of Britain, and mainland Europe at that time. So it is thought that the people there carried the tin not directly to the continent, but to the east coast of the island and sold it there. Most of the foreign traders doing this business were Greeks from Marseille. When the Roman Empire came to Britain, they learned the name that the people in the southeast of the island gave to themselves. This name was not Britanni or Britanni, but Britones. This word later became the common identity of all peoples who spoke Brittonic languages. For example, the Welsh still call themselves Brython and their language Brythonic. This same rooted word is used as Brythonic in Old Cornish and as Brythonic in the Breton language. So, when speaking about the peoples of this language group from the Clyde River in Scotland to the Loire region in France, calling them Brythons or Brythonic helps prevent confusion, because words like Britain, British, and Britannic gained different meanings over time. And today, for example, even the English sometimes jokingly call themselves Briton. When historical Latin writings are examined, the most common form seen is Britanni. But words in Welsh, Irish, and French like Bretagne show that this name should actually be spelled with a double T. So some scholars preferring to write Britones instead of Britones is not a very strong choice scientifically, because the Britones form is often found in old manuscripts and stone inscriptions. In Roman literature, the first people to use this word were Juvenal and Martial. As the Roman people became more familiar with Britain and its inhabitants, the word Britons became more common. Over time, this also affected other words, and even words like Britannia began to be written with a double T. This new spelling style can even be seen on some coins minted during the reign of Emperor Commodus. In fact, on a rare medallion, the spelling Britannia, which is theoretically the most correct form, was used. This spelling probably did not come from Greek examples, but from the similarity with the word Britannis. By the Middle Ages, the form Britanni was almost no longer used in the works of writers like Bede and Nennius. Instead, forms like Bretones or Bretones were used, because Britannia had now become an old name that belonged only to the Roman period. So what could words like Britain and Britannia actually mean? Generally, it is thought that these words come from the Welsh word brith. This word means spotted or multicolored, and is explained by saying that it refers to ancient peoples who painted or tattooed their bodies. But anyone who knows Celtic languages immediately notices that this explanation is grammatically inconsistent. Because the words brith or braith do not come from the same root as the word Britain. When we look at other Celtic-rooted words that might be connected to the word Britain, we come across, for example, the Welsh word brethin, meaning cloth. In an old text from the 9th century, the word mapbrith appears. This word was used to describe baby diapers, and here the word brith means cloth. There is also a similar example in Irish. The word brat or brat means cloth, cloak, or sail. The word bretnice, derived from this root, had two meanings in the time of the Irish writer named Cormac. If the root meaning was thought to be cloth, then bretnis meant a kind of ornament, that is, a brooch. But if the word referred to the Britons, then bretnes meant their language, that is, Brittonic. This was usually the language of the Brython people in Cornwall. In light of all this information, the word Britain may have meant the people who wear cloth. But for such a name to have meaning, these people would have had to live alongside another group whose clothing style was very different. Maybe the Britons were the first Celts to arrive on the island and found more primitive people wearing animal skins or very little clothing. In that case, the word Briton could have been used to distinguish those who wear cloth from those who wear hides. No Goidelic group in historical records ever called themselves Briton. This shows that the word belonged only to the Celtic branch, known as the Britons. So who did the Brythons see as this unclothed people? These could not have been other Celtic peoples, because they also knew how to make clothes. Most likely, they meant the native peoples who had settled in Britain before the Celts. Also, thanks to language studies, we know that the English word cloth, the German word kleid, dress, and the Old Norse word kleidi are related to Irish words like brat or bright. It is thought that the root of these words comes from verbs in Indo-European languages that mean to bind or to wrap. This shows that the skill of weaving cloth was known long before the Celts and Germans came to Europe. In short, the word Briton probably meant clothed people, and this name was used to mark their difference from other communities seen as more primitive. When the Brythons started to call themselves by this name, they were probably comparing themselves to another group. These other people were most likely the native communities of the continent. According to some traces, the name Brython belonged to them before they came to Britain. For example, the Roman writer Pliny mentions some people called Britanni living near the river Somme in France. Again, some military units in the Roman army called Britones are thought to have come from Gaul. The Byzantine historian Procopius, who lived in the 6th century, mentions an island called Brittia, different from Britain. Some researchers connect this name with modern-day Denmark and claim that some tribes from that area came to Britain and settled in the region of Brittany. However, what stands out here is the origin of the word Bryse, which is the language of today's Breton people. Because this word looks like a remnant of an older name that has no direct connection to Britain. So Brittany may not have always been founded by people migrating from Britain. Even if there were migrations, they must have come from western regions like Cornwall or Devon, which would mean they carried a Goidelic language, However, today's Breton language is clearly Brythonic, meaning it is related to Welsh and the Welsh people. The most important distinction among Celtic languages comes from a change in pronunciation. This difference appears in Latin and Greek too, where the QV sound changes into a P in some languages. The Brythons, that is, the Welsh, the Bretons, and the Old Gaulish people, turned this sound into P, while in the Goidelic languages, Irish, Scottish, Gaelic, and Manx, the sound remained as C or K. For example, the Latin word quatuor, four, becomes petuar in the Brythonic languages, and sithair in the Goidelic languages. In ancient grave inscriptions found in Ireland and Britain, the word macvi appears, which means son. This is the origin of the modern Mac, or the Welsh api, or earlier map words. The language in these inscriptions is generally closer to the Goidelic language, that is, Old Irish. So some argue that the people mentioned in these inscriptions were Irish warriors or settlers. However, it should also be remembered that during Roman times, there were almost no Roman soldiers left in areas like Wales and Cornwall. According to another view, these inscriptions belonged to the local people of the region, and the language spoken at that time later evolved into today's Welsh and Cornish dialects. So the Celtic language we see in these inscriptions is the early stage language of the Brythonic people of Britain. Believed that the language on the old tombstones in Britain was directly related to Welsh or Cornish. But a closer look at the inscriptions and new findings showed this idea was wrong. It is now thought this: the Celtic language used in these inscriptions was spoken by the ancestors of today's Welsh and Cornish people. But this language was not a Welsh-like language. It was a Goidelic dialect. So these people were Goidels belonging to the first Celtic wave that came to Britain and later switched to the Brythonic language. At the same time, some of these Goidels moved to Ireland and made it Celtic as well. In this period, before the Romans came to Britain, most of the British Isles belonged to Goidelic peoples. Only in some regions did the older native peoples survive the pressure of the Goidels. But over time, a second Celtic wave arrived. This new people likely spoke the same language as the Celts in Gaul, which is now modern France, and they called themselves Briton or Belgae. They captured the most fertile lands in Britain and pushed the Goidels to the west and north. The inscriptions we have today carry the legacy of these retreating Goidels in Britain. However, the language in the inscriptions is almost the same as the Goidelic languages of Ireland, the Isle of Man, and Scotland. So from the inscriptions, we cannot tell whether these people were natives or came from Ireland. So when the Romans arrived, which areas of Britain belonged to the Brythons and which to the Goidels? In the south, starting from the Isle of Wight, the people living in Devon and Cornwall, called the Dumnoni, remained Goidelic even after the Roman period. So even if there were Celts in this region, they were mostly Goidelic. In terms of bloodline, they were probably mixed with the older, non-Celtic native peoples who had lived there before. The name Belerion, used in this region, is also interesting. In Old Irish, the words Belre or Burla mean language, and perhaps these words come from this place name. This shows that the Goidelic influence goes back a long way. The situation of the Durotriges people, who lived just east of Dumnonia, is less clear. But there are some signs suggesting they might also have been Goidels. For example, the name of their city was Dunion. This word is more similar to the Irish word dun, meaning fort, than to the Welsh word din, meaning settlement. This increases the possibility that they were Goidels. So, it seems that no region west of Dorset can be considered Brythonic. To the north, The Severn and Temy rivers above the Bristol Channel acted like a natural border. The people living west of this border were the Silures and Demetae. They are also considered Goidels. Yes, like other Goidels, these people may have mixed with the native Stone Age populations, but in terms of language, it is clear that they were not Brythonic, but Goidelic. Details about their origins fall more into the field of anthropology. The rest of today's Principality of Wales and some parts of Western England are generally seen as the homeland of a strong people called the Ordovices, thought to be of Brythonic origin. However, this people seem to have covered over the Goidelic communities living in northwest Wales, especially on Anglesey Island and the mainland areas around the Clwyd, Dee, and Moddach rivers. In the early days of the Brythonic expansion, it appears the Ordovices people had not yet reached north of the Dee River or the interior regions. In this area, north of the town of Corwin, the remains of an old fort named Caer Druin still stand overlooking the Dee River, and it is believed that this fort was a Goidelic defense point against the Ordovices in central Wales. The Ordovices people seem to have separated the Goidels in the north from those living around the Severn River in the south through a corridor stretching between the Moddach and Dovey rivers. This area would later be known as Powys, and although the name is often thought to mean simply settlement, it is clearly a very old name. Along the shores of Cardigan Bay, there are several places that show the southward expansion of the Ordovices. First, the coast and inland areas from the Dovey River to the Wyre River, which flows into the sea just south of Aberystwyth, were conquered. These lands were part of an old bishopric named after Paternus, or Padarn. Today, his name is best remembered through the Llanbadarn Fore Church near Aberystwyth. The Wyre River also marks the border of a Welsh dialect unique to northern Cardiganshire. This dialect is similar to those of Merionethshire and Montgomeryshire, but is different from the southern Demetia region. Later, the rest of what is now Cardiganshire was conquered during the Christian era by a ruler named Ceredig. During this conquest, it seems the people largely stayed where they were, because the dialect in the region is still very similar to the dialect of Demetia. The name of Saint David appears here, as it does in many churches in the region. The tombstone of a person named Corbelengi, thought to have held an important position in Ceredig's kingdom, is located in Pembrin, which overlooks the sea north of Cardigan. On the stone, this person is described as Ordus, which likely means one of the Ordovices people. The lands east of the Ordovices stretch all the way to the east of the island. This area belonged to peoples named Cornavi and Coritani. The Cornavi lived in a curved band starting from around the River Avon in Worcestershire, following the east bank of the Severn River and reaching the sea between the Dee and Mersey rivers. The name Cornavi may come from their territory beginning with a curved or pointed piece of land. In the same way, there are Cornish regions in southwestern Britain and northwestern France, and also in northern Scotland. These names may be linked to the Latin word cornu, or its Welsh equivalent corn. As we move north from the Mersey and Humber rivers, we see that a large area stretching up to the Caledonian forest belonged to the Brigantes people. The Parisi people living around the Humber and Tees rivers were not under their control. Likewise, the Novantai people were independent. Their land may have stretched from the River Nith in the west up to the River Aire in the north. The region called the Novantai Promontory is thought to be today's Galloway Peninsula. In Ptolemy's time, the River Nith was known as Novios, and this people probably took their name from this river. Just like how the people living next to the River Setea were called the Setanti, the Brythons may have used this way of naming as well. To the east and northeast of the Novantae lived the Celgovae people, protected by thick forests and rough terrain. The name of the marsh and bay area, now known as Solway, may come from this people. The meaning of this word was likely hunters. The Celgovae people probably were not true Brythonic Celts, and maybe not even Celts at all. They might have only learned their language early on from Goidelic peoples, meaning the Irish-Scottish Celts. Like the Novantae, they are thought to have been a surviving group from the ancient native inhabitants of the island. These two peoples may have acted together over time. Looking at events from the later part of the Roman period, it seems these two peoples caused serious trouble for the Roman province. They lived in the area between the northern and southern Roman frontier walls, and in later records, they may have been known as the Atticotti. The meaning of the word Atticotti could be something like the old ones or the first arrivals. So this name might describe them as a people older than the Brythons. In the end, these peoples were only able to hold on to lands behind the River Nith. This area was later known for a long time as the land of the Galloway Picts. Returning to the Brigantes people, their name probably meant a federation made up of many groups. This federation was the main people ruling over many different tribes. Among these tribes was the Setanti, who lived in what is now the Lancashire area. Going east, the Votadini people lived along the coastal strip stretching to Lothian and the southern wall. It is thought that this people at one point came under the rule of the Brigantes, because the region was later known as Bernicia. The people known as Dumnoni lived in a large area starting around the Forth and Clyde rivers in the north and stretching up to the Manau, or Mainan region. This area reached as far as Loch Leven in Fifeshire. The southern branch of this people later formed the center of the Kingdom of Cumbria. This group was originally Goidelic, but may have started speaking the Brythonic language over time. On the other hand, the Votadini were fully Brythonic in origin and are described as such in Welsh literature. Their name later appeared as Gwotodyn and Gododin. However, they disappeared from history early on. Part of their land was taken by the Picts coming from the north, and another part by overseas Germanic peoples, also known as the Anglo-Saxons. The northern branch of the Dumnoni people remained north of the Forth Clyde Wall, built during the Roman period, thus becoming separated from their relatives under Roman control. In historical records, they may have been known by the names Boresti and Verturiones. The meaning of the name Verturiones was likely fort people, and this could be related to Roman forts or their own defensive structures. The position of the Caledonians, who were Pictish people, had been mentioned before. The Vakamagi were their neighbors. These two Pictish communities surrounded the northern border of the Verturiones people. The influence of the Goidels living in the Tay Valley on these Pictish peoples is not fully known. But it is thought that the Goidels had settled around Tay very early, because there is no historical record showing when they arrived. The positions of other peoples named Vakamagi, Tyaxali, and Vernicombes had been explained earlier. The peoples living further north were likely not ethnically Celtic, and maybe their languages were different too. According to the records of the ancient geographer Ptolemy, they were as follows. The Epidi people lived along the coast stretching from where Loch Lomond flows into the River Clyde up to the area around Ben Nevis. Their Epidi promontory is matched today with the Mull of Kintyre. Though their name may appear to come from a Brythonic word meaning horseman, the region they lived in is more known for small boats called coracles. So this name may only look Brythonic because of its similarity. The same name also seems connected with the Abud Islands. These may include Tiri and Arran. Ptolemy gives the name Epidion to only one of them. This island is most likely Lismore or Jura. North of the Epidi lived 4 different peoples named Cirones, Creones, Carnunnici, and Carini, who shared the western coasts up to Cape Wrath. At first, it may seem that these names are just different versions of the same people, but today, some place names that may still be connected to them exist. Lakes named Crinan, Craren, and Carron are examples. Between Cape Wrath and Duncansby Head lived a people called the Corritavi. In the southeast of today's Caithness and Sutherland regions lived 2 other peoples named Smyrtai and Lugi. The area stretching from Dornoch Bay to the River Tay belonged to a people called the Decantai. Most of these northern and western peoples were either subjects of or allies to the powerful Caledonians people. One of the pieces of information Ptolemy gives about Scotland is the Caledonian Forest. Its Latin name is Caledonius Saltus, or Silva Caledonia, and in Welsh it is called Coed Celadon. Ptolemy refers to this forest as the Caledonian Mountains, but it should not be assumed that he meant today's Drummelban mountain range. It was stated that the forest was above the land of the Caledonians, which has led to misinterpretations. At the root of this misunderstanding is the fact that Ptolemy turned the northern tip of Scotland eastward on his maps, causing confusion in directions. On his map, what he considered north is actually southwest. For example, the tip of the land where the Novantai lived, Mull of Galloway, is taken as the northernmost point. Therefore, the west coast is described as going from south to north, and the east coast as going from north to south. At that time, the people called Vakamagi and the Caledonian Forest are shown above, that is, to the north, though they are actually farther east. Looking at the real locations, we can say that the Caledonian Forest extended from the Menteith region to Dunkeld. This forest mostly consisted of birch and hazel trees and served as a natural border between the Caledonians and the people of Fortran. Lastly, let's briefly summarize the linguistic clues that help us understand the origins of different peoples. The letter P in some Celtic names may be an important clue. The Greek word for father, pater, is the same as Latin pater, Sanskrit Peter, and English father. Just like in these examples, seeing how certain sounds are preserved or changed through language helps us understand the origins and relationships of peoples. A striking feature in Celtic languages is that over time they stopped using the P sound, which is common in Indo-European languages. For example, the Latin word pater, father, is said as athair in Irish, meaning the P sound is dropped. Similarly, the Greek preposition para becomes r in Welsh. In Old Gaulish, it was r. Julius Caesar's name for some regions, Aremorica, comes from this. The word comes from the Welsh word mor, meaning sea. Aremorica roughly means the place by the sea, and this name was later shortened to today's Brittany. The Greeks used the letter P in some words to match the Latin Q sound. For example, the Greek word pente, meaning 5, corresponds to the Latin quinque. This pattern can also be seen in Celtic languages. But we see a difference. In Goidelic languages, like Old Irish, the QI sound turns into the letter C. In Brythonic languages like Welsh, it turns into the letter P. For example, in Welsh, the word for 5 is pump. In Old Gaulish, a similar word pempedula is recorded. In Old Irish, the number is coic. So if a word contains the P sound, we understand that it most likely belongs to peoples like the Gauls or Brythons, not the Goidelic languages. When examining the origins of city or region names, we exclude those of Latin origin. For example, names like Presidium, Praetorium, Procalicia, Petrianae, and Spinus are either entirely or mostly of Latin origin. But some names are most likely of Brythonic origin, or come from pre-Celtic names. These include Mons Graupius is the name given to the mountain where the Roman general Agricola defeated the Caledonian Calgacos. It is thought to be located where the Isla and Tay rivers meet today. Corstopitum is identified with present-day Corbridge in Northumberland. Epiacon is associated with Ebchester because of its name. It has also been suggested for Lanchester and Hexham. According to Ptolemy's map, it might be Keswick in Cumberland. The meaning of the name is probably place for horses or cavalry camp. Another city thought to have the same meaning is Vereda, which is identified with Castle Steads in Plumpton Wall. Perhaps both names refer to the same place. Maponi is a city name given by the ancient geographer of Ravenna. Its meaning could be Temple of the god Maponos. Maponos is a god paired with Apollo in a monument at Hexham. The same god appears as Mabon in the Welsh tales collected in the Mabinogion. Parisi were a tribe living around the Humber River. Petuaria was a city shown by Ptolemy as belonging to the Parisi people. In Roman sources, a military unit from this city is called the Petuarienses. This city is thought to be present-day Patrington or Hedon. Penacrusion is identified by some as Stretton and by others as Penkridge in Staffordshire. This name is quite common and probably survives in the modern name Penkridge. Prasutagos was the king of the Iceni people and the husband of the famous Boudica. Toliapis is located at the mouth of the Thames River. Although it is no longer an island today, the place is known as the Isle of Sheppey. Rutupiae or Ritupiae is matched with Richborough in the Kent region today. Octopteron is the name Ptolemy used for St. David's Head. This name most likely comes from the forgotten languages of ancient peoples living in that area. In the same region, Minu, St. David's, is recorded in Welsh chronicles as Moni Eudeoram. According to an old legend, St. Talo and St. David fought here against a Pict prince named Boia or Baia. This name is also important in the Book of the Dun Cow, in the Tale of the Daci. Leucopibia is the name of a place in the Galloway region. Epidii is a people we mentioned earlier. They are linked to the Ebudai Islands in western Scotland. Some ancient place names or tribal names, even if they did not belong to Brythonic peoples, may have come from Brythonic languages. The reason is that the Romans mostly interacted with Brython peoples and got their information from them. This may explain the origin of names like Leucopibia. A clearer example is the names Caledoni or Caledones. The root of these names, Caledon, appears to belong to the Brythonic language. If it were Goidelic, the name would be something like Caledin or Caledon. This difference is similar to how Latin nouns change. For example, Virgo, virgin, changes endings in certain ways. Brythonic languages often repeat the same vowel in all word forms. A similar rare form is seen in the Latin word homo. Another example is the Decanti people. This name strongly resembles the Decanti people of the Deganwy area near Llandudno in North Wales. In Welsh sources, this place is called Decantorum Arx, meaning Fortress of the Decanti. The names in both Scotland and Wales may come from the same root. The Goidels changed this name in their language to Deset or Deshe. These names are found on old tombstones in places like Ireland, Anglesey, and Devon. There is even a large monument near Kenmare Bay in southwestern Ireland, where this name is written. It is thought that the name Novantai could simply be a Brythonic name. But for Carbantoragon, the city of the Selgovae people, this could be clearer. This name might have been abbreviated as Carvitiur on a Roman tombstone. This stone was found around Carlisle, near Penrith. If this is true, the Celgovae people at that time were either speaking a Goidelic language or had a pre-Celtic language. In this region, there might have also been a place called Bletobulgian. This location is mentioned in the Antonine Itinerary and may have been around the Annan River near Middleby Church in Dumfries County today. Certain sound features can be used to distinguish between Brythonic languages in Britain and other languages. In some words borrowed from Latin to Welsh, the letter X directly turned into the S sound. For example, the word seis, meaning English, is like this. This suggests that Welsh-speaking people did not adopt such words very early, indicating they had not yet had close contact with Rome. The Celtic root uxel, meaning high, is uchel in Welsh, while in Ireland and Scotland it became awasel, used more in the sense of noble or aristocratic. It is thought that this Brythonic form appears in the name of the Ochil Hills in Scotland. Interestingly, ancient place names written with the letter X mostly appear in non-Brythonic areas. The first of these is the previously mentioned Tyaxali people. Further northeast, along the Moray Firth coast, we encounter the Lochsa River near the mouth of today's Lossy River. Moving south, such names disappear until reaching the Dumnoni region in southwestern England. Here, Ptolemy named a high fortress Uxella, and the confluence of the rivers Taw and Torridge as Vexalla. Another example in the middle of England is a settlement located between Penacrucian and Vriconion. The name of this place is recorded variously as Uxacona, Usacona, or Uskacona. In the far north, around Solway Firth, in the area inhabited by the Celgovae people, Ptolemy mentions a place called Uxalon, meaning high city. This place was probably near the mouth of the Nith River. Another example is the fortress called Uxalodunon, or Uxalodunion, near the Ellen River on the Cumberland coast. These data indicate that just before the Roman arrival, areas south of the Solway coast were still occupied by a non-Brythonic people. Perhaps Kendal and its surroundings were an area where Goidelic and pre-Celtic peoples coexisted. Indeed, Kendal may have connections with an ancient people called the Concangi. This name also reminds us of other ancient peoples like Dekiangli and Gangani. With the construction of Hadrian's Wall, these northern peoples became separated from their southern relatives. Those who stayed in the south gradually merged with Brythonic peoples and lost their identity. However, northern groups like the Celgovae and Novanti combined to form the warrior community known as the Atticoti. This community fiercely resisted Rome. Eventually, the Roman general Theodosius defeated this group, taking young and strong men into the Roman army and sending them to continental Europe. These soldiers appear in the document known as the Notitia Dignitatum in 4 separate units. The Atticoti were warriors, and by the end of Roman rule, were either suppressed or driven beyond the Nith River. Likely, the defensive lines stretching from opposite the Roman wall to the Solway region were built to restrict these people. Interestingly, the peoples of this region continued speaking a Goidelic language until the 1500s. There are other important facts about this subject. One of these is that later speakers of Brythonic, whether inheriting the language directly or adopting it later, as in Cornwall, northern or southern Wales, shared legends about a common hero. This hero is Arthur. It is not clear whether Arthur was entirely fictional or based on a historical figure whose real story was forgotten. But it is clear that Arthur's character had fully taken shape among the people even before the 1100s. He appears as a legendary leader of the Brython people, seen as a Christian warrior leading his people against pagan invaders, whether they were Picts or Germans. If the Brythons were at war, their commander was Arthur. Major battles were believed to have occurred under his leadership. According to legends, he even single-handedly slaughtered enemies in battles. Still, in some stories, Arthur appears not in the center of events, but rather as a majestic figure standing in the background. For example, a Welsh poem from the 12th century describes a battle fought by Prince Geraint of Dumnonia, referring to Geraint's soldiers as Arthur's men. Yet, this battle took place long after the time when Arthur supposedly lived. Sometimes Arthur's name is mentioned in chronicles as well, but this usually happens long after the events themselves. For example, one historian says Arthur led the Brythons in the Battle of Mount Badon. However, a writer named Gildas, who was born in the year this battle occurred, mentions the battle but never names Arthur. Perhaps if Gildas had lived a few centuries later, he might have extensively written about Arthur's heroism. Interestingly, Celtic peoples from both Britain and Brittany in France claim Arthur as their own. The people of Cornwall, as well as the Welsh, see him as their hero. Even the areas within the old Roman borders in Scotland are considered Arthur's birthplace. Actually, this is very normal because legendary figures like Arthur are considered born wherever the people imagining them happen to live. Thus, many places in Britain bear names like Arthur's Hill, Arthur's Seat, Arthur's Disc, or the Round Table. Researchers looking for traces of Arthur in Scotland sometimes reach confusing or instructive conclusions. Many places named after Arthur have been found within the region between the Roman walls. Yet, hardly any trace can be found in the Brythonic regions between Stirling and Perth. Despite this, there are some clues about the region of Fortran. On the other hand, in northern Scotland, in areas where Goidelic languages are spoken, a different group of heroes emerges: Finn, Oisin, Diarmait, and others. These heroes belong to the Goidelic people, just as Arthur belongs to the Brythonic people. These figures are common in Ireland as well as in Scotland. If Arthur is accepted as a historical figure, he should be compared with other legendary historical figures, such as Charlemagne. In some ancient texts, Arthur is mentioned as King Arthur or Emperor Arthur. In this case, it is possible to think of him as someone who inherited the title of Count of Britain from the Roman period. Indeed, some researchers say the name Arthur comes from the Latin name Arterius. This suggests he might have Roman origins. From this perspective, Arthur might be a legendary figure who replaced a semi-historical character such as Aurelius Ambrosius. So far, we have described the general map of peoples in Britain. Now, let's fill in some details based on what we know. The Roman commander Julius Caesar wrote that, during his time, the people of Britain painted their bodies with a blue dye obtained from a plant called woad. However, by the late Roman period, in the 3rd century when Britain was independent, particularly during the reigns of Carausius and Electus, this tradition had weakened in Roman Britain. Now the term Picti, meaning painted people, was used to describe tribes north of the Roman borders. The people in the Solway region fit this description, but they were also known by another name, Atticoti. The Picts were natives of Britain. They were first called Picti in a praise poem written in AD 296. Another painted people had emerged, those coming from Ireland. Therefore, Latin historians made a distinction between two different groups of painted enemies. The native Britons continued to be called Picti, while those coming from Ireland were named Scotti. This word was Celtic in origin and likely had a similar meaning. Both of these ancient peoples were known by a common name in Celtic languages, Cruithne. This word did not only mean painted, but also referred to body decorations and tattoos. Cruithne was a name given both to painted people in Britain and Ireland. Over time, historians preferred calling those in Britain by names like Cruithentuath, meaning nation of the Picts, or Picardach, while calling the Irish Cruithne, or, in Latin, Cruithne. All these names stem from Cruithne, considered the ancestor of the Picts. The same person or people were known as Prydain in the Brythonic languages. This word later evolved into Prydain, Prydain, and finally into the modern Welsh form Prydain, meaning Britain. Today, Britain in Welsh is called Ynys Prydain, meaning Island of Prydain, which essentially means Island of the Picts. The Greek reference to the Prytanic Islands comes from this root. Over time, this name changed into Brythonic Islands. In Welsh sources, the Picts are sometimes referred to as Gwydl Fichti, meaning Goidelic origin Picts. However, the word Fichti is not a Welsh translation of the Latin Picti, and it doesn't appear in manuscripts before the 14th century. Thus, this expression is simply a later invented analogy. The words Cruithne and Prydain come from the words Cruth and Prydi in Gaelic and Irish, meaning form or shape. According to Irish historians, these peoples tattooed animal, bird, and fish figures all over their bodies. The Roman historian Herodian wrote that these people went naked because they did not want to cover their tattooed images with clothing. Another writer, Claudian, described soldiers admiring the tattooed figures on a fallen Pict's body during a battle. The Spanish scholar Isidore, in the 6th century, also noted that the Picts tattooed their bodies using iron needles. The word Scoti probably had a similar meaning. In Welsh, there are similar words like isgithur, meaning to carve or decorate, and isgithru, meaning to cut or prune. Over time, these words might have come to mean to paint. This indicates that Scoti either meant painted people, or more likely, engraved, scratched, tattooed. At first glance, explaining the word Scoti this way may seem a bit forced. However, tattooed peoples saw it as a form of decoration, whereas peoples who did not adopt this practice considered it quite the opposite. For example, in the year 787, papal representatives reporting from Britain wrote that God had created humans beautifully, but the pagans here, driven by devilish impulses, carved ugly marks into their bodies. They even viewed such painting as suffering, saying if someone endured this in God's name, they would deserve a great reward. If the meaning of Scoti truly referred to tattooed people, it's likely this name was not given by themselves, but rather by the Brythonic people in Britain. Some Welsh words support this idea. Historically, in Latin texts, the term was generally used only to refer to the Irish or their descendants. For example, a Welsh or Irish person would say Goidel in their own language, but would translate this into Latin as Scotus. Over time, this led to Ireland being called Scotia, despite this word having no Celtic origin. It first appears in writings during the 7th century. Although older names were later reused, the name Scotia transferred to Scotland, becoming permanent there, especially during the Wars of Independence. In Irish, Scoti became Scuit, but this word rarely appears in Irish texts. Probably the Latin word Scoti was so common that it was sometimes used. Eventually, they associated the meaning of this word with Scythia, the ancient region north of the Black Sea. Some stories even claimed that Irish ancestors came from this region. Similarly, they confused the term Picti with other Latin ethnic names. For example, inspired by a line from the famous Roman poet Virgil, referring to painted Geloni, they identified certain ancient peoples with the Irish. So who originally owned the name Scoti? If this word means tattooed people, it must have been used only for certain tribes in Ireland, because most Irish people, aside from those known as Cruithne or Picts, did not tattoo their bodies. Indeed, the Welsh, who were another branch of the Celts, have always identified the Irish as Goidel. The Picts in Ireland generally lived in a specific region. Large parts of what are today counties Antrim and Down were their settlements. The northern part of Antrim belonged to the Dalriada people, from whom the Dalriada of Scotland originated. In part of this area also lived Pictish tribes known as Dal Naraid and Dal Fiatach. These peoples were long known as Cruithne, Picts. But this represented a reduced and diminished form of the Cruithne, because at one time, the old Irish peoples living in Northern Ireland known as Ulaid, or Fir Ulaid, true Ulstermen, were also considered Cruithne. In fact, in the past, during the reign of their famous king Olam Fodla, they even controlled Tara, one of the major centers of Ireland. Going further back historically, we see that these peoples withdrew to the north and made Emain Macha near Armagh their capital. Later, however, they had to retreat again. The reason was the Goidelic invasion by 3 leaders from the Meath region known as the Three Collis. As a result of this war, the Cruithne people, the original owners of Ulster, were forced into the area east of Lough Neagh, around the Bann River. Their enemies killed their king and destroyed their capital. According to the Annals of the Four Masters, this significant battle and the expulsion of the Cruithne to the northeast occurred in the year 327. If this date is roughly correct, it is logical to assume that the Scoti who came to Britain and joined with the Picts around the year 360 came from these shrinking Cruithne lands. They probably had begun arriving years earlier, but their numbers reached dangerous levels by the year 360. Once the Cruithne people learned how to penetrate deep into Roman territory, other warriors seeking plunder either joined them or found their own ways. Indeed, Gildas clearly wrote that the Scoti came to Britain from the northwest. This aligns with the Roman fort known as Castra Exploratorum, established for exploration, stretching as far as the Solway region. It is also known that during Hadrian's reign, there was a Roman fleet at the mouth of the Ellen River in Cumberland, called Uxalodonon. This location was controlled by a commander named Marcus Mennius Agrippa. Later, the local peoples in this area built defensive lines forming a border from the Solway Firth to Loch Ryan. The Irish invaders were probably conducting raids southward from precisely this region. Some researchers have suggested that the Irish generally went into Wales. However, this seems unlikely, except for some exceptions. For example, the Daci people may have arrived in Dyfed around the late 3rd century, although their exact history is unclear. Yet Wales was neither wealthy in plunder nor easy to conquer. Additionally, when we look at the official Roman military unit lists from that period, there wasn't even a single Roman unit stationed in the Welsh region. All the units were either in the north or the southeast. Welsh folk legends suggest that Irish people arrived in Wales during the 4th and 5th centuries. However, these accounts often distort historical facts, confusing them with later Viking raids, especially those from Dublin. For instance, someone named Anlach, son of Coronach, is placed in this period, but this person is actually the famous Viking leader Anlaf Cuaran. Similarly, a leader who fought a Welsh prince named Cadwallon Lawhar is mentioned as Serigi or Sirigi, probably a distorted name from a Latin text whose meaning is unclear. But this Cadwallon was actually a Welshman from the 10th century, not the father of Maelgwn from the 6th century. Over time, this name became legendary by association with Cassivellaunus, who fought against Rome. Such examples are common in Welsh legends. When closely examined, the sources claiming Wales was invaded by the Irish do not support these claims. Of course, there are exceptions, like the Daci settling in Dyfed, showing these events aren't entirely fictional. Also, distinguishing between Goidels in Britain, who were natives, and those who were invaders from Ireland is very challenging. Therefore, some researchers argue that all Goidels in Britain actually came from Ireland. Early Celtic peoples consisted of both native populations and immigrants from Ireland. In either case, they were Goidels, and their language likely survived in Wales until around the late 7th century, or perhaps even longer in isolated areas. It's impossible to pinpoint exactly when this language disappeared completely. However, one of the foremost experts on the subject, the German inscription specialist Dr. Hübner, dates an inscription found south of the Teifi River near Cardigan to the 7th or 8th century. This dating was done based on the style of letters in the inscription. When the earliest inscriptions from post-Roman Britain are mapped, it becomes clear that these inscriptions are almost non-existent in the region of the Ordovices people in Wales. The majority are concentrated in North Wales between the rivers Clwyd, Dee, and Moddach. In South Wales, inscriptions appear in two clusters, one in the east, stretching from Brecon to Neath in Glamorgan, and another west of the Towy River basin. All these inscriptions belong to the Christian era, but it cannot be concluded from this that the inhabitants of these regions became Christian before other areas. Because Cuneda and his people were already Christian, and as far as we know, those who spread Christianity in Wales were either descendants of Cuneda or people under his protection. Even if the Goidels had previously become Christian, the work of the saints from Cuneda's line overshadowed and eventually caused people to forget everything that existed before. For example, Saint David was the first to systematically attempt spreading Christianity in the region of Dyfed. He was the grandson of Ceredig, who was Cuneda's son. Similarly, Kentigern, who established the bishopric of Saint Asaph, undertook this task with support from Cadwallon, Maelgwyn's father. Daniel, known as Danioel in Welsh, the first bishop at Bangor, also came from the large monastery on the River Dee to Arfon, and began his duties under Maelgwyn's protection. So why are there almost no inscriptions in areas inhabited by the Brythonic people? Apparently, this is due to differences in burial customs. In the areas of Wales where inscriptions are most concentrated, there are also many ancient stone monuments called cromlechs. These stone monuments are especially common on Anglesey Island and in the Pembroke region. In contrast, there are hardly any in the region of the Ordovices. This suggests that those who made inscriptions and those who built these stone monuments were the same people. Probably the upright stones called menhirs are just as old as cromlechs. These stones were simpler monuments erected to commemorate the dead, but had similar functions. Archaeology has not yet been able to clearly determine which of these two stone types is older. However, research shows that Celtic graves were usually round barrows, while pre-Celtic graves were long barrows. This information may generally be correct, and archaeologists might not have more precise data to reach clearer conclusions. However, archaeologists should remember that their studies on burials remain incomplete from a historical perspective, because it is still impossible to distinguish between the graves of a Brython, a Goidel, or earlier native peoples. Recent archaeological research has revealed that the Goidels and earlier native peoples were buried in long barrows. But in some of these barrows, bodies were carefully buried, while in others, the bones appear scattered, almost like the remains of a cannibal feast. Do these differences belong to the same people? If so, what caused the change in burial practices? Does this indicate a transformation in their religious beliefs? The Brythonic peoples did not have the custom of erecting large stone structures. Therefore, it is not difficult to imagine that they continued burying people in barrows even after becoming Christians. There are many barrows, especially around Stonehenge and other places. However, barrows are not particularly suitable for inscriptions. The Goidels, on the other hand, might have started writing on gravestones after they learned the Roman alphabet and took special care with inscribed stones. Yet when we look at these stones, it seems the most important feature was their size and permanence, not the inscriptions. Writing appears to have been an afterthought. Most of these inscriptions were in Latin because Latin was the official and educational language. However, around 20 inscriptions were written in the Goidel language in addition to Latin. These inscriptions were made using a special alphabet called Ogham. Probably this writing system was invented by a Goidel who had learned Roman letters in southern Wales. This person might have also known numerical marking systems and developed his own alphabet from this. Ogham writing later spread to the south and west of Ireland, to Devon, and, to a lesser extent, to Cornwall and North Wales. Ogham inscriptions in Scotland belong to later periods and show the influence of manuscripts. The fact that most examples have been found in Ireland suggests this writing probably originated there. Moreover, some features of Ogham letters do not seem derived from the Latin alphabet. It is believed that this writing may have been developed by the learned Druids of ancient Ireland. More than 200 Ogham inscriptions in Ireland are mostly concentrated in the regions of Waterford, Cork, and Kerry. Although these inscriptions belong to the Christian period, the cemeteries where they are found are often not connected to churches. They are found either in places for unbaptized individuals or in abandoned old cemeteries. This shows us that even after becoming Christian, the Goidels continued to use old pagan cemeteries. These stones may have been regarded as almost sacred, perhaps even worshipped. In fact, in a Welsh legend, it is told that Saint David saw people worshipping a stone and split it in two with his sword. Thus, he convinced the people to accept Christianity. But the belief in these stones did not disappear easily. The Church eventually interpreted these stones in a way that fit the people's religious understanding. This can be seen in some gravestone inscriptions that emerged in Wales after the 8th century, which have few parallels in the Western Christian world. For example, one inscription says, "The cross of Christ. Enion made it for the soul of Gorgore." Another reads, "In the name of the Most High God, the cross of the Savior begins. Abbot Samson made it for his own soul, and for that of King Ithel." In an inscription found near Bridgend, and believed to be from the early 7th century, it says, "Conbellini erected this cross for his Kit Livisi." This last word is Goidelic, and probably means scout or vanguard. Such inscriptions are even more common in Ireland and clearly carry a specific meaning. As an example, an inscription from Gwynedd in the region of Cardiganshire can be given. "Whoever reads this name, let him pray for the soul of Carotin, son of Heroidil." When we look at old gravestones, by the 6th century, we know that the Brythonic language of the Ordovices people had spread as far north as the Modoc River and into the Avionid region of Carnarvon. This place looks toward Harlech. The area between Modoc and northern Avionid consisted of Ardudwy and Avionid. Sometimes these two places were together called Dunodig, because this area had been taken from the Goidels by Dunod, the son of Cuneda. How far the Brythonic language spread around Mount Snowdon is not exactly known, but traces of an Ogham inscription have been found near Brinkir in Ivionid. Also, even in an eastern area like Clocanog, a bilingual gravestone has been found. In South Wales, most of Cardiganshire likely still spoke the Goidel language. Although the area was under the control of Ceredig from the Cuneda family, the language had not yet changed. However, places north of a line drawn from the River Wyre to Talgarth in Brecknockshire had shifted to the Brythonic language. The Goidel regions that remained in the south seemed divided into two. One was west of the River Towy, and the other stretched from Brecon to Neath. More clearly, this second region could also be divided into two. One was the southern part between Cardiff and Lugger, and the other was the area centered around Brecon, in the valley above the River Usk. This area is considered the realm of a ruler named Brychan. Brychan and his children were probably not Brythonic, but Goidel in origin. However, they had become related to the Cuneda family in various ways. The lands lying east of these two regions, between the Brecknock Hills and the lower parts of the River Taff, gradually became Brythonic. When and how this happened is not exactly known, but it may have been due to the influence of Brythonic tribes east of the River Severn, because one of the most important inscriptions found in ancient Glamorgan is in memory of a prince named Bodvaci. This name is of both Gallic and Brythonic origin. It also appears on the gold coins of the Dobuni tribe before Roman rule. It is thought that some conquests by the Ordovices tribe towards the mouth of the River Severn also helped spread this language. Although there is no direct information about these conquests, the great influence of Maelgwn in South Wales has been mentioned. The place called Dinas Powys near Cardiff also shows that the influence of the Ordovices reached this area. Another conclusion that can be drawn from the inscriptions is this. A Brythonic belt came between the eastern and western Goidel regions. This belt started in the land of the Ordovices, passed east of the River Towy, and extended all the way to the sea. In this belt was the region of Kidwelly. According to Nennius, Cuneda and his sons drove out the Goidels from here. But according to some legends, this was done only by Urien, or by Urien and Cuneda together. Among these areas were Gower, Kidwelly, Carnwillen, and Issenen. These places lie between the rivers Tawe and Towy. Urien is also mentioned as one of the 4 Brythonic kings who fought against Husa, the king of Bernicia, in the year 567. The reason Urien left the north was probably the civil wars that reached their peak at the Battle of Arderid in 573. It is thought that there were Celts on both sides of this war. Urien's conquests over the Goidels in South Wales are not much mentioned in the traditional Cuneda story. Therefore, we can place these events in the middle of the 6th century. Such a campaign was likely not carried out without the permission of the top ruler of the Cuneda dynasty. Probably the Goidels were trying to expand again, and Urien, as someone who could be spared from the north for a time, was sent with Brythonic soldiers to stop them. As a result, if the Goidels had such an aim, this campaign must have ended their hopes in South Wales forever. There are other clues that support this situation. For example, Rigivarch, who wrote the life of Saint David in the 11th century, tells the story of a great struggle between the saint and a local pagan prince named Boya. Boya is sometimes described as Scottish and sometimes as a Pict. However, in the end, David wins thanks to miracles. Both Boya and his wife meet a terrible end. This shows that David, as someone on his father's side from the family of Cuneda, received very strong support, and the local opposition could not stand against him. The writer Gildas refers to the king of Demesia in his time as Vortiporius. This name has a Brythonic origin rather than a Goidelic one, and shows the presence of Brython influence in the region. The name used by Gildas appears in Welsh sources as Nortapir. His father Ercol's name is probably the Welsh version of the Latin name Agricola. Ercol's father, Tryphon, also carries a name that is not Goidelic. It is said that Tryphon was the king of Demetia when Saint David was born. At that time, Ceredigion was ruled by Sant, the son of Ceredig. According to legend, Sant later became a monk and went to Demetia, where he met David's mother. This suggests that Sant was not only the king of Ceredigion, but also someone with influence in Demetia. The king of Demetia seems to have had very little power against the family of Cuneda. Tryphon's ancestors probably accepted the situation by marrying into the Cuneda dynasty and adopting their religion. It is notable that the names of these princes are not Goidelic, because they actually come from the Daci people, who had originally come from Ireland. We understand this from the way the genealogies in the Daci legend match the family trees given in Welsh sources. This shows us that Nennius words about the Scotti, or Goidels, being expelled are exaggerated, because if Goidelic princes could remain in Demetia, then clearly the whole population was not expelled. After Ceredig's conquests, the influence of the Goidels had almost ended. Ceredig was most likely the Coroticus harshly criticized in a letter by St. Patrick. In this letter, Coroticus men are accused of cruelly capturing and mistreating some newly converted Goidels. Returning to St. David, it is quite important that he was of Goidel origin on his mother's side. Thanks to this, David always turned toward regions inhabited by Goidels. Even students from Ireland came to attend his lessons. This origin also explains why he was able to overshadow a famous Brython preacher like Gildas. David's closeness to the Goidelic language and culture might have helped him earn great respect among these people. David's greatest rival was Saint Cadoc. He was probably from the family of Cuneda, or at least received strong support from them. Like David, Cadoc also had qualities that made him accepted among the Goidels. Cadoc left behind a reputation more related to wisdom and learning. In almost every corner of South Wales, one can find churches dedicated to Saint David, but in the region of the bishopric of Saint Padarn, there are very few. It is believed that the Brythonic peoples, meaning those who spoke Brythonic, buried their dead inside earth barrows. Related to this, 2 tomb inscriptions have been found in Montgomeryshire and Merionethshire. In these inscriptions, it is clearly written that the deceased were buried in a tumulus. Similar expressions have also been seen near Edinburgh in Scotland and around the Yarrow Church in the Selkirk region. This differs from the tomb inscriptions of the Goidels in Wales and Dumnonia. In Goidelic regions, gravestones usually contain only short phrases, meaning "here lies." However, although rare, tumulus-type grave inscriptions have also been found in places where Goidels lived, or in border regions. There is one in Cornwall, 1 or 2 in South Wales, and an interesting example in Carnarvonshire that describes how the deceased was buried inside a pile of stones. These are thought to be either burials made by Brythons or evidence that the Goidels gradually adopted Brythonic customs. These types of inscriptions are usually longer, more detailed, and contain different expressions. This shows us that the Brythons were more inclined to write than the Goidels. On the other hand, the Goidels may have erected gravestones more often to commemorate the dead. Among these Brythonic burials, the pile of stones discovered in 1832 near the town of Mold in Flintshire can be counted. This place was known among the people as Bryn yr Elylon, meaning Hill of the Fairies. The locals believed that a ghost in golden armor wandered there. While the stones were being moved, the workers found a burial chamber called a cist. The following items were found inside: the skeleton of a tall, strong man, a gold-plated, copper-based, tasseled horse breastplate, about 1 meter long and 22 centimeters deep, for a small horse. About 300 amber beads, some iron remains, and a cremation urn filled with ashes a few meters from the grave. This burial probably belongs to the late Bronze Age, near the Roman period. At that time, the tradition of cremation still occasionally continued, and gold was not considered very rare. This tomb reminds us that among the Celts, the task of commemorating the dead usually fell to the bards. One of the best examples we have today is a 12th century manuscript called the Black Book of Carmarthen. In this work, over 70 stanzas were written to commemorate the dead. Interestingly, the final stanza also mentions a grave near Mold. The person mentioned in this stanza might be the skeleton found in the Hill of the Fairies, just described. Whose is the grave with the wide opening? He proudly held his sword. There lies Bailey, the son of the giant Benley. Now, let's examine the peoples who lived in Britain before the Celts arrived. There is very little definite information about these people, but some clues allow for interpretation. The first Celts to come to Britain, the Goidelic group, were the ones who interacted most with the native people. The Brythons and another Celtic group from Gaul, the Belgae, may not have encountered the native people as much. Therefore, when the native people began to learn Celtic, they learned Goidelic, not Brythonic. On the other hand, the Goidelic people were also strongly influenced by these ancient people. In fact, some researchers argue that the word Goidel actually describes an Aryan-Celtic mix blended with the native people. Some differences between modern Irish and Welsh languages are the result of this interaction. Also, anthropologists believe that a large portion of today's British population are, at least in part, descendants of this ancient native people. This influence is even felt in old inscriptions. For example, a fully Aryan name usually consists of 2 combined words, such as Theodoros, meaning gift of God in Greek. This kind of compound naming is common in Celtic languages too. But in Goidelic, some names are not compound, but single piece, and have no equivalent in other Aryan languages. An interesting example is the name Mael Umi. Its meaning is slave of bronze. This might show how sacred or important the bronze sword was for that society. The word Mael originally means short-haired or shaven, but here it may have been used in the sense of slave or servant. Later, this usage continued in Christian names. For example, Mael Padric, meaning servant of Patrick, and Gila Christ, meaning servant of Christ, which later became Mulpatrick and Gilchrist in English. Similarly, the word Mog or Mug also means slave and is used in names. For example, Mog Nuadat means the slave of Nuada. Nuada was a sea god and is known in Welsh as Nud or Lud. A Roman-style temple was even built for this god at Lydney on the banks of the River Severn. The name Mogneed is also linked to a war god. This god's name was Net, and he was probably known by the people who lived in Britain and Ireland even before the Celts. In an old inscription in Ireland, this name appears as Net, and the word structure shows that the god's name is not Celtic. These names later appear in Scotland too. For example, in the 8th century, an inscription in the region of Alba, in what is now Scotland, mentions a person named Monet. This could be a shortened form of Mognet. This shows that Goidel and native people mixed in Scotland as well. Also, in another inscription found in the southwest of Ireland, the phrase, "the Hound of Net, son of the Hound of Rye," appears. This shows that the word hound at that time was used to mean warrior or protector. Similarly, names like Cu Roy, meaning Roy's hound, and Cu Ulad, meaning Ulster's hound, come from the same root. The name Macbeth could also be a name of this kind. This name was used in both Ireland and Scotland. Some think it means son of life, but if we look at the name Maelbeth, it could mean servant of Beth. This also carries a meaning of loyalty to gods or sacred ideas. It seems that the name Macbeth might actually be linked to a dog or dog-like god. One of the things that supports this idea is the name Hundason, or son of the dog, in an old story from the Orkney Islands. This name might be describing Macbeth. If so, the name Maelbeth could be a translation of that. A fully Celtic translation of this name would be Maelchon, meaning servant of the dog. Similarly, Macbeth could also mean Mac-Con, that is, son of the dog. This name is linked to a legendary prince who is said to have ruled not only in Ireland, but also in Britain. The name Mac-Con might represent a symbol for all the pre-Celtic peoples of these lands. Giving more details on this would take time, but in general we can say this. The dog might have been a sacred symbol or god for these old people. In fact, this subject goes as far back as the writings of Herodotus. Herodotus talks about a people called the Kenisi, or Kenites, who lived in the west of Europe. These names in Greek mean dog people. It is said that they lived even farther west than the Celts. Later sources place these people in the west of Spain. This makes us think. Maybe the people Herodotus talked about were from the same roots as the old native people of Britain and Ireland. The name of this people in Ireland was Ivernai. Geographers also used this name in some city and river names. For example, there was a city called Ivernisse and a river called Iernos. Later, this name appears in Latin as Hibernia, or sometimes as Iverna. In Ireland, the people called their country Eriu, or Heriu, and in Wales it was Iverdon. All of these words come from the same root. The fact that the same name appears in the River Erne in Scotland also suggests that this people lived not only in Ireland, but also in Britain. According to legends, the ancestor of this people was known by names like Ir or Ir. But over time, another figure named Emer took his place. Irish legends describe the two main groups of people in the country as descended from two brothers named Emer and Erimon. The name Erimon means farmer and represents the people who worked the land and brought farming. These people were also known for being warriors. In the legends, Erimon kills his brother Emer and takes over the south of the island. This is a symbol of how the Celts gradually took control over the earlier native peoples. In the end, the influence of the old peoples in the lands where the Celts settled was not completely erased. Their languages, cultures, and gods mixed in many ways with Celtic traditions. In fact, the word Gael, which the Celts used to describe themselves as a warrior people, might be a result of this mix. In Irish legends, it is told that the people come from two great lineages, the line of Emer and the line of Ir. But over time, such a simple division was not enough. Because people from both Emer and Ir's line lived not just in the south, but also in the north. So the legends became more complicated. Stories were told about different lineages from both Mil, the son of Emer, and the son of Ir. These lineages eventually mixed together, and sometimes fought each other and separated. The northern area where the people from Ir's line lived was eventually taken over by Goidelic tribes in Ireland. This northern place was later known as Dalriada, and these people later migrated to Britain, to what is now Scotland. This was one of the last places where the Iverni people were able to stay. These legends grew over time. Another person named Ith, said to be Mil's uncle, was added. His name was also given to some places in Ireland. This name also appears on the island of Tiree in Scotland. According to legends, the Iverni people eventually lost their language. It is not known exactly when this happened, but even in the 9th century, the language was still remembered in the southern Munster region. An old dictionary in Ireland mentions this language as lamb, dark, hard like iron. This might show that the language was seen as difficult to understand. Some words might have remained from this language, for example, fern, meaning a good thing, and ond, meaning stone. Some historians believe that the Iverni people were related to the Iberian people, that is, to the ancient peoples of what is now the Basque region. If this is true, then their language was indeed very different from the Celtic languages. In the north of Ireland, Saint Columba, who lived in the 6th century, did not speak this language. But this does not mean that it had completely disappeared among the people at that time. Some villagers probably still used the language. In Britain, some tribes living south of the River Clyde are also thought to have come from non-Celtic peoples. For example, a people called the Selgovae were hunters and had a different culture. But it is not known when these peoples gave up their languages. Maybe it disappeared before the Roman period, or maybe it survived until later. But farther north, beyond the regions called the Firths, the situation was different. Adamnan, who wrote the life of Saint Columba, gives signs in the late 7th century that the language of the old peoples was still being spoken there. Columba came from the north of Ireland and spoke Goidelic. In 563, at the age of 42, he went to Scotland. A short time later, Columba was given the island of Iona, and he founded his own monastery there. In later years, Adamnan became the abbot of this monastery. After coming to Britain, Columba crossed the Drumalban Mountains to visit the Pictish king Brude in the north. Brude's fortress was probably near the river Ness. Columba could easily communicate with the king and his people. However, later on, while speaking to villagers in the same region, he had to use a translator. Again, on the island of Skye, 2 young men brought their old father to Columba by boat to have him baptized. Columba also had to speak to them through a translator. Yet, the old man's name was Art Branan, which is a typical Celtic name. Adamnan writes that this person was the leader of the Giona people. This group may be the same as the Serones mentioned on Ptolemy's map. In legends, one of Cruthon's 7 sons, named Ce, is thought to be linked to this group. Here, the word cohors may have been used to represent the Goidelic word dal. The Norwegians took this term as dalar and used it for western Scotland. Today, historians think this name comes from the people of Dalriada in Kintyre, but its origin might be deeper. So now this question comes to mind. What language did the people Columba needed a translator for speak? There were 2 main Celtic languages in northern Britain: Goidelic, Irish Gaelic, and Brythonic, Welsh. But it's unlikely that the villagers Columba met were Brythonic, because there is no evidence that Brythonic people lived in those areas. Some researchers suggest that Columba just faced a different Goidelic dialect. But this idea is not very convincing. At that time, Celtic dialects were very close to each other, and it wouldn't have been hard for a religious man to overcome the difference quickly. So it is believed that these people did not speak a Celtic language. Most likely, they were native people who lived in the islands before the Celts, and were still speaking their own language. This shows us that even in the 6th century, some areas didn't understand Goidelic. In the western regions near Skye, even some Pictish nobles didn't know Goidelic. Still, some people used Celtic names, just like someone who doesn't know Welsh might still be named John Jones. At this point, we should mention the Argyll region. It was known by names like Oirir Gaethel, Erer Gaethel, or Aragaethel, meaning land of the Goidels. From this naming, we can understand that the Picts living nearby were still speaking their own languages and had not yet fully become Goidelic. When Bede listed the languages in which Christianity was taught during his time, he mentioned the peoples of Britain as follows: the Angles, the Brythons, the Scotti, that is, the Goidels, the Picts, and Latin speakers. As for the Pictish language, some say that Bede saw it as a Celtic dialect close to Goidelic, but there is no direct proof that he made such a distinction. For example, for English, he just mentioned the Angles and didn't feel the need to talk separately about the Saxons. Probably, the Pictish language or the Iverni language borrowed many words from Celtic before disappearing. But this does not mean that Pictish came from the same root as Celtic or any other Indo-European language. If our guess about the origin of the name Macbeth is correct, this language may have still been alive in the 11th century when the Pictish kingdom briefly came back. Also, we can assume that this ancient people influenced the Goidelic language and were not completely destroyed by the Goidels, but slowly merged with them. At first, the Goidels pushed the Iverni people to the west and north. But during the Brythonic invasion, the Goidels themselves were pushed back and merged with the local people to create a new mixed identity. As a result, the Goidels and the Iverni people blended. If we still find Iverni influence in some places today, we can think that the people there first became Goidelic, then later started speaking Welsh or English. This means that the Goidels were not fully Celtic or Indo-European by origin. They are also descendants of the people who lived on these lands before Indo-European peoples arrived. Maybe the lively humor and quick wit of the Irish comes from this old people called the Kinesi or Kinetais. The Brythons, especially the Cymri people, are even more mixed. They have a mixed background with both Goidelic roots and a contribution from the Brythonic Ordovices tribe. Today's Welsh language mainly spread when Goidels under the influence of the Ordovices learned the Brythonic language. Today, the areas where Welsh is spoken are divided into 4 main dialects: Powys, the land of the Ordovices, Gwent, Dyfed, and Gwynedd. Even if a language disappears over time, people's bones remain. Even if races and languages fade quietly, they still live among us. Maybe today, we still have descendants of Stone Age people among us. The Goidels once pushed this people back. Then the Brythons came, and the Goidels stepped back. Later, they mixed with the Brythons, and today, English is replacing these old languages. It is hard to tell such a complicated historical process in a simple way. For example, when we say the Gallic people, sometimes we treat them as Brythons in an anthropological sense and separate them from the Goidels. But at other times, when we define them in an ethnic or political sense, we are talking about a group that includes Brythons, Goidels, and pre-Celtic peoples. We shouldn't be too optimistic to think that everything we explained in this video has no chance of being misunderstood. The most reasonable thing we can expect from the listener is to keep a general picture in mind, of one wave of language following another and slowly fading away to the west. Just as the past of human history was full of great and deep changes, the future will also bring big transformations.